Waktunya ku bersinar. Oke, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster kini dapat DG rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
俺に任せて。もらった。四代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら背中合わせでいくわよ。
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official coffee, Good Day. We own this.
Tiga minggu jeda dan saatnya kita akan berlari tanpa jeda. Mengingat tim-tim akan kembali dengan lebih waspada. Mereka akan kembali mempertaruhkan dari segi poin kemenangan untuk beradu strategi, mental, dan juga keberanian untuk menyambut minggu yang keempat, hari yang pertama. Dan izinkan Bude untuk menyambut kalian bersama kembali hadirnya MPL Indonesia Season 15. Hari yang baru, awal yang baru tentunya untuk tim-tim. Kembali beradu 9 tim, kita masih belum tahu siapa yang akan berjuang kembali membawa namanya ke dalam babak playoff. Tidak bisa semua tim beradu di playoff, namun ini adalah seleksi yang harus mereka hadapi. Mengingat minggu ini akan menjadi minggu penuh gebrakan. Banyak sekali tim-tim yang meramaikan dari segi transfer window dan pembukaan match hari ini antara tim Onyx dan juga Navi. Mereka adalah tim meramaikan dari transfer. Memang berbeda, Navi membawa EXP laner baru, sementara dari tim Onyx mereka membawa coaching staff baru. Seperti apa dari performa, gebrakan, dan formasi baru dari kedua tim, kita akan melihat bagaimana mereka membuktikannya di Land of Dawn. Namun sebelum itu izinkan Bude mengucapkan terima kasih kepada super fans. Sonic, mana semangatnya? Di hari Jumat ini Sonic udah rame-rame ngumpul di MPL Arena, tapi jangan mau kalah dari Navi Nation. Semangatnya mana nih? Semua super fans pastinya bersemangat dan juga pastinya yang ada di rumah. Jangan mau kelewatan karena kita akan rame-rame bersama-sama menyaksikan kembalinya hadir dan pertarungan pertama di minggu ini. Dan sebelum pertarungan pertama dimulai, izinkan Bude mengucapkan terima kasih juga kepada para sponsor dan partner. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Dan kita juga punya pastinya official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head & Shoulder, dan official coffee partner Good Day. Dan tak lupa pula kita punya partner ini esports. Ada Dunia Games, Telkomsel, dan IndiHome. Dan juga advertiser Kacang Sukro dan Hawk Band. Tak lupa supplier RSV Helmet. Semua yang telah mendukung acara hari ini pastinya juga telah tidak sabar melihat bagaimana perkembangan 4 tim yang hari ini akan beradu di hari yang pertama. 2 match akan disuguhkan untuk membuka minggu yang keempat ini. Di mana ada coach baru dari tim Onyx. Akankah bisa membawa tren positif yang telah mereka dapatkan di minggu yang ketiga? 3 minggu telah berlangsung. Ini saatnya Navi bukan lagi menjadi juru kunci. Mereka terus-menerus berada di zona terbawah. Belum mendapatkan 1 kemenangan match pun. Datangnya EXP laner baru, mungkin itu bisa menjadi jawaban. Dua-duanya membawa formasi yang baru. Namun, bagaimana mereka akan mengimplementasikannya di dalam Land of Dawn? Mari Superfans, sambutlah match pembukaan di minggu yang keempat Navi dan juga Onyx.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in MPL Indonesia, week number 4. After 3 whole weeks of break, now we get to see our favorite players in Indonesia fighting it out for the crown of season 15. Back again with me, Sheffin, with Mercurs and Arashi Bless. I don't know why I said that, but
What
I'm
did
just
that
feeling
come
like
from?
that.
He blessed our Q, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah. Oh, how about it? Want to talk about it first? Just a minute
exactly.
about it.
Technically, it's a break, but we've had a lot of heated action during that break, and for a lot of people, it's the thrill and the agony. Some people were overjoyed, some not just yet, but it's a work in progress. You gotta trust in the process.
So you're saying that it's coming?
yeah.
Okay, clip that, PH Clippers. I'm just putting some gasoline on the
Check it
fire
out.
here.
Do it.
Gotta do it,
Okay.
man. Whenever we gotta make Arashi make more statements. you know?
Yeah.
Last time we did it, it went pretty viral.
Yeah, and we love it when Arashi getting bullied online. And we're gonna check the schedule first, ladies and gentlemen, on what match we're gonna cast, or we're gonna see here. It is Navi versus Onyx for our match number 25. Then Evos versus Dewa United. Wow.
Stellar matches here today. Navi versus Onyx. Right as we come back from a 3-week break, Navi has had some changes. We'll get to talk about it later. But I think the assumption right now is Cars, the main man for Navi, might just be swapping roles.
Excuse me?
Again?
Again, for the third time in his career.
This
or second
man
time.
He's
Third
just trying to find the best method here to get his team going. That's a bold move though from Navi because we rate Cars quite highly in his current position already. So we'll have to see if that plays out, man, especially against an Onyx that's also quite different. But this is the standings here so far in the regular season.
Okay, RIQ still topping the standings with
Yes.
10-2 game rate. And look at that, Evos, RQ and Evos feels like we're back on typical.
And Alter Ego.
Yeah.
Don't forget.
And Bigatron missing the I don't want to throw shade to a lot of Bigatron fans out there,
Don't worry,
especially the
Sheffin.
one that's beside me.
Don't
but
worry, Sheffin. You don't need to, because I'll throw shade at your team first, right? Because I think
Hey.
you're punching up right now.
Hey,
You're
hey,
punching
hey,
far
hey,
up your
hey.
league. Geek Fam are 8th place. Oh my lord. What happened? Right next to Navi?
you gotta see deeper. You gotta see the eye test, man. It's not all about the win and loses.
BTRB Geek Fam.
Yeah, but how they lose was actually kind of aspiring, weirdly.
Aspiring? You mean inspiring?
Geek Fam.
I don't know
Sheffin,
if
Sheffin.
that's right.
Aspiring.
This is what we call cope.
Nah, it's not cope. I'm actually fully believe.
So you think they're going to
Believing.
develop. You think they're going to...
Oh, for sure.
Just like in the previous seasons.
Oh, of course.
But at the start of the season, you said you don't believe in banner.
Hey, the pendulum swings quickly sometimes, man.
Opinions change.
The duality of man.
Well, let's find out
Duality of
the opinion of the audience though, Sheffin.
Oh, look at this. Audience topic voting right now, win streak in week number 3. Can Savero bring back the Sky King era? Look at that. The options are in your screen right now if you're watching through YouTube. Savero, hashtag save Onyx. Interesting.
Oh, hang on. We didn't see the numbers come through right there.
Not
Yeah,
yet, not
we're
yet.
still
just yet.
waiting for the
We're just introducing
poll.
it to the people back at home now.
Chill, Arashi.
Okay,
Chill.
okay. A bit
Yeah.
overzealous there.
Yeah, and maybe you can say that this guy sometimes is a bit overzealous in his attempt to make a play, but do you think that's kind of a good thing and a bad thing at the same time? Or
In the current meta, it can be dangerous, man. But look at the stats here. Number 1 average KDA, number 1 average assist, number 1 gold. Well, hang on a second. That's not exactly
Wait a
fair.
minute.
That's not exactly fair. He hasn't been playing all that much. You have to remember.
In fact, he only played 2 games
Exactly.
this season.
The small sample size allows for this kind of statistical performance. But hey, as the season goes on, those numbers are about to shift around.
And I think we did definitely get to see that slump from Savero, something that we expected in the early weeks of MPL ID for the man who was making his MPL debut. But it happened in Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. I think we saw Savero go back to, I'd say, the Season 6 Snapdragon Pro Series 8-pack performance, where sometimes, yes, he can win you the game, but a lot of times he gets overzealous, he walks up a bit too aggressive, and his hero pool, for some reason, hasn't really been too good. That's something we expect to show up for players who's coming in from MDL, but for Savero, he's been playing Moskov and carry, and that's it.
Yeah, only marksman so
Weird.
far, but I think he's kind of decent at Harith, right? Have you seen the Harith, or?
I don't. In Mobile Masters, we did get to see the Harrods a couple of times, and honestly, it's okay, but I wouldn't say it's like Chadera good.
Oh, yeah, I know, of course I know
Yeah,
that.
relax,
Oh, yeah.
relax.
We finally know what happened on that topic earlier,
There
on
we
that
go.
voting. Savero, #safe Onyx is currently winning at 52%. Oh, the math is not mathing right now. A total of 102%. Interesting.
It's beyond science.
Yeah. Oh, it shifted a little there, finally. And B still need to prove himself, 25%. And Sky King era is over in 23%. No, I don't know about that. 1 out of 4 people in this world believe that Onyx era is over. What do you think?
I feel that's a bit preliminary. You know, you have to define an era as well.
Uh-huh.
Is it just the era where they just keep win streaking, or is it where they're no longer relevant, right? If they're no longer like top tier any longer, because you can argue that they're on a slump right now, but are they really out for the count, or are they still a legitimate team to look out for?
And we got a battle of the mastermind here, the new coach of Navi, Aldo, right now. Do. Okay. A bit of a change there. And you might be a bit more familiar with Aldo, Miracle. Like, what do you expect to see here, him as the coach of Navi?
Hey man, I think both of these masterminds have a very similar trend. For both of them, they don't do too well when they don't have good supporting coaches to help them out. Adi, in the past, you can see whenever he's actually been able to get top 2, it's always with an analyst, it's always with someone else giving him opinions. Just like, obviously him joining in Season 11 to Onyx with, before that with Fiel, second first, second again. But before that, when he had the role all to himself, he's always kind of struggled, and we have seen that in this season. That's something we can say about Aldo as well. This is something that Aldo has been battling for the longest time. Back when he won in Season 8, Season 10, he's always had the supporting role in Mars to help him out. Draft, outside of the game as well. But since he moved to BTR, being that sole guy, the mastermind, the head coach, it has looked kind of not Aldo form. He's not in that normal Aldo form. And here, as he joins Navi, I think it's the same problem.
Okay, we're gonna see here 2 teams arriving in MPL Arena in a second. Let's see what they have to say.
Thank you so much casters, Eitra di sini sebagai side reporter kalian, dan next match kita akan ada Navi dan juga Onyx yang akan bertanding melawan sesama, dan sekarang aku lagi menunggu para player dan juga tim dari Navi, dan kira-kira kita akan menarik siapa ya? Oh, mereka udah sampai nih. Good luck guys, semangat. Kita coba tarik Coach Aldo kali ya, Coach Do, Coach, nah pas banget nih. Halo Coach Do.
Halo.
Apa kabar nih?
Baik, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah baik ya. Nah kita penasaran nih, kan Navi ini sekarang ada kejutan baru nih ya. Kita lihat dari bursa transfer. Kira-kira kenapa tuh ada EXP laner baru?
Kita lagi nyiapin strat baru, karena kita ngerasa ya 3 minggu awal nggak works lah. Jadi kita berbenah juga di cara coaching staff juga, secara timnya juga, terus kita bakal nyiapin sesuatu yang fresh lah, sesuatu yang baru lah untuk mulai lagi setelah liburan ini.
Oh, tapi kenapa EXP lane? Kenapa nggak role lain? Apa menurut Coach Do paling lemah di EXP lane kah?
Ya itu ditunggu aja sih kalau itu. Bener-bener ditunggu aja. Bentar lagi kan juga tahu kan siapa yang bakal main dan segala macamnya, jadi ditunggu aja sih kalau itu.
Alright, ada lagi yang mungkin kita harus tahu sebelum match lawan Onyx nih?
Nggak ada sih, yang penting kita mainnya lepas aja, nggak usah ke pressure apapun, have fun, enjoy aja sih, have fun aja.
Alright, thank you so much Coach Do. Good luck, bye-bye. Jadi itu dia dari Coach Do, kita akan lempar kembali ke para casters. Silakan.
Thank you, Mom. And right now we're back to the casters here with Mirko, Chef, and Arashi. We have this pretty interesting thing that we have here.
Oh, is it just not to keep you cold?
Nah. Well, that's actually
It's working pretty
new tech.
Pretty well,
literally,
bro.
this is literally a Na'Vi and Onyx fan.
So, do we wanna just say it outright who you're predicting to win right now, or to
Right
just
now?
wait into the game?
I think we reveal it right now.
Okay. So, from the left side, Rashi, what do you think?
I think I gotta go with the statistical answer right here.
Okay, no, makes sense. So how about my, the main caster here, Mirko? Oh,
I think Na'Vi
excuse me?
will go, and then Onyx will go, no, and then Na'Vi will cry.
Okay, but we have a team arrival again here with Eterna. What's going on?
Thank you para casters, balik lagi sama aku side reporter kalian, nama aku Eterna dan di sini kita lagi menunggu adanya Onyx datang ke MPL Arena. Nah, mereka kan next match-nya akan melawan Na'Vi. Kira-kira mereka udah persiapin apa ya? Karena aku dengar udah ada perubahan dikit nih di coaching staff-nya. Nah, ini Onyx-nya udah lewat. Good luck guys. Semangat. Hai Kairi ganteng banget lagi. Kairi, halo, bye. Good luck. Ih, sumpah aku deg-degan banget. Nah ini dia nih yang kita tunggu-tunggu. Jadi namanya siapa nih sekarang?
Grid.
Grid ya, udah nggak Paddington lagi ya?
Ya, sama aja sih. Kayaknya mau Paddington mau Grid sama aja lah.
Kenapa, why the name change? Kenapa ganti nama sih? Penasaran kita.
Gak apa-apa kan, kayak suasana baru aja. Soalnya ke MPL kan, kayak gitu.
Iya.
Suasana baru.
Berarti
biar hoki lah. Biar hoki.
Oke, biar hoki ya. Gimana rasanya balik lagi ke MPL? Kan sempet MDL, MPL, terus MDL lagi ya? Terus sekarang MPL lagi, gimana rasanya?
Excited lah. Excited, seru pastinya. Karena pastinya di MPL lebih kompetisinya lebih seru lagi kan. Jadi excited banget.
Nah, kita penasaran juga nih. Deg-degan nggak sih? Kan ini kan terakhir masuk ke nama yang berbeda, tim yang berbeda. Tapi sekarang masuk ke salah satu nama terbesar di MPL ID. Is it pressure? Ada pressure kah?
Nggak ada sih. Kayak dari manajemen, dari rekan-rekan tim juga, bahkan dari partner, dari Coach Adi juga. Kayak semuanya seru aja, having fun aja jadinya. Jadi nggak ada pressure.
Oke, that's great. Kira-kira kita melihat performa Onyx kemarin kan belum maksimal ya di SPS apalagi. Menurut Coach Grid sendiri gimana nih? Apa yang akan merubah Onyx mungkin di hari ini?
Buat hari ini kayaknya kita lebih pede aja sih dari yang SPS kemarin. Kita bakal lebih semangat juga. Kayaknya kita udah confident banget buat hari ini.
Oke. Nggak mau take too much of your time. Jadi it's okay, good luck. Have fun. Bye-bye. Wih, seru ya. Oke, jadi itu dia dari Coach Grid, coach terbaru yang akan menemani Coach Adi nantinya di next match melawan Na'Vi. Jadi seperti itu dari aku Eterna side reporter kalian. Jadi kita akan balik ke para casters, silakan.
Thank you, Coach Paddington, or right now is better known as Greed.
Oh, wait, wrong one.
Is that Beloy or is that Greed or is that Paddington? I don't know, but
That's not Beloy.
back
That's
to the
Greed.
predictions earlier. I actually haven't predicted. I don't know if you guys care about my opinion.
All right, let's go.
You're putting me on the spot here.
You can use that if you want. You can use this one too. Look,
Go for it, come on.
Okay.
I'm giving him a few more cards. I'm gonna give you Dewa United too.
Oh
There you go.
yeah, here it is. Because
Make a
Na'Vi,
story. Go, Puppet Master.
Na'Vi, they are coming in hot.
Okay.
New coach, cars never roaming. They're gonna win the early game, but in the late game, oh no, the camera is not here anymore. They're gonna say "Hu Sapu" to Onyx because Onyx is indeed the Sapus of Indonesia.
What is
if you don't
Sapu?
know, Sapu is like an elderly or
Senior.
Nah,
Elders. Seniors.
more seasoned experience, I guess.
So what you're saying is Navi's gonna call Onyx old people, prehistoric players.
Yes, just
That's
like
how they're
Arashi.
gonna win. Because take a look at Shive, born to be gold, Arashi. Now, do you think he is gonna be born? Well, do you think born to be gold is enough?
I feel like you gotta be born to be gold, but you gotta also be striving and thriving in that gold lane too, man. Because, you can be dealt a good hand, but you have to kind of manage it properly. And right now, I feel like he's shown great things, but it's just not enough right now. Especially with the performance we've seen from Savero. right? When he was doing really well, I feel like it's a pretty even matchup, if not favoring Savero in the gold lane. Because Shive, I feel like the only thing going for him is the fact that he's been able to kind of do things independently, right? He hasn't been relying on his team so far, and he's able to get some things done.
Yeah, we're gonna see who's gonna come out on top in the gold lane. Obviously, a lot of pressure for Savero as well, knowing that CW was once referred to as one of the best gold laner in Indonesia, and now he's filling his shoes as Savero himself.
This matchup is definitely going to be interesting because even though Shive is currently, well, his team is currently 0-6, individually, I think he's up there with the top 5 of the gold laners in the league. So, looking at Savero, Shive technically has a bit more experience, way more experience. He's been part of the Bigatron lineup in Season 12 as well.
Of course.
Now back to Na'Vi playing with Coach Do, the guy who actually promoted him from BTR Beta to Alpha.
Man, I was waiting for like, when does BTR name came up?
Ex-BTR, by the way.
Yeah, I know, right? So
see, that's a statement that's getting like more and more common as the seasons go by. Is that concerning for you? Because eventually, right, every single team comes up ex-Bigatron, by the way.
Not really. That just means we have an eye for talent. So we can't keep them.
Bigatron Academy.
Bigatron Academy.
Yeah, we're gonna see here the one who's gonna fill in the land of Dawn for Onyx. Whoa, what? Is that Ludwig Drassi? Wait, Ludwig is back on the EXP with Kairi, Suns, Kiwi, and Savero.
Oh boy, where's Ryota? Ladies and gentlemen, Ryota out for Ludwig. Ludwig coming back into the lineup with Savero. Here it is. As they walk back on stage. Put your trust in them because they have put their trust on Ludwig. It's Onyx.
Hopefully Ludwig says Bismillah to be able to be seen as Allahu Akbar Ludwig.
Yeah, we have to wait and see, man. Definitely a surprise right here. All the way out of nowhere. We were expecting Ryota for sure. But now that we've seen the surprise from Onyx, what surprise can we expect from Na'Vi?
Na'Vi though, on the other side, Cars is on the roam. And we got a new player here. Rookie, BQ Shy. Aether, X-Magic, Cars, and Ashibe.
Oh boy. Becky Shy. And Cars? This is such a weird sight, bro. He's always been known to be a great EXP laner. What is going on?
Ladies and gentlemen, Cars is in his element. The machine will be roaming. Vroom, vroom for Cars in the roam. Welcome, the man, the pillar behind Na'Vi, who's now going to be leading the pack with PQ, Becky Shy in the XP laner to step in his place. Let's welcome Na'Vi.
Still 0 on the win totals. But this might be the turnaround. Make it one for Na'Vi Nation.
Twist upon twist right now. Surprises from both teams. What will the coaching staff have to do? What can they work with right here if they're trying to outsmart their opponents? Because things just got complicated as the Brains walk onto the stage. We do see Coach Do, Coach Adi as well, along with the backup, Greed and Raiden. What was that gesture, man?
He's just, you know, wishing for the Jenny.
They're hungry for victory.
You would know, Rashi.
What do you mean? What is that supposed to mean? All right, man. Both teams seem confident. They've had a long break to prepare. So let's see what they have cooked up, man, because there have been changes in the meta, and there's a lot of scenes, a lot of different regions you can kind of look to for inspiration. Only time will tell.
Yep, only time will tell. Na'Vi, as we said earlier, still winless in this season. A lot of people has been expecting that this management change will also bring a change to their win totals this season. Doesn't seem to be the case right now, and this is Na'Vi's new ammunition. #1 EXP laner average kill in MDL Season 11. So you know there's a reason why this guy is here. Don't look at the numbers though, that doesn't look very appealing, but it's EXP.
Well, he has #1 EXP laner average kills.
2.4.
And he also has like #3 on the damage dealt, so I think from the numbers, we can expect aggression. And that's something that Navi could probably use right now. But now he's against Lutpi, the aggressive EXP laner himself. We might just have a brawl in the EXP lane, ladies and gentlemen.
Now I got a question, right? Is this Onyx looking down on Navi? That's why they decided to play Lutpi? Or do they think Lutpi is the better choice over Ryota?
We'll have to see, man, but the keys of victory by Samsung Galaxy A36 5G for Navi to optimize Cars and Becky Shy as playmakers. That might be the idea here. And let go of the Suyo and maybe use that Lucas, that strategy we've seen right there in Mobile Masters. Try and use that maybe as a bit of a bait and switch tactic against Onyx. But for Onyx themselves, let's take a look. Don't overthink, focus on their own gameplay. In theory, on paper, they are the better team, they are the more experienced team as well. They don't have to overcomplicate things, especially in the drafting phase. And if they really can't get a composition, they can deal well with heavy crowd control, with all the AoE tools, then maybe give a pass on that carry, man. Even though Adi really likes that.
Yeah, so far, the history tells that Onyx wins 12 matchups against Navi out of 14, so the odds are against them. And back to the carry point earlier, Mirko, you as a gold laner yourself, just want to tell you that right now, Savero is, I believe, won a game with a carry, but for CW, it's still 0% for Onyx. So do you think this is more of a... The fact that Savero right now is the one playing, is that going to change how it's going to be played?
The carry?
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm not a big fan of the carry pick. I agree with Arashi here. The carry has been an odd pick to see on the side of Onyx because, again, a lot of the times they don't even play for it. They don't even utilize any of the other picks for it. It's odd, definitely. Usually when you see carry, you want to see the Cho, you want to see the Kalea together, maybe even a Jawhead, something to pick off with that single targeted combo with a carry. But we've been seeing Keyboy more on the other picks aside from, these single target heroes that would benefit the carry. So the carry has been kind of a choice to just play the weak side of the map. And I think there are other choices that are better than the carry that Savero has shown in the past that he can play before. So I think stay away from carry if you're not going to be playing through the carry with the other picks like the single target heroes in Rome.
Basically, give a pass on a hero without the required composition, right? It's a bit of the same thing with the Kalea. You can't just pick a Kalea willy-nilly. You have to make sure that with the Kalea, you got good frontline, you got a good single target burst damage. So it's a very situational pick for a very specific kind of situation. And I think Onyx, of all teams, will have learned exactly the right scenario to try and use that, especially against Navi right here. But again, with the EXP lane having so much aggression with Lutpi and Becky Shy, maybe these tanky frontliners that the carry is really good at dealing with might not even be in the game. This might be an aggressive EXP angle.
Yeah, you mentioned something about Cars on the roaming area. This is gonna be a tough task for Cars, man. Against Keyboy, especially if Keyboy gets something like a Jawhead, it's gonna be hard for him to be able to roam around the map with also knowing where Keyboy is and not getting punished.
In a weird way, Cars has always served as the primary playmaker, initiator for his team generally. So looking for opportunities might translate well, but the fans are having a field day here. Navi Nation blowing up the arena.
It's a battle, the Navi Nation up against the Sonics, and I have to say, I think the Navi Nation is winning this by quite a
not even close
big margin. I don't think the Sonics are beating this anytime soon. I don't see their marching band. Navi Nation, they're going crazy. They think Cars in the Rome will get them that dub.
They're a nation indeed, but we're gonna see here in the draft. Let's see what Coach Creed will contribute in this new Onyx head coaching or like coaching staff. You can see the bands there. Coach Do did not want to deal with Kyrie, Fanny, and also Savero on the Harith.
All right, Fanny and Harith makes sense. Mathilda though, restricted early on by Onyx. We're talking a bit in the back rooms there about the Mathilda potentially being able to be comboed with so many more things. Right now, it seems like the Sonic are trying to fight back against Navi Nation, and just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we just lost all our hearing.
Arashi, I do not understand anything you said. I'm very sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, Navi Nation are going crazy in the building. Oh, this is added pressure for Lutpi, making his appearance again. I don't want to say debut because he already played, but coming to replace Mr. Ryota back in the lineup now, having to encounter the Navi Nation fans in the building. That's a Kalea left open for Navi.
And we know he likes to create, Rashi, cars on Kalea.
Oh man. Keep in mind, this Kalea can very easily be moved over to the EXP lane as well. I don't know if Becky Shy plays it, but in the right hands, the Kalea can be quite a difficult matchup in the EXP lane. Great trading with that passive, you know, multiple ways of being active, roaming around in a team fight. So we'll have to see. For Onyx, what's the response right here? Quite a gold laners are down. Joy and Cho already very early on.
Throwing it back to Prime Keyboy Cho, man, but against Kalea, you can kind of iframe the hell out of the CCs with a Shinpo, but what do you see in this matchup, Rashi? Two setters in Kalea and Cho, like, what do you see what's going to happen here?
I feel like, surprisingly, Kalea is one of the heroes that can kind of deal with the Cho 1v1. So the early game advantage that the Cho usually have with the multiple cast of the Jeet Kune Do and the sustain with the Shinpo and extra damage might be nullified by the Kalea. But looking at this, Navi are going all in with the aggression, man. Hayabusa and the Hilda too.
The fact that Suyo has been left open and we haven't seen a Suyo is odd. Yes, Coach Adi and Onyx, they went for the Joy, but usually you see the Suyo in place of this Hayabusa, but they instead go for the Hayabusa and the Hilda. But you gotta remember, ladies and gentlemen, this Kalea will be for cars then. We've seen in the past from Mobile Masters that Kalea is used as a flex pick, right? We've seen it in the XP, we've seen it in Rome. I think this guarantees it to be in Rome for cars.
Okay, but you gotta also remember, Mirko, the fact that this Hayabusa, Ether against Kyrie, something had happened before that shook our minds. Aether solo killed Kyrie. That was Hayabusa.
Was it when was it when Aether was on Julian? I think it was Julian, right?
No, it's Hayabusa Hayabusa against Joy.
Okay.
Oh man. So there's a great potential right here. But Onyx really doubling down on the aggression as well. Joy Hayabusa, I feel like in the early game, Hayabusa for sure. But the CC though against the Hilda, that can mean that Onyx EXP lane dominance is almost guaranteed. The CC is just a strong lane bully right here in the hands of Lutpi no less.
I think it's kind of more of a skill matchup than you think, Rashi, but I do agree that in the long run, CC will have more benefits. But you can see here in the bans, Farsa has already been banned by Coach Adi. Now V, they haven't picked a mid laner from themselves, but I think they want to go for a mid lane ban too, because so far, I believe Suns on Onyx, he has only achieved wins so far this season with Yves and Sicilian.
Well, there you go. They're already starting to nail down this mid lane option, but it will hurt Navi too. Onyx have first pick on red side, so if this continues, it'll be Onyx with a pick and Navi left to deal with all these bans and a deny pick from Onyx. I want to talk about the CC pick here coming in from Onyx because yes, it is the most dominant laner in the meta currently, but we've seen how CC can be punished. This is, again, a Hilda matchup, something CC kind of struggles in. It's not a complete win for the CC because the Hilda just sustains out of control.
Right.
But it's a Kalea. One of the many weaknesses of the CC is the fact that if you don't go for Purify, you're going to be chained CC down by, now you see a Kalea. So does this warrant a Purify for Lutpi?
Oh, might possibly be the case right here. And the carry, banned by Onyx themselves. They are attempting to have some kind of tankiness right here. They don't want their frontliners to be shredded down. And for Onyx though, they gotta be aware that Navi with the Hilda, that Hilda can sustain from the CC and also wave clear faster in theory, especially in the early game. So they gotta be aware of the roaming potential. And just like that, they're going for some macro presence and also a signature pick for Severo.
A lot of individual independent heroes here from Onyx.
Wait. But this means that Navi will have the mid lane pick and it'll deny Onyx of theirs. Remember, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mid lane bans already. So if Navi get another, this is going to be a deny pick as well. They go for the Bruno, a solid choice up against the Moskov. What is a mid laner that's up for grabs now?
Sicilian?
It's not Sicilian, but then what, right? Vexana? Yves. Against the Haya though.
Oh! Okay, something new on the table. for Onyx.
Interesting.
So far, 0 picks out of Sans with this hero. So you can say it's a debut pick in season of 15, but I don't think there's any memory of Sans playing a Selena that I have in my mind. But let's see though if that's gonna shake our minds here.
That might really just shift the balance in favor of Onyx, man. Now the mid lane matchup is just so one-sided early aggression-wise for Na'Vi. Even with all the setup, with all the tools they have right there, Onyx might be able to just get more prio purely with the fact that their mid laner is a legitimate assassin threat.
You can see here the stats is favoring towards Onyx in lineup rating. The counter index favors Na'Vi just a little. So it's everyone's game in this one. Week number 4 begins with Onyx against Na'Vi. Still looking for the first win of the season. What's gonna happen in the Land of Dawn? We are going to see in a second.
To get your first win in MPL ID up against the Sky Kings will definitely be a statement that they are back. Ladies and gentlemen, Cars debuting on the Kalea Rome.
Yep, Onyx Lutpi against BQ Shay. Newcomer in the XP lane, so it's gonna be an interesting one for both of them. Kind of like a debuter in the first, or like in season 15, both of them.
To see how the early game favors either team, because again, the junglers really want to have some fire right there, but with the Hilda, man, Na'Vi can kind of bully around some of these early game assassins in the jungle, but with the Selena pressure, man.
The pressure is more on the side of Cars. Able to get Aether to get that lethal wander. You can see the movement though. Kyrie to be caught by that quad shadow. Poke just a bit.
And Cars, if you look at the emblems earlier, went for the pull yourself together, so he's abandoning some of his sustain for playmaking potential. He's gonna be active right here, and he certainly is able to actually guard Aether from Keyboy right there, but look at this.
24?
Shadow kill coming out as well. Keyboy can be caught very low. One shuriken should do it, but Keyboy gets out.
Also good job from Savera just knocking Aether to the back, and now Shibe and crew will have a bit more pressure here in the gold lane. So far, Cars is doing amazing against Keyboy. You're gonna see here the predictions. Oh my goodness. It looks like in the English desk, no one disagrees that it's gonna be a 2-0.
On the Indonesian desk though, someone is anti-Onyx, and we all know who it is.
PP!
Mr. PP indeed. Look at this though, whoa!
Lutpi gonna be, JCC sideways claws! BQ Shy gets a big bonk on Lutpi.
Well, there you go. A kill for the newcomer, looking pretty good. Cars and BQ Shy, the frontliners of Na'Vi, is doing work against Keyboy.
BQ Shy zoning Kyrie away. That's gonna be the turtle for free. Keyboy not level 4 just yet as Cars walks up, and this purple buff will be taken by Na'Vi.
Well, this does not go as I thought it will. Na'Vi is leading about 900 gold in the first 3 minutes, Rashi.
They're doing great. They got a kill right there. They're able to use the Hilda so effectively there to get lane pressure as well as roam into the jungle. Like you mentioned, assassin junglers against the Hilda, it's never really a good time. And with the wave clear that the Sicilian have, because the roamers are busy dueling each other, the mid lane is kind of left alone. So Na'Vi can actually use a Sicilian to clear faster than Suns. Oh, but look at that cheeky little steal there. Immediate in and out by the Selena. Suns, he's got to find more moments like that if he wants to have some prio in this early game.
And the thing is, this is Selena we're talking about. And we've always mentioned that Selena does not matter which mid laner that she's up against. She's going to be down in gold, Arashi. So there's going to be a lot of economic advantage for Na'Vi, even in the mid game.
That's the idea, man. Does he want to stay in the lane that's somewhat passive, just clearing and roaming around? Or he wants to try and take a more aggressive route and maybe let someone else deal with the lane while he finds chances to go for the surprise abyssal arrows. Being unexpected with the angles is something that he really has to do, because teams have seen this Selena in action before. But look at this.
Tsunami slam and all in over to Keyboy. Good flicker out, but Aether gets it. Last shot down as X-Magic.
Not gonna happen 2 times in a row. Keyboy almost getting away with 0 HP, but they finished the job.
Still enough damage on the side of Na'Vi for sure. 2 kills, but Onyx aren't really too far behind. But as the game goes on, in the mid game, right, with these few kills, Na'Vi can start taking real control over the game, especially if Keyboy starts getting too squishy to tank up in the front line. Look at it, Aether already making a move, already trying to zone and assert some dominance here as the turtle is going to be spawning in 3 seconds.
Okay, but so far the gold lead hasn't ballooned just yet as we're gonna take a look at the second objective. What's gonna happen here? Navi already had the advantage.
Let's be poked down. You can see BQ Shy already on Kyrie. Doing some damage now. It's gonna be Aether. Locked in by the way, the Dragon of Keyboy.
What?
Wins it out. The trap takes him down. That's Sans on the board. But look at the Sanguine Claws on the Sans down to Shive. Slide tackles forward, but isn't able to get that shot on target on Sans.
Correct me if I'm wrong, was that a miss? Retry from the god of the jungle?
Kyrie didn't even retry.
Oh,
Cars
wow.
though up top on Savero. Forcing to purify out. BQ Shy coming down as well. The SOD able to escape for a bit. Bad impact out. Shive walking him down, but X Magic is the one who takes a kill.
From bad to worse, everything just goes downhill for Onyx. 1.4k right now, 5 minutes, and they're up against a Sicilian.
That was a respectable try for Onyx. Just can't ignore, but look at this, Lutpi.
What?
Oh, shut it down. Forced vengeance from Lutpi.
That's your EXP lane with the vengeance, by the way.
Yeah.
Aether definitely is an absolute menace right here. And again, the red tree quality, definitely quite respectable there. Onyx did a great move to try and really turn the tides on that play, but BQ Shy actually is doing a lot to really throw Onyx balance almost. They have no idea how to position well when the Hilda is just being such a problem, kind of being a thorn in their sides in the back side, in the back line.
Because right now, Onyx's plan is to try to recreate Geek Fam's game. Try to play the long lane with Savero. And with the help of Sans, that might be possible with the scouting with the traps as well. And now it's Navi, Shive, try to get the mid lane turret, and looks like they're gonna be successful at it.
Look at the zoning from BQ Shy. Well played.
That was ridiculous, man. He just stands there. He's not even doing anything too crazy, but the fact that there's a chance for him to just get in there aggressively, you can tell that Onyx respects him, but are they respecting him a bit too much? Especially because right now, he only has the Radiant Armor. There's a lot of magic damage reliance on Onyx for sure, but I think with a couple of more items, Onyx might be able to burst him down and punish his aggression, but look at this.
All in on the BQ Shy down below. That's a kill for Lutpi. But a turtle will be taken for free. I think Navi are okay with that trade.
For sure, especially when all of the resources, you can count like 5 ultimates is on cooldown for Onyx just now.
Look at this, man. Lutpi, right now, without any more items, any more defenses, he's gonna start looking irrelevant, but look at that stun though.
Ooh, a tier 2 and a turtle traded in for an orange buff and BQ Shy.
Just see the kind of like the plan for Kyrie here is to try to find a jungle that's left alone from Aether. Now Navi is up about 3k gold lead. What's gonna be the answer here for BQ Shy's aggression and also Cars? The fact that I've never seen Cars not in the same frame as Shive so far in this game, Rashi, except for early game.
Seems to be still on a more so on babysit duty. By all means, Navi might really be just banking on Shive to really start snowballing and take over the game. The Bruno does have the higher power tech after all, but look at that Tsunami Slam!
Bye-bye.
Catching Lutpi still though, able to escape now. Shive kind of back. Keyboy getting in the way of the Dragon, but it's only onto Cars now. It's Gas to be the Quad Shadow! And the Shadow kill, he's burning down. X-Magic gets the glowing wand proc on him and burns Keyboy down.
Unfortunate RNG for either, but don't worry, X-Magic is there with the magic.
Ooh, man. Onyx, they gotta find ways to start controlling this because the pick they wanted, the CC that in theory can shred down a lot of these beefier members, can't do anything. BK Shy now already starting to build physical defense. Onyx still able to hang on to that tower passive in the middle lane. That's a great silver lining. But even looking at that mid lane, X-Magic is already 3-0. He's 1,000 gold ahead, and soon he's gonna have 2-3 items, and at that point, Onyx, that's the point we were talking about earlier, where Lutpi and Keyboy just cannot serve as front lines at all. They're going to be forced to play only with the advantage, with the vision of the Abyssal Traps, and looking for very select pickoffs that Navi might be willing to give them in exchange for something much, much more expensive.
Yeah, it's super hard for Onyx right now, but speaking of items, Sarashi, what I don't like about Lutpi earlier is I just realized the first leather jerkin that he bought is in the 8th minute or 9th minute against Bruno, against Aether with the Hayabusa, against Hilda in the lane. Aren't you supposed to build more physical defense before this?
He might be trying to bank on that aggression, on that sustain from the War Axe as well, but That's a bit of a bold move considering the trajectory of the game right now. Almost a free take for Na'Vi right there. Onyx might be able to get something on top with Severo pushing, but even then, it might not be enough.
Okay, now good news though. Even though this is a Selena game for Sans, which, oh, never mind.
Sans taking very low. Flicker Donator! Assassinate Sans on the Selena like he's nothing.
I might have to stop mentioning a player before something happened. Sans gets taken out, and Na'Vi might want to just erase this. Oh, Aether!
Again, almost taking Severo down.
There's still a lane.
Really, at this point, just trying to stay afloat.
It's a ridiculous amount of damage that Na'Vi can output right now. And X-Magic already with the Wishing Lantern, by the way. No front line whatsoever, man. No one from Onyx is tanky enough, so they are playing without front line. They're gonna have to bank on a big play right here, because otherwise Na'Vi is gonna front to back them all the way with the lore to the end.
Cars coming down again. That's a Purify baited out for Severo. Keyboy walking back with his Ikundo. You can see the damage from Na'Vi slowly but surely as Shive takes down the turn down below. Sanguine Claws and a bad impact. This time lands on Sans.
Wow.
Looking for an angle. Ludwig blocked and shot down. Shive dealing all the free hits. That's a shadow kill on Kai. Walking back again. SOD into the back from Severo. Jumps and takes it away with the base turret. And the base will be taken down by Na'Vi.
Talk about unexpected. Talk about a turnaround. This might be it, actually. 1-0. That was... What was the timers earlier? Was that 10 minutes?
10 minutes and 34 seconds is the official time of that game. That's how long it took for Na'Vi to completely dismantle Onyx completely. No real winning lanes, no jungle presence, no neutral objective conceded. From the beginning of the game all the way till the end, they were able to take complete control with relative ease, and they weren't doing anything too crazy. For the most part, for the bulk of that game, it's just BQ shy, zoning everyone away.
Na'Vi are a game away from breaking their 0-win record, and ladies and gentlemen, they beat Onyx in 10 minutes.
Now, what's gonna happen now? Does this already cause for a change immediately for Onyx? Do they still want to, still want to field the same lineup right now? Because they have a lot of options here. Like, I don't really... BQ Shay, man, this is as good as a debut as you want it to be. This might be like a run level. Yeah, Am I just speaking out of my mind?
I think even more magical because they're 0-6. They're 0-6, and honestly, yeah, BQ Shy, amazing. But I think the big doubt was for me, how's Cars gonna do in Rome? On the Kalea at least.
Oh man.
He did amazing. If it wasn't for BQ Shy staying in the spotlight, I would give it over to Cars, but BQ Shy, what a debut so far.
Round of applause.
It's not over yet though, BQ. Cars, Na'Vi, you gotta get one more.
One more, and the fans are definitely ready for it, man.
That's what they saw. That's what the Na'Vi Nation were doing. They were celebrating before the game even started.
They had the vision, bro. Absolutely.
The premonition. The deadly premonition.
The fact that BQ Shy, when R1 was debuting, it was crazy. He wasn't active technically in the big fights and all that.
He's the opposite. He goes alone.
Exactly. So in a sense, he's kind of left to his own devices. It's not nearly as impressive as standing there and zoning, 3-4 members of Onyx. They forced Onyx to just stand there and watch. On a Hilda, dude.
Can't do anything about it.
What is that?
I was gonna say though, like, Selena, it doesn't matter. Like, they still have a Moskov for the wave player, so it's still A-okay, but what just happened? It's endable, turns out, in the first Lord. We did not see this coming. We were predicted 2-0 for Onyx, all of us here.
Except,
maybe Papulong is right.
Dude, at this point, this season, Papulong has been...
He's eating well.
Like, correct too many times, right? But I don't know, for Onyx, usually we could pinpoint just a problem. The draft, maybe some people underperforming. But I think everyone kind of underperformed. Ludpi on the CC, the Selena pick was already odd. The way that they were, again, Kyrie missing out the Rechu and the way the Dragon was on Hayabusa for the first turtle. So many things that culminated to this dominant performance for Na'Vi.
Too many errors. And did we even see a single kill resulted from the Wave the Dragon from Keyboy? This is the choke god of Indonesia that we're talking about.
Yeah, I don't think
this
happened.
Oh,
You're right.
Cholo is enough.
yeah.
I mean, the closest thing we saw was that turtle take, right? And it was Kyrie was close to taking Ether out and still getting the neutral objective, but they succeeded there as well. Again, showing a different look, because you know that's not a very easy situation to be in when your jungler gets kicked, you know, and you're going for that 50-50. But they made it look solid.
It is effortless so far. This is...
Missile Trapper.
Do you think there's kind of like a mental burden on the team after that happened? Surely not, right? This is Onyx we're talking about. They can reset easily.
You're saying they tilted?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I feel like the composition was a bit greedy. CC, Joy, and Moskov, all these heroes are very reliant on resources.
So you're telling me you don't like greed?
Hey! Oh, that's true. They do have greed. Paddington now greed in the coaching staff with a greedy draft. But to be fair, it's not just greed, right? It's Adi and greed. It's greed daddy.
Greed daddy.
Oh,
Roddy. Agreed.
Shout out to the player of the game though, BQ Shy. Well, play all the way from the start of the game, and the zoning, yeah, is crisp clean. This is a hero that even Cars has struggled on in the past. Remember, whenever Cars gets the Hilda, it's always kind of underwhelming, but BQ Shy, he's doing an amazing job on XP Hilda.
Okay, he played the lane well. He played the macro game well as well, knowing exactly when to roam, how to get prio. And in moments like this where they are aggressive, he has such presence. And the moment he gets taken out, look at what it takes, bro. Look at what it takes.
There's one kick.
But it's on the Hilda, right? And the trades were
and it
so
took like
much
3
better.
ultimates, bro.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot.
Selena, I'm sorry, but like, I don't think, is it safe to say that I expected way more from Sans on the Selena, but the Selena pick was definitely odd.
I don't know, man. I feel like the map got owned by both Cars and BQ Shy. It's just hard for you to create for, you know, from that as a mid layer that plays with the map pressure.
I just want to say, for the people back at home, the way we pronounce BQ Shy, I understand why the Indonesians say Becky Shy, because technically BQ is pronounced that way in Indonesia, but it just doesn't make sense when we say Becky Shy here.
And I like Shay more.
Yeah, I like Shay more, but what? You like Shay?
You like Shay?
I really like, wait
a minute.
No, that...
okay.
I'm talking about different Shay.
Interesting. Different Shay.
Hey, for all the people that watch basketball, you know which Shay that I'm talking about.
Shaquille O'Neal?
That's not even close. So we're gonna take a look at the stats here. 10-33, that's just, oh my goodness. This is Onyx we're talking about. This is the way that Onyx plays the game, the way Onyx dominated their opponents, and they got dominated instead.
Bro, I mean, in that mid lane, X Magic, I recall we were quite harsh on X Magic, but in this game, 3-0-5, technically, again, even if you want to consider him still not so good, not too flashy, the fact that the game was so one-sided when it comes to control, I think that's the big issue right here, control, right? We talked about aggressive possibilities from both teams being available, but Na'Vi just simply had the tankier, more solid, more consistent front line, and because of that, Onyx could not contest ground. I mean, even when Kyrie went for the steal, he had to get past BQ Shy, dive past 2 members just to get to the turtle. When you have to operate on such urgency, it's hard to be precise. You know, when you're being kind of ushered away by this massive woman with a big axe.
Okay. I heard something different there, but yeah. This is...
What?
Hilda versus CC, man. Like, can we talk about the CC more?
Yeah.
Like, is this more Ludwig's fault, or the way the team plays the CC, or just BQ Shy just don't want to play that game? I'm just gonna roam around, and there's nothing that the CC can do about that. And shout out to all the Na'Vi players too, just kind of following BQ Shy's game plan.
I think it's everything. Everything you mentioned earlier played a part into this. I think the CC pick was not the best after seeing the Kalea, right? I mean, if there was no real lockdown CC, then the CC would actually do pretty well. But that's why I said, is the Purify going to come out here for Ludpi? And he ended up still going for the Vengeance. In the end, with the lockdown that you have on Kalea, it was too much. And again, like I mentioned in the draft when they picked up the CC, Hilda is already a good way to kind of stop the CC. Like in lane, you can poke, but then Hilda just needs to get into the bush and it rotates. And she rotates much faster than the CC.
Yeah, Hilda just aims to just not lane against the CC.
Clear, heal. run.
If you kind of brawl it out, then the CC might get something. But overall, there's no need to do so, right? That's how it's being played macro-wise. And am I correct that the CC was picked actually after the Hilda as well? Which is why it's wild. I thought that if they were that confident picking the CC into the Hilda, they would have a plan. Some way to force Bekushai on the Hilda to just stand there, you know, and like force the lane out. Some ganks maybe, but that is not what happened at all. That lane was kind of left to its own devices.
Speaking of devices. Yeah, we got something in our hand here. Samsung Galaxy.
Which hand?
There you go. Oh, this is Alisa's and Eterna's.
Yeah. The side
It's
reporters.
Cheffin's now.
Okay.
Whoa, okay.
Gotta steal it away. All
Awesome
right.
generation. If you want a game with auto win streak, you know, no lags all day, just buy this, man.
Samsung Galaxy A36 5G with the Snapdragon 6 Gen 3 processor and up to 20 gigabytes of memory.
Yeah, and what I like about it is just the fast charging. Because
45 watt.
what do you mean?
45 watt.
45
fast
watts.
Oh, okay.
It's quick, fam.
Heard that differently, but yeah.
What are you hearing today, bro?
I don't know, man. Maybe I
Have
need to
you
go to a doctor.
charging. Yeah, you might have to. Or you might just want to go and play with the awesome generation, with the games that you can play on this machine. You might think, hey, man, can I have smooth performances all day? Can I get a win streak?
Whoa.
Well, yes, you can. There's something new from the Galaxy A Series 5G, introducing
Interesting.
Samsung Galaxy A36 5G equipped with a Snapdragon 6 Gen 3 processor and up to 20 gigabytes of RAM
Let me
with up to
see.
256
No,
gigabytes
wait.
of storage. Play games without lag, 120 hertz.
You know what I noticed?
What?
The clock in this also includes the seconds. Have you ever seen this kind of thing in a phone?
What? Your phone doesn't do that?
No,
Yeah,
it's
I mean-
only 46, 49.
That's true.
Are missing out, dude. Because seconds matter, right? If there's anything you can pick up about time for Mobile Legends,
It's actually super
that
useful.
seconds
Yeah.
matter, bro.
There you go.
You know, when
In
you're trying to
the-
surprise someone at midnight, you gotta always like search it up. Here, you can just have it, and it'll show you the seconds.
Like Mirko mentioned, there's no time to keep looking at your watch in the modern day, right? Get
Yeah.
your phone out, get your phone open, and get into that Team Galaxy
Whoa.
zone, bro. Because these people are watching on the front row.
Galaxy Zone.
They can feel the aura
They're
from the
styling.
players directly.
The aura, the Riz, the Skibbity.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you trying to Gen Z?
Well,
Is it
you're the
time?
Gen Z here, right?
I think you're Gen Z too.
No.
I'm gonna go home then.
Wait, when were you born? What year?
2000.
Yeah, you're Gen Z.
Oh, is that Gen Z?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're Gen Z.
I-
Your generation.
I
is also
proclaim
skewed.
myself as a non-Gen Z.
Can we move on?
I don't
to
know.
what?
I don't even want to move on.
What? Why not?
Well, moving on, you
This is
need
your
some.
favorite segment though.
Yeah, exactly.
CITB.
This is what I'm talking about.
CITB.
I was gonna say, moving on, you need a good shampoo.
Okay.
You know, because I actually haven't used a shampoo today.
Okay. You haven't?
Yeah, I bought conditioner instead of shampoo. I'm stupid.
Oh man. Well, that's why you gotta get. You're going
Yeah,
to
I'm
get
gonna-
Head and Shoulder. Bring this home. It's
Yeah,
okay.
for sure.
But do you want this one or the one that Arashi has? I believe Arashi has it. Oh, wait. Sorry.
Where it is? Where it is?
Psych! It's me, Arashi.
Oh!
I gotta make it look.
I
This
have-
is the lemon
I
flavored
might have
one.
left my one
Actually,
at
you know what?
home.
You don't think
It's the
lemon is
Mia
good.
flavor.
He did. Whoa.
Sorry, what? No, this is-
Interesting.
she's just the poster.
Yeah.
Girl.
Yeah,
She's
yeah,
not-
yeah.
No,
It says lemon. It says lemon,
You don't
bro.
like lemon, remember? You think it's overrated?
That's
He's
why
overrated.
he's calling it the
Oh
Mia
my
flavor.
God.
You think lemon is overrated?
Please, for the love of God, I'm not joking, right? Like, can we just move on from that, please?
Well, obviously you want to move on. As you can see right here, we got the hair cam
wait
by Head and
a minute. Wait a
Shoulders.
minute. Okay, it's not a dude.
Right. Concerned,
that happened before.
Yeah,
This
that
is
happened
fair.
before.
CITB, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. I like Head and Shoulders.
For sure.
Yeah.
Who doesn't?
I think we all do.
Who doesn't? It just works so well. And you know, at the end of a long day, Head and Shoulders is just amazing, bro. Like it just gets you relaxed,
energized,
ready to just head to bed, dude. A good a good shower at the end of a long day.
So,
Oh, for sure.
Can't beat it.
mint or lemon?
Answer carefully.
I don't think I can answer without putting myself.
You can. I'll say mint. I like mint more.
Yeah.
I also like mint more.
Of course.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Oh my God! See, the mint is a bit more refreshing, I would say. But what else is also refreshing?
Well, it's the free WDP that you guys can get. What's a WDP? Weekly Diamond Pass. From watching MPL playing with friends to ranking up, everything is hashtag Pasti GG. That means always GG, or no, Pasti is like
GG for sure.
GG for sure, there you go, with GoPay Games. Get a free weekly Diamond Pass at GoPay Games, and here's how you can do it. Simply purchase a WDP at gopay.co.id/games. You can scan the QR code down there or download the app wherever you want, and you can join the flash sale during the time, I think it's 3 p.m. all the way to 6 p.m. Don't forget to use that promo code shown during the MPL ID S15 live stream to get a bonus of 5 diamonds exclusively for first-time top-ups.
A single WDP, I believe, is about 240 diamonds?
No, I mean, I don't know the diamond amount. I just know it's 26,000 IDR in GoPay.
It's good value. Always good value.
That's
That's
why
why
a
I
lot
want to buy it.
Because you get extra promotions as well. And if you top up now and grab that new hero or skin, just get extra benefits. And of course,
it
it's
out.
always cheap and more importantly, 100% secure. Because you're not going with some weird top-up source, bro. You don't want to do that.
You don't want to buy in a shady
Our accounts are way too valuable, dude.
Yeah.
It has our history, you know, our effort, our stats on these heroes. Some of that is priceless, dude.
For sure, for sure. We're going to be back, though, here in...
We're back.
Pre-game number 2 of Na'Vi versus Onyx. If you haven't watched the first game earlier, I suggest you might want to go back and watch it because that was a slaughterhouse
That
for
was a
Na'Vi
slaughter.
Nation. And they're getting their money's worth. Even with this first game win, I would say if I were a Na'Vi fan, I would be so happy coming here.
Oh man, I mean, you can see the Na'Vi. Well, you heard the Na'Vi Nation.
Oh,
Maybe you
for
didn't see
sure.
them, but you heard them for sure.
I mean, I lost my hearing, bro.
I did for a while too. For a while, it was pretty tough. But this again is a big problem for Onyx. On the red side, they always seem to have a tough time.
Hey.
16.67% on red side. So they're gonna be back on blue.
We'll see if we can have.
But are they gonna win on blue?
Maybe they're feeling blue.
Oh, feeling blue as in sad? Because, you know, that's what they say. That's the saying.
Yeah.
Feeling blue.
Exactly.
The sky's blue and so they are.
Oh, okay. So Sky Kings are blue like the sky?
But I thought they were yellow. Sky Kings, Onyx.
I don't know.
So is Evos.
But
Maybe they
Sonic,
need to rebrand.
Sonic is blue.
right?
But that's why when I first saw their logo, I was like, why is it yellow? But then apparently Sonic isn't Sonic the Hedgehog. It's kind of like just their thing. It's like electronic sports. Olaraga Electronic, that's their name.
So is Sonic just not the
This is
hedgehog?
Onyx lore, by the way, for you guys back at home.
Yeah, is Sonic not the hedgehog? It's just Sobat Onyx?
Yeah, it's Onyx Brothers.
Yeah, the Onyx Bros. So the more you know, man, what you thought might not be what it is, right? And that's the same thing with the drafts, man. What Onyx thought was going to be the solution there did not work at all in the EXP lane, which begs the question.
In the mid lane.
Oh yeah, exactly. So especially now, are they gonna have so much more pressure, so much more fire on the EXP lane? Because Beck is shy. He's just bringing so much more attention right now.
Okay, just want to let you know, guys, that Sans is currently still 0% out of Sicilian and Yves.
Yikes.
He is 80% out of 5 games with a Yves. Oh, no. Sicilian, 80%, but Yves only 40%. So maybe they need to go back to what works with Sans despite the accolades, but despite the reputation that Sans has.
Alright, we'll have to see, man, because right now, the Lo Yi actually respected by Na'Vi, but the Chushin makes an appearance. And with the current meta, with how they were playing earlier, with all that aggression, the Chushin can be great, but the counters to the Chushin are still available. The Sicilian, the Yves, all these long-range clearing tools can make the Chushin's life quite miserable. The Yves in particular, the slow is also something that kind of allows the Yves to keep the Chushin at bay.
And also, fun fact, this is the first time ever Onyx on blue side has picked Sushin as the first pick. Even on red side as well. It's usually always Harith, Suyo, or Joy. Those 3.
Yeah. Usually they have a template, Suyo, Sicilian, Jawhead. They have finally moved on from that template that now has been read out by a lot of different teams. Na'Vi, though, will be the ones to take out the Joy as they already picked up the Kalea, forcing Onyx to respond with a possible Suyo. There you go.
Okay.
It was completely ignored in game number 1. Something definitely quite new, letting the Suyo go completely. But Dang goes and gets picked up. And honestly, this Jusin, it's good, it's not horrible, but we've seen that it's not as dominant as it was before, right? I mean, previously, before the nerfs, Jusin was just an auto win most of the time. Now, there's still a way to counter it. Sicilian, Yves.
Just really isn't as one-sided as it was before, especially because now people have also kind of figured out that with the Tsushin, right, as long as you win out in damage output, you know, you can be lifting people up, but when your opponents aren't dying and they're getting closer to you, as a Tsushin, you get pretty nervous, man. I played that hero, and you gotta have good damage to back up your crowd control, right? You're a utility hero more than a damage dealer, and now for Na'Vi, they've picked up a hero that can dive all the way in the backline, so Onyx gotta be careful here. They have to respect this and get some reliable crowd control.
And the fact is, this is a different whole hero than a Hilda. The playstyle is gonna be much different. Let's see if BQ Shay can actually play this well after game number 1.
Good stuff though, by the way. Picking up the Phobius and then banning out that lane counter in the Hylos. Hylos has been one of the many ways to actually deal with the Phobius in lane, just because of the DOT, winning out up against the Phobius to rotate faster too.
CC? No? The ban's for Na'Vi.
Final ban right here. If they're really concerned about the Phobius getting locked down, the Vexana is a counter we've always seen time and time again. But recently, I feel like people are trying to counter this hero more so by kind of playing around it, trying to get more damage and kind of burst him down when he's kind of isolated in the backline, instead of trying to find ways to lock him down as that rigid one-dimensional approach. The glue. So they ban out here. Another EXP lane that with a lot of sustain that can kind of be a problem for that Phobius.
I think they want Onyx to pick up CC. They went up against it just earlier in game number 1. It wasn't the best, so they're basically challenging Onyx to go for the same pick in XP.
The thing is, it's Phobius right now. It's a different hero than Hilda.
But it's still Kalea. It's still the lockdown that could present itself.
Okay.
And I think for Na'Vi, they're thinking, even if you go Purify, we'll have the damage to back it up. So you need Vengeance, but you also need Purify. So basically, don't pick CC.
Kind of threatening away that pick for sure. Not for Onyx though. Do they want to go and ban another mid laner?
Farsa?
Yeah, or Sicilian, right? As we were talking about earlier, spammable bad impacts to clear. Aurora, actually. So they're more concerned about the zoning. They want to make sure that they have a clear path towards the backline. But I feel like there's still some heroes can still serve the same purpose that the Aurora does.
Agree with you, especially the Vexana.
Yeah, we've been seeing the combos banned out by Onyx. In game number 1, after seeing the Kalea, they were the ones to ban out the carry. This time they don't think the carry's coming out, so they banned the Aurora. But yeah, 2 odd bans definitely. From game 1 it was carry, game 2 is Aurora. The only reason I can think of for those 2 bans is it does well with the Kalea, right? It's a Cho Aurora situation all over again.
That'll be enough though. They're gonna need a bit more than just an Aurora ban to kind of shut down the Kalea's playmaking potential. Even if Na'Vi goes for more burst damage, it can still be a valid answer. But no, they go for the Valentina right here. I'm guessing they're trying to deny a Lucas pick indirectly. And now if Onyx doesn't pick it, yeah, there's no way that Na'Vi can pick it themselves, but it's a good way to kind of take that Lucas out of the equation.
Okay, so far Valentina for X Magic as the crowd is just going wild right now. 4 picks, only 1 win for X Magic. So we are going to see if it's going to work out here for Coach Do. The last pick for Na'Vi is going to be the gold lane. Some of the options here that hasn't been banned. Can it go for more of a dive in Claude or a carry with a Kalea?
Perfect timing too, as they've just picked up the Gatot Kacha, right? So, I mean, we have been talking about the carry. We don't like to see the carry when there's no combo for the carry. But now that we see a Kalea is right there, I can understand why the Aurora was banned in game 2, why the carry was banned in game 1. They know what Na'Vi were setting up for.
They want an aggressive approach. They want to pick up potential there. And now, even if Onyx want to dive towards that carry and zone her away in the middle of a fight, the Phobius is in the way. And if the Phobius plays defensive, you think that Phobius is annoying aggressively, wait till you face the Phobius defensively, man. He is deceptively annoying to get past.
Game number 2, Na'Vi absolutely pummeled Onyx in game number 1. But this is Onyx we're talking about. They are called Sky Kings for a reason. Can they prove that the moniker is still there for them? Game 2. is beginning.
Will Na'Vi get their first match win in Season 15? That's the big question here as we get into Game 2. Onyx back on the natural Onyx composition.
All right, let's see how this plays out, man. Especially with Onyx respecting the playmaking potential. They're already going in immediately with 2 Purifies on Sans and Severo. Kibo is still rocking that Revitalize. He's trying to match the front line sustain. I think now the front line situation is a bit more balanced at least. But DQ Shy is going to have a lot more pressure in that EXP lane, man. Obvious. And it's a very oppressive laner. Looking at the emblems here, pull yourself together still for Cars. No issue there. Keyboy with the tenacity and the firmness, trying to main as a full-on frontline. Lutpi is the one with the Inspire, so look towards him to try and get the fight started, especially on the right members of Na'Vi.
2 Master Assassins on the cold lane, so we can expect this 2 cold laner to be very aggressive in the early game as Cars goes in.
Harry got level 4 though, Aether was already at CC. Shive walking up as well, Revitalize coming out as well, but Keyboy will be turned down by Shive. Kyrie taken low! A double for Shive. Purify from Sans, Na'Vi with a win early.
What happened there? Level 4 was on Kyrie Aether, still level 3, but it's won by Na'Vi.
The fact that they have the AoE and the healing, remember, it's about 180 EHP, 120 HP plus about 10% of your max HP on that Kalia passive. So Karth was healing everyone in that fight, kind of swinging the tides in favor of Na'Vi, despite the fact that no ultimate was available. Now Onyx, they gotta be a bit more careful. They have to take the 1v1 fights, the small skirmishes, and a full-on like 3v3, 4v4. There's a chance that Na'Vi can take full control.
Okay, 4 Unshy, 4 on X Magic. Now it's a level for Na'Vi. Can they do it this time after the mishap in the 1 game earlier? Whoa, Kyrie.
3-man caught there. Cars able to flick around. PQ Shy with the info pursuit. That's a lockdown with a fist crack on Aether. Taken down. Lupi very low. And again, it's PQ Shy. Shive walking up. Sans, no Purify. Na'Vi winning out the battle once again.
What? This is not what I expected, man. Onyx pulled the trigger, but Na'Vi just responds beautifully.
That's BQ Shy on the case, man. The flicker wave there, knocking up 3 members. That was great setup. And now, Keyboy might get punished for this.
Good disengage. So clean. They got the turtle. That's what they wanted. X Magic had to burn the flicker, but they do not re-engage.
Ladies and gentlemen, Na'Vi Nation, this is Na'Vi. Real Na'Vi that you're watching.
You're just playing it so neat, man. It's just like they know exactly what they require, and this is a replay here by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. Look at that knockup, man. And the fact that Cars got out of it too. Everything is played well for them. And at this point, the Phobias, remember, level 4 Phobias, you're just unkillable, and you do a ton of damage if you're left alone. And that's exactly what happened, man. BQ Shy already on track to have yet another dominating game. And Onyx grouping up together here, trying to find a way to just find opportunities. But Na'Vi is winning in the setup game too, rotation-wise.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Whoa.
Audience prediction.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. This is not something that you see ever in MPL Indonesia. Na'Vi winning it out 55-45 against Onyx.
This is the first time in Season 15, I think, that Na'Vi has won an audience prediction. Correct me if I'm wrong, by the way, but 55-45 against Onyx.
Just goes to show you that game 1 was that convincing.
Oh, wow.
And to go back to the BQ Shy earlier, I don't want to get ahead for myself here, Rashi, but there was like Kirk Dyron level of flicker play, man. Just for that play alone.
I mean, the fact that Onyx were also grouping up, not respecting the potential for that engage to come through. That's something they can't do, man. BQ Shy already has such a convincing look in game number 1. I feel like Onyx really have to start respecting it. The fact that he is one of the more consistent engage or aggressive tool here, aside from Cars. Because technically with Cars, they can kind of still respawn. But when all of you get caught in the middle of a big knockup by BQ Shy there, it'll be a bit more difficult. But look at this, whoa. Instant rotation by Na'Vi.
Aether is 2 levels down, by the way, on Kyrie. So it's a bad fight to take if it's just a pure retry battle. Navi so confident. Aether getting full stacks. No one trying beat just yes. Biki Shai walks up on Sans. Lupi! Flips back coming down as well. Shive! Who wins it out? SOD coming down as Aether looks for the stack but won't be able to find it. Cars will flicker out now as Biki Shai gets pinned down but goes back here with Demonic Force. And in for the pursuit that locks him down. Shive looking for the last kill. Lupi getting away. Turtle for 2.
Oh, that looks pretty decent for Navi, but unfortunately Onyx just capitalized on the fact that they were grouping up in front of Lutpi.
Yeah, they allow Lutpi to try and get that engage. So it's a matter of who actually engages first. On top of that, Shive tried his best to kind of equalize right there, but the fact that he doesn't really do a lot of big AoE damage in a fight kind of limits the approach that Navi has. Shive can definitely melt someone down right now, but in a big team fight like that, with so many members participating, maybe the fight will really start favoring Savero.
Gotta wait for the items for Shive to be able to burst down this frontliner, because I think that's what happened earlier. Just the damage fell short for Shive and the range as well. Cars didn't go for that one.
Sans has purified Shive! Caught in the Lantern Flare! Kyrie gets that killing spree, walks back up and gets a double. Sans with the Crimson Beacon, BQ Shy forced to jump in. Spear of Misery, back Kai is on a triple kill.
Oh baby, it's a triple for Kai! And now Onyx is 2.3k gold lead up front against Navi. How the turntables?
Now the situation's falling apart for Navi here. They wanted to have that early game control. They wanted to use the Phobias, but due to unfortunate circumstances, Biki Shai now falling behind. Lutpi is the one that looks shaky in game number 1, but in game number 2, with the teamfight hero that he wasn't really all that known for, he's making great engages on his Padang.
Aether is 0-3-4. This is mostly has to do with the fact that Lutfi is there to always intercept him when he's trying to make an engage. He's not having a good time with the Joy right now.
He's not farming well either, by the way. Lutfi actually has more gold than he does at the current time.
Yikes.
So, man, Onyx are going to try and push this advantage even more. They have the Sushin. They can be bullying like this.
Aether getting the full stack, so let's find Beats coming down as well. That's Lutfi taken now. Keyboy will fall as well. Sans walking down to SOD, still ready. Sans bursted, forced to use the Crimson Beacon. And you can see the firepower of Navi when Shive gets the necessary setup.
This might be a eureka moment for Navi. This is the formula. Get the guy without the Purify. The Badang is there for you to burst, and you have a carry. And it worked.
All things considered, the Onyx were able to get the turtle. But again, at what cost? They were sacrificing members one by one, funneling them right into Shive's DPS. With that fight, he's actually secured that golden staff. Not at the Proximate Trinity yet, but he's pretty close. And Navi has kind of gotten control over the map back for now. The gold lead still is in the hands of Onyx, but they gotta be careful on how they want to engage. They had a good blueprint on how to win fights earlier. They gotta stick to it, man.
They play for Shive, man.
Yeah. It's either the top turret here, also the bottom turret, Savero. Does he want to go for more? The answer is going to be... He's still weighing on it. He goes for it.
Yeah, he was trying to be careful, just in case someone was waiting to try and punish him right there.
Okay.
So far, yeah, Onyx has a chance to use that macro pressure to try and equalize when it comes to control. Navi, though, they're getting scarier and scarier because, again, there's Purifies in the hands of Sans and Savero, but all things considered, the person that Cars is targeting is usually the frontliners that don't have the Purify.
Shive is up about 1k gold lead just now against Savero that's hasn't died once. 0-0-5, but 4 kills for Shive. So this bodes well for Navi.
There they go, it's an all-in again. This time on a Keyboy. Locked CC, Expansion to get up the kill. The first track will be able to lock him down. SOD! Savero coming down with his into electrifying beats. Kyrie and Savero wreaking havoc. And that will be another as BQ's Jai gets cut down by Kyrie.
That is Onyx for you. This is the Onyx that we're used to seeing. Only one guy left for Navi, and the Holy Shield is gonna be popping off for Onyx. This has been a productive time for the Porcupines.
Flicker for Savero. What is he sitting on? So much damage.
Savero right now with the Marksman Trinity completed, by the way. He's going to be outputting way too much DPS for Navi to stand in front of him. But it was so unfortunate. They had the right blueprint to win as well, and Onyx finally adjusted. One too many times they fought one, funneling one member only of Aether. Whoa!
Brave. Nah, that's not brave. That's reckless. I'm sorry to say this.
A thin line for sure right there. Navi, again, they want to have that controlled fight, and they're allowing Onyx, they're allowing Lutpi to find those big engages, and Severo. We talked about this man's Moskov. He's doing a great job doing extra damage onto Shive with the Spear of Destruction, but also following it up, ensuring that that marksman duel in damage output is won by the Moskov time and time again. Now with the Lord in the picture, it's gonna be too many questions for Navi to deal with reliably, right? Onyx can kind of force the issue and kind of force them to react to too many things at the same time.
Not the greatest wave play for Navi, but here they come. The Porcupines is striking.
Lord in the mid lane with a big charge down. Shive trying to deal with it. Another wave up top. Magic defense already going to be propped in as Aether is able to walk back still. 3 levels down on the Suyo. Up against the Suyo. Lord cleared in the mid lane. Another wave in the bottom lane. Holy defense not ready. It was already procced earlier by Onyx. They will deal with the waves here. And Onyx will just hover.
What was only 2k gold lead after Navi won the fight earlier, now ballooned to a 6.8, possibly more after this. This is really bad for Navi right now, overall. And now, they have a Moskov, they have the long lane plays here. But Aether once again, come on, man.
Gee.
Don't play with Onyx like that.
I mean, he's getting desperate for farm. Again, he is just struggling in the farm department. He had a Holy Crystal and it looked good, but that's only his second item. He's sitting on a Starlium and a Holy Crystal. On the other side, just for comparison, Kyrie has a Hunter Strike, a War Axe, a Blade of Despair, and a Malefic Roar. Alright, Kyrie's beating him by 2 items.
That's just not the way to go for Aether right now. And you normally see even, at least in 1v1s, Joy, he's gotta be having a better time against a Suyo, and now it's the whole different script. 7-1-3 for Kai as Aether actually tried his luck once again, and Kyrie still getting that one.
Here's a big question, man. Is it Geekable? Navi seems to be going for that hold angle, but they have a Valentina. They have a Phoveus. Later on, maybe Aether can scale up really well with the items on the Joy, but really, they're only relying on Shive being able to melt someone down and stay alive. That's the big problem here. He can melt someone down, but can he stay alive after?
Boom! Aether jumping in. Oh, forcing a fist crack coming out. Aether taken out. No engage now. PQ Shy caught on the top spot as Sans walks with the Crimson Beacon. Needs one more Lantern Flare. PQ Shy falls as well. Cut down by Kyrie.
I don't know if that was a bait or he's just trying to give his life to Onyx. Seriously, it's 3 times by now. What? Why?
He's just not respecting it. And again, it might be desperation. It might be overestimation of his mobility, but Onyx, they've seen it too many times. They're already prepared to punish it almost immediately here. Now without 2 members, Onyx are gonna find a window to try and take out this turret.
Free Lord, Kyrie soloing the Lord. And I agree with you, Sheffin. That was an odd initiation or opening from Aether.
058 is a KDA that you normally see on a roamer, on an XP laner. Someone that initiate. Are you initiating with a Choi? Is that the plan here?
It seems like he was trying to. Right now, Saveras has full items, by the way. Malefic Gun and Wind of Nature. Let's see if Navi can defend.
Very difficult to defend right now. The piercing damage over to Shive. You can see from Severo now. Aether taken very low. Fist crack from Lutpi. Even with the help of Cars, it is not enough. An equalizer from Onyx to take it all the way to a Game 3.
They're not letting them get their first win of the season. That was a 10k gold lead. By the time the match ends, it's equal. It's level now for the Porcupines.
Oh boy. We have a game on our hands right here, and now the going gets tough. Now the situation gets intense. Navi gunning for their first win. Onyx unwilling to surrender a defeat to Navi, the team that is standing at 9th place at the bottom of the standings.
That Joy is a super high skill ceiling hero, man. And even game 1, Kyrie struggled on the Joy. So it's an interesting move that Navi went for the Joy. Especially after this, I don't think we'll be seeing too much of Aether on Joy.
Might be, man. Maybe he has to stick more to the Hayabusa where it really worked. We've seen it worked. And right now, the Joy is just, he's not enjoying His time here, 0-6 or 0-5 on damage. 0-6 as an assassin that farms off kills. As an assassin that can die freely in the backline.
Yeah,
this is not supposed to happen.
That situation does not bring joy, if you know what I mean. Man, it might as well be called grief at this point, because that was tough, man. Again, he was just down levels. He was down 2 items. The fact that Na'Vi were able to find some kind of advantage, and then they lost it all. And the fact that the gold, I don't know where the gold was. The bulk of it is in the hands of Shive, I believe. Because even when they had the gold advantage, Aether was still so far behind. Remember, there was that one moment where he was trying to get this orange buff, and he left it to group up with the neutral objective. I'm all for a good setup, but that seems a bit forced, my guy.
And I don't know if you guys can agree with me here. Don't you think that the frontliners of Na'Vi is actually doing a pretty good job?
Yeah.
So is it just all Aether, or like, what do you think?
I think that game we could definitely point our fingers to Aether. He was having a pretty bad game on the Joy. 0, 5, and 8. You mentioned it. That's a stat we should be seeing on Cars, not Aether, right? That should be something we're seeing on BQ Shy. The thing is, it's not like the Joy was struggling in the early game. It was a winning early game. They got the first fight. It's a double on Shive. Yes, granted, Mr. Man did get punished, but they got the turtle. They got everything they needed. So he really should. He had all of the ways to actually do better. He had all the resources to do better.
And all the factors there going for him, and he wasn't able to utilize it all that well. And the fact that they kind of repeated the same mistake, I mean, 2 times they had the advantage, they had the pressure, they knew, they go for the fight, and yet they still allowed Onyx to find ways to punish Shive there. I feel like if they were very aware of that win condition, the fact that they needed desperately Shive to survive, because he is literally one of the only damage dealers if you discount Aether, right? The fact that he was the only damage dealer and they allowed him to get picked off and they were forced to go into that fight and just give up kills, that happened more than once. And against Onyx, once is bad enough. Twice, yikes, that's what happens.
You know what I also noticed as well?
What?
X-Magic, so far in that game, always picked the Crimson Beacon. Do you think, as a mid laner yourself, Rashi, was the wise choice? Knowing that Savero is always there in the back line, you might want to go for Avatar of Guardian to get there, or...
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I think the AOG can be a great tool right here, especially if you can read into the intentions of Onyx. Because again and again, it's always the backline, and look at that synergy, dude. The engage by Lutpi and the follow-up by Savero, and the rest of the team is jumping on that prior target. And it doesn't matter if they give up kills for it. The moment Shive falls, the fight is a done deal for Onyx.
We got our MVP here for sure. It's going to be Kyrie. Yes, on the Suyo. 8-1 and 5. Well played, Mr. Kai. Well played. But I think for the Valentina, as you raised the question, it was picked more of a deny pick. It was picked as a way to ban out these big ultimate heroes from Keyboy, because I think the Tigreal would have been the choice for Keyboy in this game. So many angles of attack for the Tigreal. Again, that's a Phobius, Joy, and Kalea. It's like it's a great Tigreal game. So it's more of like a, here, we pick Valentina, you can no longer go Tig. And then they went for Godthought, so there was no good ults to take.
Again, I still feel like playing it defensively could have been the option. Look at this, Shive. Again, way to kind of set up, zoned out in the backline. They require him to output the damage. Part of why the members of Onyx survived for so long right there is that Shive wasn't allowed to actually be active in that fight. And the moment Onyx find an opportunity, a small window to jump on Shive, they will take it 10 out of 10 times there. They understand their win conditions and the importance of locating him in the fight.
And I think he needed Purify too, by the way, right? I mean, the many times that we did see Na'Vi win was when Shive was free hitting, but again here you can see the CC lockdown from Lutpi. Look at this, boom. Then Shive just gets CC'd and dies. Yep. Purify would have been the better choice for me.
And maybe, I understand that Warrior Boots is important when you're laning, but against a Badang, against this much CCs coming at you, maybe a Tough Boots would have been a better choice to swap out in the mid game, considering that you don't have a Purify and only a Flicker.
I agree.
Definitely underestimating the aggressive potential of Onyx there. And it's not just Shive, it's the rest of the team as well. You see them kind of testing the waters a bit too much, stepping over the line. Just a little bit too much there, and Onyx will not let that slide.
Gotta take a look at the whole stats here and what happened. Earlier it was like 10:33, now 30 minutes and 49 seconds. So it is a standard game for Onyx. Not a standard in the gold lead though. That was 10K, 10.5K gold lead for Onyx. That was like prime Onyx material right there.
They definitely made the game seem one-sided there. And you just kind of feel bad for Yeki Shai as well, because he was doing great in the early game. Remember, it was looking so good because they had all that engaged potential, and he was still tanky enough to withstand for the majority of the damage. So Onyx is forced to respect the moment that Becky Shai moves up towards them. But as time goes on, as Moskov, as Severo gets more items, as Kyrie gets more items, slowly but surely Becky Shai just becomes so squishy, they were able to delete him immediately.
This is why I was talking about the Lucas, man. You know, it's not too... They picked up the Phobias in this game. I thought it was going to be kind of like... I saw the angle of a Lucas, but then they picked the Joy very early, right? But for me, maybe they could have gone Kalea Phobias. If they didn't want to pick up Suyo, they could have just baited Onyx to go Suyo, right? And then go Lucas. Why I say Lucas is because Lucas is so easy to execute.
Yeah.
And Aether has played it twice and has won in the early game twice on it too. It wouldn't be too strange, especially considering, again, you have Shive, having someone that can go through the CC of the Badang, the fist cracks of Onyx will be, I think, a way for Na'Vi to come back in Game 3. If they read into it in that angle, I think we're going to see a very interesting Game 3. Because Tsuyo is a problem, but it's not a problem that I think now has to be dealt with by just the ban. You can still beat it with a Lucas. Mobile Masters, Tsuyo Lucas gameplay, matchup, 90% win rate for the Lucas.
Wow.
Naruto is better than Sasuke.
Naruto! Sasuke!
Tarno is stronger than Kakuse,
Yes,
for
sir.
sure.
What?
Tarno. That's the Indonesian Naruto right
Oh.
there. Tarno.
And Kakuse, yeah.
Kakuse does not make sense.
And Kakuse, I agree.
Well, anyhow, definitely a adjustment required for Na'Vi here, and I would like to have for them to have more than one game plan. Because again, they surprised Onyx in game number 1, but so far their approaches has been kind of generic. There's one win condition for them, and the moment Onyx are able to adjust to it, even in game number 1, you saw glimpses of Onyx trying to find something. It was kind of a bit too late, but now that they have kind of read into Na'Vi's intentions, especially from the drafting phase, if it's that obvious when you have a carry, you know that that carry is gonna do the heavy lifting damage-wise. I feel like they need more angles of approach right there, because Onyx can kind of make the game difficult for Na'Vi to kind of do what they want to do.
So what's going to be the change here coming into game number 3 for Na'Vi especially, because is it going to be, again, we've talked about the skill ceiling all the time, just give a high skill floor for Aether? Is that how it is, the whole thing?
I think it'll definitely be easier, because again, the way that Na'Vi was playing, it was not... They weren't playing for the joy. Usually when you have a joy, you want to be playing for the joy, as in you want to have the joy farm up, look for trades on the map, and then later on be a threat. But they played the joy like it was a Lucas. Again, someone that wants to just go for objectives. Arashi already pointed this out. During the orange buff take, he left it for the neutral. That's a Lucas thing. That's not a Joy thing. Joy would want to just stay there and farm up, maybe invade the enemy jungle, over going for these objectives like that.
I was saying like, oh, this is kind of like an improvement in a way.
Yeah.
Before, like, you know what I'm talking about, Boshi Paul.
Yeah, yeah. But he was on Alpha, so that one at least is like, all right, you leave the orange buff.
I was like,
oh, makes more sense.
Yeah.
Right? But the Joy, it's like, no, you wanna... I don't know. They were forcing these neutral objective fights like they had a Lucas instead of a Joy.
Not to mention that Aether was also kind of playing weirdly aggressive. I think Shepard was highlighting it. Is he trying to engage in the Lucas? Because again and again, he was on Lucas, on the Joy.
He was playing the Joy like a Lucas even in that final fight. He just went in.
He was moving in the front, and he was the one scouting as well.
There you go.
And that might be because of the limited mobility, right? For Na'Vi, if they send BQ Shy to the front there, he's gonna get caught, right? He has no way to escape, so they're forced to use the Joy as a scouting tool. The Kalea, you know, kind of one-sided. Once you kind of use some abilities, you're stuck there. So they're using Joy as the mobility tool as well. It's just not ideal. So the game plan in the beginning as well is already a bit sketchy.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Na'Vi. But yeah, it's that's what happened in game number 2. Let's see if it's gonna pan out, or like Onyx can actually get it done in game number 3, or Na'Vi can finally get the first W of the season, because They're waiting, man. Navi Nation is waiting. Alright, we got something they want to show you with our host, Bude, Clara, Mozart. It's your time. BCM.
Navi, dan Budi bersama dengan Navi Nation. Membuka minggu yang keempat, Navi Nation makin rame, makin heboh ya. Di sini Budi bersama dengan Mas Ji. Halo Mas Ji.
Halo Bude.
Gimana nih semangat dari Navi Nation untuk menyingsing minggu baru, awal baru mungkin untuk Navi?
Gimana ya, perasaannya seneng lah akhirnya kita ketemu lagi setelah libur Idul Fitri.
3 minggu berpisah, lalu harapan baru pasti datang dong. Apakah ini secerca harapan yang kalian bawa nih, yang baru nih, melambangkan adanya cahaya baru untuk Navi nih?
Ya kuning itu mungkin sesuai ini aja sih, tagline-nya Born to Win.
Born to Win, ini tapi belum win match nih, baru win game. Gimana ya? Bagaimana nih pandangannya?
Semoga sih nanti ini mungkin match ini mungkin rezeki kita kali ya bisa menang. Semoga.
Ini lagi kalem banget ya kayak Mas Ji ya. Mode kalem, kenapa Mas Ji mode kalem nih? Biasa kayaknya season-season lalu heboh.
Mode rendah hati aja.
Rendah hati karena apa nih Mas Ji?
Karena belum menang kali ya.
Karena posisi dan belum menang ya, nggak apa-apa. Mungkin nanti semangat Mas Ji juga akan muncul bersamaan dengan kemenangan. Berharap ini bakal menang. Tapi ada pergerakan, ada satu player baru yang hadir. Apa nih respon kalian ngeliat tadi? Ada Becky yang muncul.
Awalnya kaget sih, tiba-tiba Becky itu naik ya ke MPL. Dan kayak itu keputusan yang tepat mungkin untuk menaikkan seorang Becky ke MPL ya. Dilihat dari performa di game pertama itu cukup bagus, mendapat MVP.
Kalau Kars pindah ini role-nya?
Itu juga baru tahu juga sih, tiba-tiba Kars pindah role.
Kaget semua dong.
Iya.
Tapi kita mau ngagetin nih ya. Kalau di sini Navi Nation udah rame-rame, udah bawa lampu, udah seru-seruan. Kasih sesuatu yang spesial dong. Pantun.
Ada nih pantun.
Coba. Bareng-bareng cakep ya kita ya.
Ada benang di rumah Kiki.
Cakep.
Yakin menang karena ada Prince Becky.
Dan inilah dia keseruan dari Navi Nation. Gimana halnya dengan Sonic dan Eterna? Mungkin ada pantun di sana?
Thank you Bude, di sini Eterna bersama para Sonic dan kita nggak mau kalah ya. Kita nggak mau kalah, kita juga mau pantun nih. Mau duluan?
Oke.
Ya.
Mana nih? Udah belum nih? Kita
Udah
Oke.
siap nih.
Kepala pening, obat solusinya.
Cakep.
Warna boleh sama-sama kuning, tapi menang kita yang punya.
Oke. Oh itu rhyme ya?
Kan dong.
Oh rhyme ya? Berarti aku yang agak lola dikit ya. Nggak, keren. Nah kan tadi Budi udah sempat nanya-nanya nih ke para Navi Nation. Nah kita juga penasaran, menurut kamu gimana nih Onyx? Satu-satu yang pertama lumayan one-sided untuk Navi, tapi Onyx bisa balikin lagi. Kira-kira mereka bisa menang gak nih series ini?
Harusnya sih bisa menang ya. Soalnya kan ada Lutfi juga nih. Sama-sama nih experience-nya baru main juga kan.
Iya.
Sebagai adu lah, maksudnya kekuatannya.
Adu kekuatan ya.
Betul.
Berarti bisa nih Onyx
Harus
nih.
bisa.
Harus bisa, oke aku suka. Nah kalau misalkan coaching staff, tiba-tiba Adi udah nggak solo coach lagi nih. Tiba-tiba kedatangan sosok baru bernama Grit. Menurut kamu gimana nih permainan dari Grit di coach bersama Adi?
Semoga Coach Grit nih bisa bawa Onyx naik ke klasemen atas. Soalnya kan dia mirip karakter dari film Up, Russell kan. Up tuh, kita harus naik juga tuh. Nah itu dia.
Iya mirip ya. Bukan aku yang ngomong ya Grit ya dia ya. Bukan internal. Oke, mungkin ada 1-2 kata mungkin untuk para Onyx yang lagi berjuang sekarang untuk memenangkan match ini.
Semangat terus. Apapun yang terjadi, Sonic tetap ada buat kalian.
Oh. Itu banget. Gemas. Kita mau chant. Kita mau semangatin Onyx.
Boleh.
Gimana? Chant yang mana nih?
Let's go Onyx, let's go. Let's go Onyx, let's go. Let's go Onyx, let's go. Let's go Onyx, let's go.
Oke, itu dia ladies and gentlemen dari para Sonic. Jadi semangat untuk Sonic untuk match berikutnya. Jadi kita akan langsung lempar ke para casters. Casters, silakan.
Man, as cool as Navi Nation has been in this game, I kind of miss the Audi TZ energy.
The Audi TZ energy? Me
Yeah.
too, I agree. Audi, where are you? I actually know where he is. He's playing with Just No Limit now.
Oh!
I mean, he's
So-
always been an oddity.
What?
Oddities has always been an oddity after all.
That's the worst pun I've ever heard in my life. But yeah, what's not worse though?
Relax,
What's
bro.
the best one though?
Should we update our
Is-
predictions?
Well, I think it's still gonna be Onyx.
Okay.
To be honest.
I thought we were gonna use this again, but you just said on, so never mind. Never mind.
I'm sorry for killing the bit.
You killed the mood. I am not gonna have a good day now.
It was a good day.
I have a solution for you.
What? Oh! Well,
It's good day, fantastic mochaccino. So your day will be fantastic.
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 Hey, Patty
It's the best
Pimblett-
coffee in the world.
Patty Pimblett just won his UFC fight, so we can do a little bit of scout. Fantastic.
I actually know who that is, by the way.
Yeah.
Even though I don't watch UFC, but this is what I drink every day. Good day, RTD coffee is ready
Yo.
to drink 3-in-1 bottled coffee with a variety of delicious flavors. My favorite is the Afakaduffy.
Okay, you know what? I'm a cookie guy. I'm a cookie person, right? We've been talking about this, but this is good.
Yeah,
Fantastic mocha Wow. Here, one for you too.
for sure. I'm not gonna choke this time. Don't worry.
Dude, it's actually pretty good. So maybe I might be converting over to Fantastic Mochaccino. You guys can find what kind of person you are by tasting any one of these. Again, he's an avocado person. That's avocado. We just say it in a fun way. You can be fantastic, or you can be cookie person. You can be a cookie person. I forgot the other one.
It's dripping, bro.
I'm quick.
Shevin, did you just chug?
Hey,
Good day?
It's called
You're
fantastic
gonna have a
for
good
reason.
week now. That's a little bit too
Yeah.
much, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna be ready for the.
I'm taking my time, dude. You just went for it.
How are you gonna have space in your belly for sucro?
You're right. You know what? I still have it actually.
That's a bad decision right there,
No.
man. Because you need to have a little bit of space to snack with sucro. Gamers, the good gamers snack with sucro.
I love sucro.
Which one?
The original one, without the flavors and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Original is usually better.
For me, I like the Kribo one because it's
Yeah, I was
fun.
about to say.
What even is Kribo? I think will be what a lot of people say and ask, right? It's like, what kind of flavor is Kribo?
What
I
it
don't
is?
know.
It's a bit
You just have to
avant-garde.
try it.
Huh?
It's a bit avant-garde for sure.
You just have to try it. That's why. You just gotta go
Interesting
and
term to
gotcha
use.
it, brother.
Yeah.
You can't describe it.
You can describe it.
You can't.
Oh, it's like multiple flavors at once?
It's like a mystery flavor.
What's mystery is who's gonna win game number 3?
Okay, that is.
You know what? We're gonna just, because you guys haven't said what's your updated prediction for game number 3.
Okay.
We're gonna put up in a count of 3.
Okay.
Put one of these. 3, 2, 1.
Oh!
Wow.
Okay.
Kevin, get with the program, dude.
Remember what I said in the beginning. Navi will go. Where's the
Sapu?
No, we'll
No.
go right here, and then Onyx will say
No.
no. Oh, I didn't. No, we're back to Adi. All right, Adi. He's laughing. He's having a blast. We'll see. Maybe the camera swapped off cam for us because they wanted Navi to show us what they got.
Oh.
Wait,
That was what
that's
you
Washer
got.
Paul. That's Washer Paul, baby.
Oh, what?
Oh, man.
Wait
Well-
a minute.
It's not like
We were hyping him up in game number 1.
XBTR, by the way, Washer Paul. If there's a man you want to give Lucas to, I think it should be Washer Paul. I'm just trying to.
Why? Because Paul and Lucas are buddies?
What? Paul and Lucas?
Is it just because Paul, Lucas, Western sounding names?
Well,
No?
are you
No.
American?
Got you. What?
Are you American?
No.
Arashi, that's 0 out of 2 on the puns, man. Oddity and then
That's not a pun.
on the jokes.
Yeah, it's like a southern name.
A southern name.
What?
Well, you said
I don't
southern
think
names,
Lucas
right?
is a southern name. No, you
No?
just said American.
What you said earlier?
That's 0.
Western. I said
Oh,
Western.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
see, hey, Chefin,
I'm
what do you
like-
think about this? I mean,
what?
technically, he's more Chinese than Western. It's Washa Paul. That's I am Paul in Mandarin.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yes,
that's
yes.
Washa is I am.
Yes.
And Paul. So Washa Mirko. Nisha Sheffin.
Nice chefin.
Huh?
Huh?
It's nice chefin. It's
No.
not niche.
What?
Wait, he's trying to like. That's 0 out of 1. I'll just.
I don't even understand it. What's going on?
Yeah, that's very stupid, you know. But
We're
what's-
back on second pick.
Yeah, this is okay. I cannot preach that to the stupid, but yeah, second pick. They don't have to say. Don't have a say on which pick they are gonna be. So Onyx, they are by statistics on the back foot.
So by statistics, me and Arashi are correct.
You know what? I'm gonna update to Navi.
Oh, you can't do
What
that.
the heck?
Hey, I forgot.
You knew.
I forgot.
You knew. Now
Yeah,
we were gonna
okay,
go blue side.
Okay, okay,
But
okay.
I didn't know Washa Paul was gonna be playing. I thought it was gonna be Aether again.
So you're gonna update? Where I'll update?
No, no updates. I'm sticking to my first prediction, 2-0 Onyx.
You gotta stick to your guns, Kevin.
Okay, 2-0 Onyx.
You can't keep morphing like that. You end up being a Power Ranger.
That's
That
at
one's
least
better.
4.
That's like now
At
you're
least 4.
sitting at 0.5 out of 3.
All right, I'll take it.
See, as LaFell says, you gotta go with a lot of zeros before you hit the banger.
Ooh.
And maybe that's what Navi are doing right now.
All right.
They have a lot of zeros in their win totals. Now look at the bands here. Coach Ari definitely respected the Hilda potential from BQ Shy. And Coach Do still sticking to his guns with the Harith and Luoyi permaban so far in this series.
Hey, you do get concerned about how it's gonna go, though. We'll have to wait and see, man.
Was that a pun too?
There was absolutely a pun.
Okay.
But the Hilda and the Fanny.
Wow.
All right, so that won't be allowed. I think the Hilda really left a big impression here. But Navi themselves betting with the Phobius. What's the idea here? Now now Granger's open, Suyo's open. I think Navi have a lot of potential.
Harith is banned out, so Navi might be looking at a Granger first pick here if it's not banned out by... Oh wait, they have to ban Mathilda Onyx. Oh,
Ooh.
they're gonna have to leave a big hero up for grabs here, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it's not like Granger is the absolute end-all pick here for
But it is Shibe.
Navi. Well, it's not Kellera.
I mean, that's true, that's true. It's not Kelra.
But I mean, that you can say that about a lot of people, man.
yeah, I mean, Onyx don't have Kelra, they got Savero. Onyx PH have Kelra.
Like, exactly. No team in Indonesia have Kelra, technically speaking.
Oh! Not even Mathilda.
Wow. This has to be Mathilda, and then they channel through Lucas as they force Onyx to go Suyo, right?
I mean, they can even go Alpha again if they want to.
They can. Washa Paul, this time with the help of a Mathilda. Wait, he already had a Mathilda last time too, but it was Hanafi. It wasn't Cars on Mathilda. Hey, wait, that's not Mathilda.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh, SpaghettiOs.
Already the plans were laid out. Already in shambles. Will Onyx pick up the Mathilda along with a great combo here?
Mathilda Suyo? I mean, it's a good dive against a Sushin.
Okay, maybe not Mathilda Suyo though.
The immortal one chose me to vanquish the shadow.
Granger. All right, they go Granger Suyo.
That's like the best DPS that you could have in this. All the hero pools that you have.
But remember, Shepard said it's not Kelra. That ain't Kelra right there. That's Savero. Oh, they still go for... All right, so they have no plans to go for Lucas or Mathilda. All right.
Interesting.
They're back on the Hayabusa, but game 1 Hayabusa was not Washa Paul, that was Aether.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. Now we have a direct comparison. That's definitely interesting.
I believe Hayabusa is also Washi Paul's signature? If I'm not mistaken, right? You can correct me on that in MDL.
He did have like the highest kills in MDL, so Assassins is usually what we see him on. So the fact that Onyx have respected the Joy it's kind of crazy, yo. Onyx though, last pick here in the first phase, but Dang again sticking to that initiator.
No love at all for Mathilda.
Let's wait and see. I mean, for Navi, technically they can still go for Mathilda if they want the Kalea to go EXP, but looking at the composition, it's not looking all too solid for a Mathilda to show up. So I really don't think it will pop up this game, but we'll see. Onyx with 2 more bans to go here. They might really want to try and ban out the goal laner, right? They can ban the Irithel, try and narrow down the matchups for the Granger. Ban away the Moskov as well if they're concerned about the macro plays. For Navi, most likely on paper it should be the mid laners for the Chushin matchups, but Gato Kacha, what?
What is right? I thought they were gonna just secure the gold lane matchup as you said, Arashi.
It's not it. Even for Navi, Jawhead right now. They want to avoid Onyx getting the Jawhead Suyo combo, especially with the Granger. That's a lot of damage, my guy. And they don't want to allow Onyx to get the prio. Which side is yelling right now? I can't hear anything.
And I believe Chad also hears the scream as well.
Arashi, I'm trying my best to understand what you're saying right now. I'm very sorry. I just can't hear you over the crowd. The Navi Nation are going crazy, but last time they did this, it was a win for Navi. It was game 1. Maybe they need this morale support from the crowd. Hylos banned out too by Onyx.
They just do not care at all about the Irithel. This is very, very surprising. Do they just trust Safero that much against an Irithel, or what's the plan here? Do they have a catch for Irithel if it actually gonna be picked?
The thing with Irithel is there's no real hard counter technically, right? It's only like matchups that are kind of like better evened out. There's nothing that can really shut down the Irithel completely. So we'll have to see. Still the Faramis, that's the second time it's banned. First time was in game number 1. Seems like they just want to try and get their hands on Sans, right? He was forced with the Selena in game number 1. No Netherrealm, but it's going to be Cecilia now for game number 3.
Okay, a lot of rage to work with Coach Iris' composition, and this is the very known infinitely scaling combo in the backline here for Sicilian and Granger at the same time. So it's a time bomb for Navi.
But they ran away the Gatot and the Hylos, so if you look at it, they have a Badang, that's great. Is that going to be enough to be the main front line? Not a lot of other tankier options are still left open right here if they really want to try and force Navi into a proper front to back.
Well, they still have a Cho in their hand. Slot the Badang onto the XP lane. Against a Zushin, it's a good matchup. Yeah. Cho?
Well, see, the Cho is utility, but
never mind. Never mind.
I didn't think it was gonna work. The Cho, I feel like it's a bit too squishy still. It's elusive, but it can't take damage. But immediately Navi pick it up.
Wait a minute, who's gonna be playing Cho?
What?
Who's gonna be playing Cho?
That should be Cars. It should be a Kalea XP.
I believe so too.
Unless BQ Shy comes out and shocks Onyx.
I actually
hold up, that's a glue for Onyx.
I actually think it's gonna be okay. BQ Shy is gonna be on the Kalea. I thought Cars, you might want to play it a bit safely because this is a high skill ceiling hero, as you mentioned earlier. Now it's a challenge for both of these teams to secure this game number 3. Who you got, Arashi, from the draft?
I feel like it's somewhat even, but considering that Navi have the more aggressive tools, and they've shown them to be able to use those tools, I'm gonna give it to Navi, but very, very slightly.
And the lineup rating heavily favors Navi as well, Arashi, so
interesting.
Counter index 1.5 and lineup rating, the difference is 1.1. As we barely can hear each other here in MPL Arena. If you're not here, you're missing out for the battle of the yellows in Navi and Onyx. It's game number 3, do or die.
It might be their first win for Navi. The Navi Nation certainly thinks so. You can hear them roaring in the arena. Let's see if Onyx can stop them in their tracks from getting that first juicy win.
Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't know, the Navi side is across from us. It's on the Indonesian caster side, and we are still getting overwhelmed with the volume, man. The spirits are absolutely high. Cars is the one on that Cho. We'll have to see if his killer instincts are gonna show right here. Already a bit of a control fight in the mid lane. In theory, the Cho and the Chushin should have the control there. But looking at the emblems, it's all about speed, man. The agilities. But look at Cars.
Sanguine Claws knocking him down too. That's a Shunpu and Borsha Paul. Used that earlier, that space given to take the lethal.
Well, hang on a second. Pull yourself together for Sans, but oh, look at this.
Chain CC, BQ Shy taking out. Borsha Paul still caught there, has the quad shadow. Will be able to escape, but Onyx take control of Navi's jungle.
BQ Shy being aggressive, now punished for his efforts. Look at this Savero. Whoa, 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 whoa.
The 1v1 around the minion. Savero, the tough spot. Oh, shot down again. Savero losing onto that trade.
That was very brave from Savero, especially when he does not have the flicker. He's opted to go for a Purify here, but Washi Ball smells the blood.
Needs to go and land the Quad Shadow. Uh-oh, Quad Shadow didn't land. Savero, it's right there. Shadow kill! Shive gets the kill.
Too close for comfort there for Shive. Onyx looking for something to trade back. Looking at the predictions once more, it swung on the opposite side. Now it's 55% for Onyx.
It's the exact same number, but will the result be the exact same two here in this game number 3? BQ Shy and also X Magic is barely almost hitting level 4 as Cars. Already being very aggressive here, but Kyrie still has the retry as well.
Look at the movement here. Navi already on the turtle, it seems, but little Cars.
Flicker burnt, Sanguine Claw's not landing. Masanzi's gonna go for the chase. Shunpu from Cars to escape. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Worship Paul's on the turtle. What the hell, BQ Shy? Should be a retry win. Worship Paul takes it. BQ Shy stunned him and the blade surges. Keyboy gets the kill, but that's now 2 kills for Keyboy.
That's Washer Paul with the happy feed, or happy shadows technically. He's gonna try and get this orange, but it might be too difficult. Cars wants to try and do something.
Not level 4 just yet there. Retribution from Kai to take away the orange. Lutpi, split. Now a disengage from Onyx, but they take control again of Navi's jungle.
Yeah, for sure, it's a W for Onyx after they lose out in the total. But there was a retaliation on the kill still, plus the red buff for Kai. And now looking at the item or in-game equipment by Dunia Games, what do you see here, Rashi, that stands out?
Well, none of the big power spike items are available just yet, but Lutfi has a Dreadnought armor, so in the early game at least, he's going to be taking a lot of ability damage, especially with Worship Paul, so he's going to cover his bases that way, because Shibe won't be anywhere close to him just yet. But from that though, I think it's still pretty much even, a 1k gold lead for Onyx, but we've seen that sway, we've seen more than that sway within one fight. So I think it comes down to how well they can use their composition, and Navi have to try and use this Chushin, right, that first pick Chushin, to get these really good chase pickoffs almost, because otherwise Onyx will be able to get bigger AoE combos if Navi kind of like misplayed their hand.
Yeah, especially Cars, because we can say that this Cho is a bit of unproven hero for Cars. He hasn't played it in the XP lane, I believe, so far in this season also, so there's gotta be, you know, he has to prove himself first. This feels like, I don't know, man, kind of like Beloyski vibe. I feel like he can pull off a good macro play, but I don't know if the micro gonna back it up.
Well, I guess we'll just have to see. I have a bit of faith on Cars, you know, on these mechanical picks. He has been amazing on those mechanical picks in the past in XP. Not the Cho, but, you know, Paquito, Benedetta. So he should be able to pull this off, but it is a new role. So we'll see. Turtle 2 contested Sans in the mid lane, getting shot by the heavy crossbow. Shive forced to use the bat piece early.
Right. No heavy crossbow as well though, so Navi are trying to zone out using the Sushin. But look at this, whoa.
Oh, X Magic getting cut down. The Queller on X Magic. That should be X Magic taken out of the fight already, forcing him to recall. Savero, Rhapsody, Death Sonata, Turtle taken for free by Onyx.
Bit too free this time. X Magic a bit too overzealous there. Didn't realize that Kyrie was there, and now they're gonna rotate towards the top lane. Can they find someone here, Cars? This is gonna mirror the movement of Keyboy. Look at this though.
Uh-oh, Lutfi should be able to escape from this, and yes he does. Flickers out.
Yeah, Navi there initially were the ones trying to pressure Onyx, but then they kind of took too long, so Shibe has to rotate back to the top side, and then Savero is the one who was present in that fight, so not ideal at all. Oh, look at this though.
Whoa.
Interesting.
You see what I mean?
There you go. Keyboy. Did he just skill 1? I don't think he even ulted, right? It was just haha, gotcha. Kind of play. Oh, Sanguine Claws. Worship Paul still able to secure his own camp, but he is falling behind of Kai.
Yeah, Worship Paul has been actually pretty solid, but now with Keyboy!
2-man set. Sanguine Claws locking the 2 members. Say goodnight to BQ Shy. Savero. Solo kill on Shibe.
What just happened? 2 kills on 2 places, and now Onyx is running through Navi. If they want to take the mid lane, they can't do it. Cars backs out.
Oh man, it's looking so tough for Navi right now. They're losing on all these all these aspects here, the damage output, the wave control, and even the rotations there. Man, the fact that Shive got caught lacking there, probably wasn't expecting to run into Severo, running into the bullets of the Rhapsody. That's not how he wants the fight to go. And X-Magic isn't really able to use this Chushin to any real effective measure. Everyone from the side of Onyx has been able to dodge away from it, and because of the range and the engaged potentials, actually X-Magic is the one kind of zone away in these fights. You can see him taking damage and unable to dish anything back.
Yeah. Maybe there's a lack of frontliners from Na'Vi. Is this gonna be another one of those games where we could have picked Luca's game for Na'Vi?
Yeah, I agree. Keyboy opening things up, popping the conceal, pitting Cars down now. Oh, fist crack! Cars taken out by the bad impact. Sanguine Claws knocking down to BQ Shy. Still able to escape, forcing a flicker out of Lutpi. Now looks to X-Magic, zones him away, forcing out the Crimson Beacon to get another neutral objective victory.
I can relate to Cars. As a Cho user, or every one of Cho users out there, it is a tough task to play with a Batang, with the stunts and all. Like, it is just, the micro stunts just makes you, you know, overthink a lot.
And to make things worse again, they have no real long-range skills to kind of poke back or even scout. But Onyx have all the tools available, and Lutpi, being the glue, being so tanky with the get-out-of-jail-free card with that split, he can just, you know, move up aggressively, and worst-case scenario, he'll blow an ultimate. But look at Na'Vi, dude. When they walk up just a little bit, they pay the price, and it's an expensive one.
Man, oh man, 5.1k gold lead for Onyx. Only 1 kill so far secured for Na'Vi, despite picking one of the best junglers in terms of kill pressure in the early game. They're not getting it at all.
Paul is busy, keeping himself busy up top there. Got a tier 1 now, shoving the wave back into that tier 2.
That's
he will be able to recall. I
okay.
don't think it's in range, but it's very minimal wins that Na'Vi have been able to get. Actually, no wins. These trades have always been a net negative.
And you're wondering what the idea is for Na'Vi. Like, who are they relying on right now? Because Shive gonna be able to get out of that situation. 40 seconds to go for the Lord. So there are windows here where Na'Vi can kind of avoid Onyx, right? Avoid getting roped into a massive fight, because the only real dangerous engage is Keyboy, right? As long as they don't get stuck in that combo and the fist crack, it's gonna be still pretty okay. They have good mobility to avoid some of these fights, but depends. Some of these neutral objectives might be too expensive. Whoa!
Tsunami Slam. What? Takes it like it's nothing. Keyboy in the back. Punching Shive in the face. Watch Paul! Sniped down by Savero. Now it's Shive. Again, it's another corner. From Savero to get the triple.
They're not done just yet. Only one holy shield there. There's a minion coming in the mid lane, but they just back out. Or do they want to go for more in this one? They're striking.
Can they end? I mean, Suyo can definitely solo the Lord, so they're not taking any risks by staying around this base turret. Still the siege from Savero. He's just standing there. Now looking for Cars. Trap. That's Sonata again. Getting the unstoppable. Now onto X-Magic. Well, Chapal, don't take it. Don't take it.
Ooh. Where was the damage towards Savero? That's a high boost that we're talking about. And now Savero is up by 5 kills. The Sky Piercer are stacking.
Man, that was crazy, dude. The accuracy from everyone from Onyx, the targeting right there. And Savero with the cleanup duty is just working so well for them right now. This is the oppressiveness of the range composition, of the bad impacts and the death sonatas, man. Onyx does not have to force anything. All they have to do is make sure that Sans and Savero do not get picked off. As long as they do that, it's mission accomplished, man. At a 10k gold lead, Na'Vi are gonna have to make some desperate moves.
My goodness. Crimson Beacon is gone. Kyrie is already really low against Washipol, but he might be in trouble though. Washipol!
Taken out with the help of Lutpi. Kyrie getting a tier 2 in the bottom lane now. Look at the Lord just slicing him down. Tsunami Slam from BQ. He gets punched in the face by Keyboy. Now it's the backline disintegrating for Na'Vi, but they are able to clear the waves in time. Another base turret falling up top. Shive getting back to full HP with X-Magic. Cars holding in the way. One last shot. Savero sets his sights on that base and guns it down to get Onyx the reverse sweep win.
Sky Kings hold on for the hope of this season. Meanwhile, Na'Vi has to wait another day for their triumph. The first W in Season 15.
Oh boy, that was a brutal one. After what they faced in game number 1, we thought that Onyx were gonna falter. But with each game after, they just kept looking stronger and stronger, dude. They might not be in tip-top form to some people, but they're still a team to take seriously, man. You cannot underestimate this team.
The Sonics are happy seeing their team finally bouncing back and also getting this, not a new ammunition. They have their guns back in Lutpi.
I think it's more of a sigh of relief than happiness, than joy for the Sonics here. They should not have dropped the game. I think even they knew that. They came back game 2, they said, all right, we were, I think, out to experiment with game 1 with Na'Vi, but man, you can't experiment up against Na'Vi even here.
With those changes, definitely, man. You're seeing improvements come from Na'Vi, for sure. But against Onyx, it might be too soon. It might be unfortunate for them that they have to go up against the Sky Kings right now. Now, we'll have to see what happens.
Let's see what they have to say. Onyx is on the stage. And they're winning this game.
Sonic sedang bergembira karena inilah dia tim Onyx yang mendapatkan kemenangan di pembukaan match mereka minggu yang keempat. Siapa nih yang paling kangen main di MPL break 3 minggu? Siapa nih? Lupi ya? Abang Upi paling bersemangat di sini?
Iya, paling bersemangat.
Nah akhirnya Lutfi bermain di MPL season 15. Nunggu-nunggu gak sih?
Ya alhamdulillah bisa main lagi lah di MPL bareng teman-teman.
Ada nggak kayak perbedaan pada saat zaman baheula dan sekarang?
Nggak ada beda sih, sama aja.
Sama aja?
Ya benar.
Tapi dengan komposisi dan kita ngelihat bahwa tim Onyx sekarang membawa gebrakan baru di minggu keempat ini. Apakah ini memang udah dipersiapkan jauh-jauh hari?
Ya benar, udah kita persiapin lah dari minggu-minggu kemarin. Udah kita persiapin.
Jadi Lupi udah dikasih tahu bahwa oke, minggu 4 kamu main ya gitu?
Iya kayaknya.
Kayaknya. Oke, ini pastinya menarik ya. Dimana akhirnya dengan kemenangan barusan, gimana? Lutfi membawa sebuah kemenangan untuk tim Onyx di match pembukaan di minggu ini.
Ya alhamdulillah mas, kita dikasih menang lah. Senang.
Apa yang momen paling Lutfi ingat di match ini?
Apa ya? Enggak lah, tadi dapat buff biru kan. Pakai glow.
Dapat buff biru. Oke, gimana Kak? Kamu bisa mendapatkan momen itu, ngedapetin kesempatan itu?
Jadi nggak ada yang ambil kan, terus ya udah aku ambil aja.
Ya udah seneng aja ya Upi ya. Lancar untuk Lutfi di minggu yang pertama untuk Lutfi, tapi ini udah minggu yang keempat. Match pembukaan. Dan kalau ngelihat dari lawanmu sendiri, apa sih keunggulan dari Onyx di match kali ini dibandingkan dengan Na'Vi?
Apa ya?
Kalau friend boleh kalau mau tanya. Siapa yang mau kasih tahu? Apa nih? Apa keunggulan dari Onyx ketika melawan tim Na'Vi hari ini, Sans?
Menang draft.
Dari segi draftnya berarti?
Ya.
Oke.
Iya cowok.
Berarti itu game kedua dan game ketiga. Kalau game pertama kenapa ini Onyx?
Ada kesalahan tadi di mid. Kita gak terlalu sabar. Ya. Waduh.
Tapi sebenarnya ada momen gak sih di mana kalian bisa ngedapetin game pertama juga?
Ada, asal kita di mid tadi itu lebih sabar aja.
Oh, keadaan bisa berubah ternyata dari respon dari tim Onyx. Yang penting sabar-sabar. Tapi kalau ngelihat hari ini, Sans, perjalanan kalian kan kayaknya kemarin baru bertanding, hari ini bertanding lagi. Performa kalian bagaimana sih Sans melihat dari tim Onyx hadir ke minggu yang keempat?
Ya sebenarnya sama aja sih. Yang pastinya kita habis turnamen ESL kemarin kita langsung reset dan improve buat kedepannya lagi.
Wow, tanpa lelah pokoknya, latihan terus.
Enggak, kalau ada turnamen kita gas.
Kita gas terus. Onyx yang bekerja keras itu karena kita juga melihat banyak banget perubahan. Nggak hanya dari tim Onyx tapi dari tim Navi. Tapi kalau mungkin kita bakal tanya langsung ke Kiboy karena Kiboy mendapat lawan yang baru. Boy, kamu ngeliat Navi perubahannya begitu banyak. Nyangka nggak ketika lawanmu mendapatkan gebrakan dari segi roamernya, dari segi EXP-nya, kamu melawan Cars.
Ya kalau nyangka sih bisa nyangka. Karena emang butuh ada beberapa perubahan juga. Terus Coach Do juga lah. Pasti Coach Do juga bakalan ambil tindakan. Kalau Cars ya udah lumayan banget sih. Maksudnya dia baru main roamer juga masih berpotensi lah.
Jadi gebrakan dan perubahan yang Coach Do lakukan, apa respon atau mungkin tanggapan dari Kiboy?
Kata Clayton dia mau nambahin.
Oh. Gitu ya, langsung dilempar ya. Apa mau ditambahin apa? Gimana ngelawan Navi dengan perombakan barunya?
Lebih kuat sih kayaknya.
Lebih kuat terlihat. Dan kalau dari Savero melihat kalian bisa comeback di game kedua dan game ketiga. Menurut Savero sendiri gimana sih perlawananmu melawan Shive di Navi? Karena satu nama yang cukup naik dari Navi yaitu ada Shive juga yang menjadi lawanmu.
Jago.
Jago, apa nih mungkin kiat-kiat dari Savero biar bisa membawa kemenangan di game kedua dan game ketiga untuk Onyx? Savero ngapain ya? Tadi gimana sih mungkin prosesnya dari game 1 kalah, terus bisa ngebalin keadaan?
Dapat wejangan dari Paman W aja.
Dari siapa?
Paman W.
Paman W. Oh cewek, oh Paman W. Oke, apa yang dikatakan dari Paman W?
Rahasia dong.
Rahasia dong. Tapi bener perasaan Paman W kayaknya membawa wejangan-wejangan yang apik. Lalu kalau dari satu coaching staff yang datang buat kalian sendiri apa sih dampak yang dibawa untuk minggu yang keempat ini? Apa nih perbedaannya? Sekarang kan biasanya cuma ada satu, Coach Adi. Sekarang ada 2.
Lebih balance. Kata Kiboy.
Kata Kiboy lebih balance. Terima kasih Kiboy sudah membantu di belakang layar ya. Memang roamer sejati nge-support temannya. Dan minggu ini kalian akan bermain 2 kali. Kairi, lawanmu nextnya adalah tim Liquid ID. Dimana kalian baru aja ngelawan mereka, kayaknya belum lama, baru beberapa hari ini. Dan akan menjadi lawanmu besok hari Minggu, Kairi. Ya. Terakhir kalah ya, 3-1.
Ya.
Ada efek yang kalian terima dari hasil terakhir?
Apa ya?
Mendapat tamparan keras kah?
Apa itu? Oh, jadi panas. Oh, enggak sih, kita tetap fokus aja sama tim kita. Ya, tetap fokus.
Tetap fokus. Apakah fokus ini cukup?
Ya.
Is this focus enough to get a win against Liquid ID?
Ya, kita tetap mau improve. Makanya kita tetap mau improve buat lawan TL ID.
Minggu hasilnya bakal beda nggak nih? Will be different?
Ya, semoga aja, semoga.
Semoga aja. Is there anything you want to say
Gak ada sih.
for your next match?
Lawan TL ID.
Yes.
Good luck, have fun.
Fabian? Maybe something special for Fabian?
Fabian, I wanna solo kill you.
Dejavu banget ya. I want to solo kill you. Apakah Fabian akan berpikir hal yang sama? Tapi kemenangan ini mari kita rayakan bersama karena Sonic sudah berkumpul. Sambutlah kemenangan dari tim Onyx. Yap, di saat Sonic sedang merayakan, kita juga bakal merayakannya lebih heboh lagi. Semua super fans bersiaplah karena ada yang spesial dari GoPay. Jadi siapin buat kalian yang belum punya GoPay, udah yakin sih punya ya. Tapi download GoPay kalau yang belum punya GoPay karena saat lagi akan ada GoPay hadiah GG. Jadi buat kalian GoPay pasti GG, kalian akan bisa ngedapetin GoPay Coin secara gratis, secara cuma-cuma. Hanya nanti tinggal scan QR yang akan ada di layar. Kalian GoPay pasti GG, kalian akan bisa ngedapetin GoPay Coin secara gratis, secara cuma-cuma. Hanya nanti tinggal scan QR yang akan ada smartphone untuk scan QR code-nya. Nanti akan muncul di sebelah kiri itu. Dan setelah kalian nge-scan, klik buka hadiah untuk terima GoPay. Dan juga pastinya hadiah kalian akan bisa kalian dapatkan karena saldo GoPay dari GoPay hadiah berhasil masuk ke akun GoPay. Karena kongres itu gampang banget, jadi pasti GG di GoPay Games. Sesaat lagi QR-nya akan Bude bagikan bersama-sama. Jadi 3, 2, 1, inilah dia QR-nya. Waduh, GoPay hadiah GG ini bener-bener dah gampang banget caranya. Dan semuanya di sini keluarin bisa, dan semua super fans yang hadir ke MPL Arena, semua yang bisa langsung nge-scan siapa cepat dia dapat. Yang punya GoPay pasti bahagia. Pokoknya kita tahu sendiri dari minggu 1, 2, dan 3 selalu ada GoPay hadiah GG. Dan caranya selalu gampang. Buat kalian yang belum punya GoPay sayang sekali, tapi kesempatan masih akan berlanjut terus-terusan. Yang hari ini dapat, congratulations. Dan yang belum dapat, gak apa-apa. Masih ada kesempatan berikutnya, pantengin terus bersama MPL di GoPay hadiah GG. Tapi yang GG mungkin bukan hanya kita di sini. Namun, ada tim Onyx dan juga Navi yang telah bertanding. Jadi seperti apa kegegean dari tim Onyx yang mendapatkan kemenangan di game ketiga? Semuanya akan di breakdown oleh para casters. Jadi casters, monggo.
Hey, apparently more greed does not equal always a negative thing.
No, I mean, it could start by being a negative, right? But if you're
Yeah.
greedy in game and your players are able to match that greed and do well, hey, if you have players to execute game plans like that, you're good. As long as maybe don't go for game one. Right? Even they were saying like, all right, game one was kind of like, all right, yeah, respect draft, all right.
Man, how about like, let's talk about Cho cars or maybe.
Cho cars?
Yeah.
Cars to Cho?
Yeah.
Cho on cars? I feel like it's pretty decent here, but this is a crucial moment from that game there, where I think the tides really started swinging hard, and it's any chance of any comeback happening here with the power spikes that Onyx were able to get off that fight. I think that really sealed the deal, and even here, there's nowhere safe, bro.
Oh, man.
There's nowhere safe, man. Again, this combo, the Suyo, the Sicilian, the Granger, way too much from way too far away, man. It is not fair. It's like trying to fight a guy with a sword when he's armed with a pistol.
But Irithel is on a Ducati, Arashi. Vroom, vroom.
Yeah,
they had
vroom,
a car and a motorcycle.
Vroom, vroom, get shot.
Oh.
Crash and burn, bro.
That's true.
Let's see who's gonna be the MVP of the match. Oh my god, what a shocker. It's your boy Kai. Now being more of a facilitator than an executor. 107, not really the usual Suyo kitty, eh? But the one that gets the kill is the one that has a Sky Piercer. So what's the problem?
I feel like he's really good at adjusting as well. He can do both if it's required. And here are some of the highlights here, presented by official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. As you can see, looking kind of tough initially. There's some good moves from Navi. But again, the engage, man, the fact that they were respecting the damage potential. Look at that. They were aiming for one person, and even the back blast, everyone else, just wasn't enough. And Savero, oh man, catches Shibe just off guard right there. And again, they're eventually forced to use cars to try and scout out, to try and play it safe. But even here, with the glue being in the front line, not enough damage, bro. And if you can't get the pick off and you're forced to move backwards once you expended all of your damage, then you can't do anything. So even though initially we were thinking that, you know, it's gonna be a bit more competitive, man, there's just way too much and there wasn't any solution. Washer Paul being subbed in as well on the Hayabusa. There were some respectable attempts right there, but eventually Oni got the job done.
Yeah, I feel like they're kind of lacking damage overall, especially when the magic damage dealer, the sole magic damage dealer, is a Sushin that not really a magic DPS per se, right? You really have, trying to go for the Hayabusa and also Irithal combo, but it just doesn't work when you're just not leading in gold.
I mean, did they really win though? Because, they lost at 10 minutes and 34 seconds in game number 1. Game number 3 was fast, but it's not as fast as how Navi beating them. So, hey, there's a small W in there. But I do agree with that point, man. Greed, not always a bad thing. It's an old adage, but some people might remember that greed is good.
Greed was very good. I think he goes by Beloyski now.
Oh, different reference, but yes, that's true. That too.
Yeah. Okay, now I get it. Greed from FMAB. Right?
Whoa.
Because he technically turned out on the good side. Right?
Did he though?
Yeah, sort of.
I do not know
who
who that
he
is.
helped. He helped kill Raph.
Whoa. Spoiler
Hey,
alert.
that show has been out for like a billion. If you haven't watched it, that's on you.
It was top of my
It's on me.
anime list
It's
for the
on you.
longest time.
The only
Yeah.
Greed that I know in anime is Greed Island in Hunter x Hunter.
Oh, that's not a person though.
That's not a person. That's an island.
But it's a cool island, right?
I don't know about that.
Okay,
that seems subjective,
let's
bro.
actually analyze the game here. BQ Shea, his KD is 050 Rashi. It feels like after that debut, it just went downhill. But would you think that's fully his fault, or like the composition itself just shooting himself on the foot?
I feel like he just got put in like these utility type picks, right, in game number 2 and 3. And initially the Hilda, that aggressive zoning is what made him kind of special. I would actually set my eyes more so on X Magic. Because again, the 2 games they lost, he was on the True Shin, I believe, if my notes serve me correctly. Yeah, wait, hang on. No, game number 2, he wasn't on the True Shin, but I feel like he just did so much better when he's allowed to be a bit more aggressive. He was on a Sicilian game number 1. That kind of works so much better. Maybe this team just requires that mid lane presence, right? The clearing, the rotations as well.
Maybe that's kind of the blueprint for Navi itself. Give Hilda to BQ Shea, but unfortunately, Adi this time around, he respect these signature picks.
That's all you gotta do, right? Respect the signature picks, respect your opponents, and then draft accordingly. I would love to hear from them, though, from Mr. Man, Greed, and Adi. I mean, how does this combination work now? Because we know Yev and Adi in the past, how that worked. How does this new composition of coaching staff work together? Is it Greed who has the final call? Is it still Adi?
I think we have to know, how Alpha skin works. The new Legend skin.
Oh, we don't need to know. I've seen it. I have it.
I haven't bought it. I haven't fully bought it.
What do you mean fully bought it?
Oh, you're waiting. You're like playing the long game. Okay.
Playing the long game. I'm a responsible financially person.
Hey man. I think
Hey, I don't have
splurging.
I don't got diamonds. I don't got diamonds, alright?
Chefin, usually if you splurge on something, you're kind of financially irresponsible. But if you splurge on this, I think that's pretty good. But save y'all diamonds.
Oh man!
Now, ladies and gentlemen,
You should have been
save it
saving.
because you're gonna need it.
My goodness.
Let's
Best
go,
collab
dude.
of all
What time are we living right now? Okay.
Break out the seals, bro.
A question.
I thought the show ended like years ago.
Okay. Question for my boys here. What's the best moment in Naruto, and also who's best girl in Naruto?
Best girl.
Best
Oh
girl?
my god. I gotta think about this.
So best girl, I mean,
I got 2 choices.
all right, go ahead.
Oh no, you go first. You were already thinking about it.
You have a degree in weebery.
In what?
In weebery?
Weebery? I gotta say, it first one that comes to mind, again, we're not thinking too long about this, okay? Hinata, bro.
That's pretty basic, man.
Well,
But she's a
come on,
respectable.
hey,
respectable.
W.
But it's like the vanilla choice, right?
Fun fact. Naruto is shunned by the village, and the only girl that picks her is the one that has X-ray vision.
That
interesting.
That means
There's more than meets the eye.
Yeah.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. For me, if it's just pure looks, Ino, bro. We had this conversation earlier, but I think Conan's pretty bad too.
Oh, good choice. Respect.
Bad in a
respect.
good way, of course.
Yeah, bad in a good way, bro. None of them have a skin, by the way.
Man, oh man. But yeah, this is M News right now. 1 ticket left. Twisted Minds, AP Brand, or OMG or Omega will advance to the playoffs. Oh man, this is a tough one.
I think Twisted.
AP Brand, a whole different roster, and they actually make it?
I think it's going to be Twisted. Me, personally, I think Twisted. Based on their performances recently, Twisted might just beat TNC.
I guess.
I see.
I guess. Back to Naruto?
Back to Naruto.
Back to Naruto.
Well, okay.
Oh, what is yours?
So
Yeah, what is yours?
I prefer a more...
What?
Just get to the point.
What?
Chapin, tell us. Don't try to like, you know.
The Hokage, no Hokage, Misukage.
Respect.
You know my taste.
Let's go. Let's
You know my
go.
taste.
Let's go.
That's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good. You know
Come
what?
on now, come
Good
on.
thing, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. That's. Yeah.
I got the best taste in the desk.
Put your waifus, put your picks in the chat, bro. Mirko's gonna see if he approves.
I'll rate your picks.
Man,
we have another audience.
the audience will be voting right away. Is it gonna be Hinata? No. It's who will secure the last MPL PH Season 15 playoffs ticket. A lot of people seem to agree with Mirko. It's Twisted Minds PH. AP Brand follows through 37%, and Smart Omega doesn't get a lot of love with 18%. And, you know, it makes sense.
Yeah, they're bottom of the rankings right now, so they haven't been doing too well, despite, again, having a pretty okay roster. This is a roster that did pretty well last season.
Yeah. It's a tough one for them, man. But yeah, MPLPH has been a blast. TLPH, you could argue that they are at the same level as Onyx PH. Can you... Isn't that crazy? They're not playing in SPS. And they're number 1 in MPLPH.
Yeah, it's kind of wild, honestly.
Well, we gotta wait for what's gonna happen here, even in MPL Indonesia. Stay tuned for game number 2 with Dewa United versus Evos.
Inilah dia, Derby Classic.
Kayak semua orang tahu kita aware sama Albert sih. Tapi kalau misalkan pengen adu mekanik assassin, Hazel lebih unggul lah. Kalau misalkan kata komunitas lagi FIFA Roar nih sekarang, eranya balik lagi.
This is it, Ararkyu Hoshi. Tapi jujur, aku tidak menyangka Hazel.
Aku tidak menyangka.
Yang turun sekarang.
Semi-semi anak-anak barunya RRQ ini nggak kelihatan kayak anak baru jujur ya bang. Mainnya nyantai, mainnya klop banget. Mainnya juga kayak yang udah berseason-season juga.
Baru naik tapi belum tentu jadi lemah gitu. Justru bisa jadi mereka yang 5-5-nya ini mereka menang nih bukan karena gameplay sih kalau menurut gue pribadi ya. Nomor satunya mereka sama-sama punya api yang gede gitu. Buat bareng-bareng juara, habis itu kita baru bisa bahas gameplay gitu. Tapi ini pertama kali ya sih derby klasik Albert melawan RRQ. Nah ini mungkin aku lebih penasaran di mana orang yang dari dulu ngebela RRQ di saat derby klasik, dia yang memenangkan beberapa match di derby klasik dan harus menghadapi mantan timnya.
Kita akan memasuki rivalitas tertua di MPL. Inilah dia, Derby Classic.
Ini bencana Ararkyu mendominasi El Clasico dalam satu season.
Mungkin konsep dia kalau udah kalah dia mau marah besar, mau menang gitu. Nah, objektifnya mungkin gua bisa bilang Evos bukan tentang Evos ganjil atau apa. Dengan kekalahan mereka itu ngerasa itu pahit banget. Mereka nggak mau menelan pil pahit itu lagi lah ibaratnya.
Ya aku ngeliat anak-anaknya itu benar-benar ambisinya luar biasa. Terutama Albert sama Hengki itu benar-benar bawa dampak positif banget buat Evos sih. Kayak semua orang tahu kita aware sama Albert sih. Kalau Albert tuh smart player ya, jadi kayak dia selalu nungguin timing tertentu baru dia masuk atau dia mempergunakan teman lah. Dia lebih bagusnya untuk objektif gitu.
Kali ini Singapore Defensive tapi Kaskar sama terlebih dalam karena Red of Triad membuat Enter Kanton sama terlebih dalam dan dua kali garukan menghilang amarah pasukan dari tim Navi dan ini bencana triple kill from Alpha.
Kalau Hazel tuh ya jago lah eksekusinya dia, cara perangnya. Tapi mungkin karena masih muda, nggak ada yang bisa ngerem, jadi ya objektifnya masih kurang gitu.
Untuk bisa tapi epic crossbow. Begitu menyakitkan championship dihasilkan oleh Toy. Double kill berarti didapatkan pula. Mereka mendapat keuntungan triple kill dan retake beserta dengan Aita agar mereka sanggup untuk bisa menangkap kemenangan tersebut.
Jadi momen terakhir Mania dari Hazel.
Hampir ya, buat Seven. Cuman kalau misalkan ditanya decision making, di objektif, ya Albert lebih unggul lah. Mungkin setaranya sama Susujin kalau misalkan pengen adu decision objektif. Tapi kalau misalkan pengen adu mekanik teamfight atau pengen mekanik assassin, Hazel lebih unggul lah.
Kalau untuk Hazel, gue dari season pertama dia masuk MPL ID, gue udah bilang kayak ini orang bagus banget. Karena gue inget pas dia pertama kali main itu season 13 di Geek Fam dan match pertamanya lawan Onyx. Dia bisa menang retry lawan Prime Kyrie. Setup yang minimal dengan Martis gue inget banget, menang retry terus.
What a retribution akan berpisah kali ini dan bahkan Hazel mengamankan atas seorang Kyrie.
Sayangnya pas Albert kita nggak bisa lihat di Onyx ya, karena sayangnya dia masuk ke tim yang ada Kyrie gitu ya. Kyrie menurut gue di atas Albert ketika kita lihat di season kemarin yang dia jadi camat ya. Tapi bukan artinya Albert no potential. Albert nih ya bayi alien, dikasih nickname itu aja bayi alien itu karena potensial dia yang di season pertama bisa membawa RRQ juara menjadi finals MVP, melakukan comeback moment yang kita tahu lah menggunakan one-one-nya. Ikonik banget.
Satu web ini yang kembali hadir. Dua orang ini bisa akan mendapatkan atau jangan-jangan malah menjadi korban. Ini udah ada
lihat media yang udah mulai masuk. Apa satu fokus masih ada Winter Trajan. Udah pun juga apa tanda apa sampai alien mampu mempertahankan beta anarki Jose.
Classic Derby di minggu yang keempat MPL.
Udah pasti ya RRQ dan Evos untuk di leg 1 gue sangat menanti. Apalagi mereka sekarang lagi ada di puncak klasemen dua-duanya, lagi kejar-kejaran. Kalau misalkan kata komunitas lagi FIFA Roar nih sekarang. Eranya balik lagi.
Masih belum ada yang mampu untuk mengalahkan RRQ.
Buat derby klasik nanti kita pastinya bakal balas dendam. Soalnya kan di match sebelumnya di ESL kita kalah kan sama Evos. Nah jadi kita sangat menunggu buat match itu sih.
Yang pasti excited banget. Yang terus yang pastinya juga gue bakal kasih yang terbaik. Mau itu melawan mantan tim atau lawan tim apapun, gue kasih yang terbaik semuanya.
Gue yakin sih bisa menyaingi sang baby alien karena tim gue juga jago kan, dan gue pede sih melawan mereka.
konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Seru pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu
tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash, makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Inilah dia, Derby Classic.
Kayak semua orang tahu kita aware sama Albert sih. Tapi kalau misalkan pengen adu mekanik assassin, Hazel lebih unggul lah.
Kalau misalkan kata komunitas lagi FIFA Roar nih sekarang, eranya balik lagi.
This is it, RRQ Hoshi.
Tapi jujur, aku tidak menyangka Hazel.
Aku tidak menyangka.
Yang turun sekarang.
Semi-semi anak-anak barunya RRQ ini nggak kelihatan kayak anak baru jujur ya bang. Mainnya nyantai, mainnya klop banget. Mainnya juga kayak yang udah berseason-season juga.
Baru naik tapi belum tentu jadi lemah gitu. Justru bisa jadi mereka yang 5-5-nya ini mereka menang nih bukan karena gameplay sih kalau menurut gue pribadi ya. Nomor satunya mereka sama-sama punya api yang gede gitu. Buat bareng-bareng juara, abis itu baru kita bisa bahas gameplay gitu.
Tapi ini pertama kali ya sih Derby Classic Albert melawan RRQ. Ini mungkin aku lebih penasaran di mana orang yang dari dulu ngebela RRQ di saat Derby Classic, dia yang memenangkan beberapa match di Derby Classic dan harus menghadapi mantan timnya.
Kita akan memasuki rivalitas tertua di MPL. Inilah dia, Derby Classic.
Ini bencana RRQ mendominasi El Clasico dalam satu season.
Mungkin konsep dia kalau udah kalah dia mau marah besar, mau menang gitu. Nah, objektifnya mungkin gua bisa bilang Evos bukan tentang Evos ganjil atau apa. Dengan kekalahan mereka itu ngerasa itu pahit banget. Mereka nggak mau menelan pil pahit itu lagi lah ibaratnya.
Ya aku ngeliat anak-anaknya itu benar-benar ambisinya luar biasa. Terutama Albert sama Hengki itu benar-benar bawa dampak positif banget buat Evos sih.
Kayak semua orang tahu kita aware sama Albert sih. Kalau Albert tuh smart player ya, jadi kayak dia selalu nungguin timing tertentu baru dia masuk atau dia mempergunakan teman lah. Dia lebih bagusnya untuk objektif gitu.
Kali ini Liga Pori Messi tapi Kaskar sama terlebih dalam lagi karena Red of Triad membuat Enter gagal untuk terlebih dalam dua kali karungan menghilang amarah pasukan dari tim Navi dan ini bencana triple kill from Alpha.
Kalau Hazel tuh ya jago lah eksekusinya dia, cara perangnya, tapi mungkin karena masih muda nggak ada yang bisa ngerem, jadi ya objektifnya masih kurang mungkin.
Untuk bisa tapi epic crossbow begitu menyakitkan damage yang dihasilkan oleh Toy. Double kill berarti didapatkan pula. Mereka mendapat keuntungan triple kill dan Rina beserta dengan Aiza agar mereka satu untuk bisa menangkap kemenangan tersebut.
Jadi momen terakhir mania dari Hazel.
Hampir ya buat Seven. Cuman kalau misalkan ditanya decision making di objektif, ya Albert lebih unggul lah. Mungkin setaranya sama Susujin kalau misalkan pengen adu decision objektif. Tapi kalau misalkan pengen adu mekanik team fight atau pengen mekanik assassin, Hazel lebih unggul lah.
Kalau untuk Hazel, gue dari season pertama dia masuk MPL ID, gue udah bilang kayak ini orang bagus banget. Karena gue inget pas dia pertama kali main itu season 13 di Geek Fam dan match pertamanya lawan Onyx. Dia bisa menang retry lawan Prime Kairi. Setup yang minimal dengan Martis gue inget banget, menang retry terus.
Pulang ke belakang dan tempakan Abai terjengkel saat itu. What a retribution akan bertingkat kali ini dan pakan Hazel mengamankan atas seorang Kairi.
Sayangnya pas Albert kita nggak bisa lihat di Onyx ya, karena sayangnya dia masuk ke tim yang ada Kairi gitu ya. Kairi menurut gue di atas Albert ketika kita lihat di season kemarin yang dia jadi camat ya. Tapi bukan artinya Albert no potential. Albert nih ya bayi alien, dikasih nickname itu aja bayi alien itu karena potensial dia yang di season pertama bisa membawa RRQ juara menjadi finals MVP, melakukan comeback moment yang kita tahu lah menggunakan one-one-nya. Iconic banget.
Satu web ini yang kembali hadir, dua orang ini bisa Saka mendapatkan atau jangan-jangan malah menjadi korban. Ini udah ada.
Lihat mininya udah mulai masuk. Ahmad satu fokus, masih ada Winston Legend. Udah mau juga Ahmad sampai Alien mampu mempertahankan match anarki Jose.
Classic Derby di minggu yang keempat MPL.
Udah pasti ya RRQ dan Evos untuk di leg 1 gue sangat menanti. Apalagi mereka sekarang lagi ada di puncak klasemen dua-duanya, lagi kejar-kejaran. Kalau misalkan kata komunitas lagi FIFA Roar nih sekarang. Eranya balik lagi.
Masih belum ada yang mampu untuk mengalahkan RRQ.
Buat derby klasik nanti kita pastinya bakal balas dendam, soalnya kan di match sebelumnya di ESL kita kalah kan sama Evos. Nah jadi kita sangat menunggu buat match itu sih.
Yang pasti excited banget. Ya terus yang pastinya juga gue bakal kasih yang terbaik. Mau itu melawan mantan tim atau lawan tim apapun, gue pasti kasih yang terbaik semuanya.
Gue yakin sih bisa menyaingi sang baby alien karena tim gue juga jago kan, dan gue pede sih melawan mereka.
俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。しゃなら背中合わせでいくわよ。
aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama, dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar, main nge-lag, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Inilah dia, Derby Classic.
Kayak semua orang tahu kita aware sama Albert sih. Tapi kalau misalkan pengen adu mekanik assassin, Hazel lebih unggul lah.
Kalau misalkan kata komunitas lagi FIFA Roar nih sekarang, eranya balik lagi.
This is it, RRQ Hoshi. Tapi jujur, aku tidak menyangka Hazel.
Aku tidak menyangka.
Yang turun sekarang.
Semi-semi anak-anak barunya RRQ ini nggak kelihatan kayak anak baru jujur ya bang. Mainnya nyantai, mainnya klop banget. Mainnya juga kayak yang udah berseason-season juga.
Baru naik, tapi belum tentu jadi lemah gitu. Justru bisa jadi mereka yang lima-limanya ini, mereka menang nih bukan karena gameplay sih, kalau menurut gue pribadi ya. Nomor satunya, mereka sama-sama punya api yang gede gitu. Buat bareng-bareng juara, abis itu baru kita bisa bahas gameplay gitu.
Tapi ini pertama kali ya sih derby klasik Albert melawan RRQ. Nah ini mungkin aku lebih penasaran di mana orang yang dari dulu ngebela RRQ di saat derby klasik, dia yang memenangkan beberapa match di derby klasik dan harus menghadapi mantan timnya.
Kita akan memasuki rivalitas tertua di MPL. Inilah dia, Derby Classic.
Ini bencana RRQ mendominasi El Clasico dalam satu season.
Mungkin konsep dia kalau udah kalah dia mau marah besar, mau menang gitu. Nah, objektifnya mungkin gua bisa bilang Evos bukan tentang Evos ganjil atau apa. Dengan kekalahan mereka itu ngerasa itu pahit banget. Mereka nggak mau mengambil pahit itu lagi lah ibaratnya.
Ya aku ngeliat anak-anaknya itu benar-benar ambisinya luar biasa. Terutama Albert sama Hengki itu benar-benar bawa dampak positif banget buat Evos sih.
Kayak semua orang tahu kita aware sama Albert sih. Kalau Albert tuh smart player ya, jadi kayak dia selalu nungguin timing tertentu baru dia masuk atau dia mempergunakan teman lah. Dia lebih bagusnya untuk objektif gitu.
Kali ini Liga Poli Messi tapi sekarang sama terlebih dalam karena Red of Triad. Bobot enterkan teman terlebih dalam dan Albert dua kali garukan menghilang amarah pasukan dari tim Navi. Dan ini bencana. Triple kill from Albert.
Kalau Hazel tuh ya jago lah eksekusinya dia, cara perangnya. Tapi mungkin karena masih muda, nggak ada yang bisa ngerem, jadi ya objektifnya masih kurang.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan.
Ada lagi fans ya? Oke, kita gangguin bentar yuk, let's go. Permisi, lagi ngapain nih? Lagi ngobrol, ayo dong sini dong, bentar dong. Jadi lucky fans, namanya siapa nih? Dita dari mana?
Tangerang sih aku.
Dari Tangerang. Nah, aku taunya lucky fans yang bisa ketemu sama idolnya berarti datangnya pagi dong. Datangnya tadi jam berapa?
1:30 nyampe sini, sampai tiketnya belum bisa ditukar.
Wow, pagi banget ya. Oke, berarti jelas dong fansnya Kairi. Kenapa tuh?
Jago soalnya.
Jago apa?
Jago junglernya sih, jago mainnya.
Guys, oke. Ganteng nggak ganteng?
Ganteng lah, kalau nggak ganteng aku nggak suka sih.
Oke. Terus katanya ada tukeran merchandise buat lucky fans. Gimana nih Kairi?
Apa?
Kasih tahu itu apa?
Jersey yang ada tanda tangan kita.
Semuanya? Coba buka dong. Kamu nggak penasaran mau unboxing nggak?
Boleh.
Ada dua?
Ya, ada dua. Iya, ada dua.
Coba jelasin dong, ada dua. Coba buka.
Dari Oni kita kasih lucky fans. Kita kasih lucky fans.
Kamu seneng nggak?
Seneng dong.
Ayo buka.
Ini ada tanda tangan semua player. Ya. Yes.
Ini keren. Coba kamu nggak mau ini coba ini?
Ini aja. Jadi oversize.
Aku dapat juga nggak? Aku datangnya juga pagi loh, Kairi. Aku jadi termasuk lucky fans nggak sih? Dapat nggak? Nggak dapat ya? Ya udahlah, nggak apa-apa. Udah buat kamu aja, kamu emang spesial. Gimana? Kamu mau ngomong apa ke Kairi?
Terima kasih banyak. Pokoknya harus menang mulu abis ini biar di upper lagi lah buat playoff-nya. Gitu. Semangat.
Oke, ya udah aku biarin kalian dulu ngobrol sebentar. Kita nggak mau ganggu terlalu lama ya. Jadi itu dia pertukaran merch dan jersey dari Lucky Fans sama Kairi juga. Jadi buat kalian yang mau datang lebih awal, oke guys. Jadi kita sekarang akan menyaksikan kepada match yang kedua antara Dewa dan juga Evos. Jadi silakan.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official coffee, Good Day. We own this.
MPL Arena dan juga semua super fans telah bersiap untuk menyambut. Inilah dia match kedua di hari yang pertama MPL Indonesia Season 15. Melihat banyak sekali wajah-wajah yang rindu dengan pertempuran yang diadakan di MPL Arena, Bude pun juga ikut bersemangat karena kita sudah melihat panasnya match pembukaan di minggu yang keempat. Mereka memang telah berakhir dengan 2-1. Namun kita melihat bahwa semangat dan panasnya masih bisa kita rasakan untuk menyingsing jalannya pertempuran antara tim Evos dan juga Dewa United. Kedua tim ini akan beradu. Kita tahu bahwa Evos masih berada di pucuk, masih berada di top 2, berada di tempat yang cukup nyaman dengan kemenangan yang telah mereka kumpulkan. Dengan keadaan yang berbeda dengan Dewa United yang berada di dasar di nomor 7. Mereka butuh poin demi poin untuk terus merangkak maju, naik ke tempat yang lebih nyaman dan aman. Di sini Bude juga melihat bahwa semua tim berjuang untuk terus mendapatkan poin demi poin. Dan kita melihat gebrakan dilakukan oleh Dewa United dengan bukan hanya membawa satu player anyar, namun juga mereka membawa 2 coaching staff baru. Dengan line up terbaru mereka, komposisi yang begitu mendebarkan, membuat banyak bertanya-tanya akan seperti apa hasil dari transfer window yang sudah dilakukan. Di sini Bude akan langsung ngobrol bersama dengan coaching staff yang benar-benar fresh untuk Dewa United. Awat tidak sendiri, namun Awat bersama dengan timnya. Inilah dia coaching staff dari Dewa United. Ayo kita kenalan nih. Wah, Awat beneran gak sendiri nih. Awat, halo Awat.
Oke, halo.
Ini bawa Bombi dan juga Kurt.
Ya.
Gimana sih? Ini Bude penasaran dengan kalian sekarang. Awat biasanya sendirian minggu 1, 2, 3. Terus break 3 minggu kamu bawa temen ya? Emang sudah request atau gimana dari Awat?
Emang dari request sih. Kalau sendiri ya lumayan sulit juga kalau buat solo coach ya.
Lumayan sulit. Dan bagaimana kamu berkolaborasi langsung bersama 2 coach yang mungkin banyak perbedaan ya? Indonesia dan Filipina tentu banyak hal nih kombinasi. Gimana Wat?
Ya perbedaannya pasti orang-orang Indo kan jarang disiplin dulu. Kalau sama mereka pasti diajarinnya disiplin ya. Disiplin, kerja keras, terus ya ada strat-strat baru lah dari mereka pasti.
Oke, jadi di sini Awat yang menyesuaikan atau mereka saling menyesuaikan atau gimana?
Yang menyesuaikan aku sih sebenarnya.
Oh, sekarang jadi Dewa akan berbeda ya. But let's say welcome guys. Kita kasih tepuk tangan yuk untuk Bombi dan juga Kurt. Hello coach, welcome to Indonesia.
Hi, hello.
Hello. We can ask for Coach Bombi, how is Indonesia?
It's good. Yeah, I'm enjoying here.
Enjoying it. What about you? Semangat?
Semangat.
Okay, but we want to ask like, what do you make, why did you say yes? What makes you say yes and come to Indonesia with Dewa, Coach?
Because for us, we accept this as a new challenge and like we want a new environment. So I think yes is the answer to go here.
Oke, jadi kalau buat 2 kombinasi coaching staff dari Philippines, mereka melihat ini sebagai tantangan baru dan mereka melihat ini adalah suatu kesempatan yang mereka ambil dan ingin membawa sesuatu yang baru pula. But yes, this is a new challenge, but this is your debut in MPL ID. So what did you guys bring for Dewa?
We provide gameplay as season from practice. We to teach the players and do some activities and play by play.
Jadi kalau dijelaskan tentu mereka membawa hal yang sebelumnya mereka pernah bawa di blacklist di musim lalu. Dan mereka bawa untuk bisa diimplementasikan ke Dewa United Indonesia dengan gameplay, dengan strategi. Mereka juga di outgame-nya juga kayaknya ada ya, Wat? Berarti outgame, in-game semuanya.
Semua dibawa, Budi.
Semua dibawa. Dan ini sesuatu yang spesial. But what did you guys fix first when you came to Indonesia or when you saw Dewa United?
First, discipline. We discipline the players. And attitude.
Disiplin dan attitude. Jadi bisa dibilang ini memang menjadi challenge ya. Banyak yang bilang Indonesia santai. Is that hard to fix the discipline and attitude?
I think no, because Dewa players is coachable.
Oke, jadi mereka bilang ini nggak susah karena para player mereka benar-benar mau berkembang dan bersama dengan coaching staff. But for you guys, are you still adapting to the team or are you confident that you can help Dewa win against Evos because Evos is on the top 2 right now?
For now, I think the adaptation is already done because we are here since the first week of MPL ID. So for now, we are just building a lot more of our chemistry. So I think our lineup now has more potential that we can battle against Evos.
Jadi mereka udah mungkin melihat dari awal minggu untuk Dewa United, pelajaran sudah mereka dapatkan, mereka terus menerus dan line up sekarang dibilang menjadi punya potensi yang sangat besar. Dan mereka percaya diri, adaptation bisa dilakukan. Dan sekarang saatnya mereka menaklukkan Evos. So what is the key of success to win against Evos for this match?
For the players, as long as they will not forget what we have teach them, like what Coach Kurt said, their discipline and their attitude towards the game. I think that's our problem from our previous games. So if they can change that one, I think we can win this one.
Oke, jadi yang penting mereka bisa bermain dengan lepas dan benar-benar turut untuk melakukan gameplay dan bisa untuk solve dari minggu-minggu lalu. Ini akan menjadi game mereka. No worry, jadi inilah dia semangat dan coaching staff bertiga dari tim Dewa United. Satu kata untuk match ini, Wat?
Kasih game yang seru lah, kita juga bakal ngasih game yang seru.
Itulah dia, game seru akan kita nantikan. Thank you so much, coaching staff from Dewa United.
Thank you.
And good luck, have fun. Dan semuanya tentu ingin melihat bagaimana pertempuran Dewa yang baru, line up yang baru, coaching staff yang bisa dibilang sangat segar. Mereka kali ini bertiga, mereka siap untuk menantang Evos yang berada di atas. Dewa dan juga Evos akan berhadapan satu sama lain. Namun sebelum itu, izinkan Bude mengucapkan terima kasih kepada kalian semua, super fans yang telah memenuhi MPL Arena. Evos fans! Udah rame banget dan anak Dewa juga jangan mau kalah. Semua super fans bersiaplah karena saat lagi akan dimulai dan kita juga ingin berterima kasih kepada para sponsor dan partner karena MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Munton, supported by PBSI dan presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official dari sponsor Head and Shoulder beserta official dari coffee partner Good Day. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports, ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games dan IndiHome bersama dengan advertiser Kacang Sukro dan juga Hawkband. Tak lupa juga supplier kita RSV Helmet. Bude mau dengar semangatnya untuk match kedua kita, match penutupan hari pertama. Coba mana semuanya dari semua super fans? Semua super fans sudah bersiap, bagaimana dengan Barcaster dan talent? Mari kita langsung saja, inilah dia Evos dan juga Dewa.
New ammunition is coming for Dewa United. 2 coaches from the region that we aspire to be. Unfortunately, Philippines, it's Kurt and Bombi. Is this Oh Dear Bombi?
Oh Dear Bombi, yeah.
Different guy?
I think it might be the same dude.
No, I'm just joking. Oh Dear Bombi
Are
is
you
like
sure?
Singapore player.
Are you sure?
Okay.
He might be Singaporean Filipino.
I hate when you do this, man. Like I cannot tell whether you're telling the truth or not.
Hey, if you know the truth, you will know if I'm telling the truth or not.
Yeah.
But on top of that, they also have Rez.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, he just transferred over to Dewa from out of nowhere. And it's kind of strange because I felt like Dewa were doing pretty well with Chorizo. But now with Rez, is Rez going to play? Is Chorizo going to play?
Hey, maybe they get a lot of money to burn, so more options is always welcomed, right?
Right. I mean,
Maybe next they'll get Ryota.
you have to try it before you find out. But
Then Lutpi, then
what
Kyrie,
happened, that's what happened to Rez.
then
right?
Sans, then the
Maybe.
whole Onyx.
What? Or
I mean-
they get the entire XBTR, by the way.
maybe the team just called XBTR.
XBTR.
BTR second season.
XBTR United.
What? Well, let's see if it pays off though, because again, changing your player doesn't always guarantee success. What's interesting though is that now Watts is gonna be accompanied as well, right? He's gonna have assistants now, and we've always mentioned that his skill set kind of lends itself to being an assistant coach a bit more with the VOD reviews and all that.
And we're gonna ask the audience on what they think about this acquisition. Can Bombi and Kurt make Evos struggle before Classic Derby? So it's a big match for Evos as well. But some of the information that I have from Bombi and Kurt, they were the coach of Blacklist International MDL.
Yeah.
And they are in the 8th place.
That was last season. Yeah.
Okay.
Because Blacklist, they don't have an MPL team anymore,
Yeah.
unfortunately. Now. Yeah, that's why it was a very interesting topic backstage as well. We were talking about, how they were recruited by Dewa United. What was it that caught Dewa United's eye, right? Was it an interview? Was it them getting trialed? Maybe their reviews of the games? But it's going to be very interesting to see them go up against Evos, because Evos are currently number 2 in the standings. They've only dropped 1 match in a total of 5. And they got a couple of options themselves. They got Sway Low or Natco, King Natco.
I just want to say that it's incredible that Natko is in this graphic in the first place. He was not supposed to be in this position around here.
He's been tossed around every role, man. XP to gold to now mid.
I mean, that means he's flexible, and maybe that flexibility can land him a use as a secret weapon. Right now, though, everything is pointing towards Sway Low, the initially planned mid laner, to once again take to that mid lane and win it out for Evos, because he's been performing great in and out of the game, by the way, because, we love that spicy talk, and he was bringing in the heat.
And unfortunately, the heat kind of died down.
Well, the heat was kind of
yeah. Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that.
Technically.
But yeah, KDA was absolutely amazing for Swaylo. Granted that he only played, just like Savero, 2 games so far this season with Valentina and Aurora. No, the Sicilian's not the usual mid laner that you see, and he was able to clinch that #1 KDA spot, Arashi. So he is coming in with a lot of fire for this team.
Fire, and he is that type of mid laner. He wants to be aggressive. He wants to make the crazy plays, and back then he was known for having crazy picks as well. But we've seen him do it all. We've seen him perform on the long-range mages, the artillery. We've seen him perform on the close-range, up-close and personal type of mages too. So in the current meta, where there's quite a bit of variety available in the mid lane, I feel like Swaylo is set up to do great things.
How about the 2 combined close range and long range? Selena. Hey, it can work.
It sounds like a Natco pick, right? It sounds like something he would have.
Hey, we're talking about Swaylo, actually.
We're talking about Swaylo. No, that's not a Swaylo pick. Swaylo is more of a, hey, I'll keep my distance kind of guy.
I can't let you get close.
The Yves as well, even though we have seen him do pretty well in the low Yi. Now that one's a weird one. It's not really in a long range. But aside from that, I think he does do better on high ground, long range heroes.
And let's see what the audience has to say with Bombi and Kurt making their Evos debut in Evos Keras We Trust. I actually do not know what Keras mean.
Ki, Erlan, Reggie, Albert, and Swaylo.
So if it's not Ko, it's Kran.
Yeah, if it's not Ko, it's Kran.
Hey, the word.
Kran means
from solid to tap.
Tap.
Yeah,
Tap.
Just legit a tap.
So yeah.
Or faucet.
And Keras is technically hard. It means hard. But it's
also
the literal translation.
solid.
But it's solid. Yeah, that's
It
what
means
it means.
tough.
Tough.
Kind
tough.
of.
Yeah.
We use it to mean tough in Indonesia.
Look at this.
There was
Oh dear
new
Bombi.
coaching duo. Evos' challenge before the Classic Derby. Now, we said about the worry about Blacklist International in MDL. They were the 8th place, but I think a lot of Filipino really believes that MDL in Philippines is equivalent of MPL Indonesia.
So we'll see. We'll see with Bombi and Kurt.
So this is the same playground for them.
Yeah.
Or a lot of
Interesting.
Filipinos out there.
Let's see.
Well, if the coaching staff is quote-unquote MPL level, we'll have to wait and see as well if the players are, right?
Ah.
It's a team effort, man. Coaching staff alone will not guarantee you results, so we'll have to wait and reserve judgments to see if this team just works together well overall.
Hey, not to give a shade towards Kurt, but if you squint hard enough, it looks like Natko put out a few pounds.
What? I'm trying to see it, but
yeah, the hairstyle.
I see it a bit, yeah, the hairstyle.
Yeah.
Not here though, he has brown hair now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a style for your first match.
Maybe you just have to have that confidence. I wonder who's going up on stage. Is it gonna be Bombi and Kurt, or will Watt still be up there on stage, right? Because it has been Watt who's been solo coaching for the first 3 weeks.
Hey, and you don't have to be in stage to be able to coach these people, man.
Yeah.
We have a lot of shadow analysts out there for the longest
Shout
time.
out to my boy Wolf.
Wow, we can
This
say
is a
that
random
now.
shout out for no reason. Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, we shout out our friends on the desk, bro.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
Mr. Kaisam.
How about Leo and friends though? Leo now is the White Wolf specifically.
Because he's no longer casting.
Oh.
He's no longer a shadow either. He's an actual analyst for Onyx now.
You know, we've...
Is he?
Yeah, he's a data analyst.
Oh.
This has been revealed like before the season, Shepard.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm a bit slow on the news.
I mean, we've also shouted out like, you know, the building, Joseph the building Razorback on the stream as well. So we shout out our boys here for sure.
We got a player ranking here for mid laner TP. Wait, oh, it's team fight participation.
Yes.
I thought it was the actual TP because it sounds it's way low.
Nope, that's not what we're counting today. It's the participation. And you're seeing quite interesting stats right there, but the King's DNA.
XRQ, by the way.
XRQ indeed. Not doing so hot right now.
Uh-huh. Number 6 in mid laner in total kills, and you see the stats there earlier. We can see here player ranking for mid laner total kills so far in the season. Hijime leading the chart, meanwhile Octa number 6 with 20.
Number 6, definitely not all the way on top, but you know, he doesn't really play around Octa anyway, so it's kind of understandable. But I think it's no secret that a lot of us feel like Octa right now really not up to standard with the increase in skill with a lot of these mid laners in the current season. No shade against him, but the competition right now is not at his level. It's way higher.
Oh, I think that's a shade without saying, not
I'm
a shade.
complimenting the rest of the mid laner.
Oh, okay.
To just a boy is 8th place, and he's amazing.
Yeah, a boy is 8th place, buddy. You were saying.
Octa.
Now that's shade.
Hey, Octa should have been in 8th place if you consider his name.
Oh, that's actually... Hey, Shepard, I'll give you that. That was pretty smart. Yes, sir.
How much out of 10?
I'll give you an 8 out of 10. An
Let's go! We are on fire right now, just like the rest of the team here in Dewa United. The rest is going to be debuting for Dewa United with Ray, Octa, Moeza, and maybe they'll win the game.
Let's see how they perform, man. With a bit of a new combination, can they actually get it done?
Some reinforcements to help Octa, the man that we've been talking about, Ray Moeza. And the man, the myth, the legend, Rez makes his debut for Dewa United.
In a tough spot right now, but they are here with a fire. Can they make the playoffs once again to lift the name of the Apostles of the Gods?
Oh boy, the chosen ones. Have they chosen the right players for this match against number 2 in the standings right now? It's a tough challenge, but they're up for it.
Evos is here. Reggie, Albert, Suelo, Kay, and Erlan is going to be starring the Land of the lineup for the Tigers.
Grass is what the fans are yelling it out. This is the Grass lineup.
They're hard and ready.
They're hard and ready, absolutely, man.
Let's see if this Grass lineup can hold or exceed the expectations of the Evos fans. The White Tigers of Indonesia, it's Evos!
They are chasing their long-lost glory again. After winning M1, they're looking to get to that stage once again. Can they do it this season? Season number 15 for the White Tigers.
Already back to form. Number 2 so far, with a great track record and a great showing of flexibility, of adaptability. The fact that they're able to do so well when initially their planned mid laner wasn't even available just yet. That's really showing the quality of the players, but also the coaching staff. Welcome to the stage right now with our Marshall Gary. It's Bombi and Avil with Kurt and Caleb.
There's our answer. It's not gonna be walking up, it'll be the duo. What? I literally can't hear you, Harashi. What did you say?
I said what?
Oh, okay.
I think they're gonna be in need of power with Watt is gone.
You know what, sorry?
I think they're gonna be in need of power when Watt is gone.
When Watt is gone, there might need some more amperage, that's for sure. I tend to agree with you.
If Watt is gone, maybe they can add in who and how.
Decent.
Or when
Decent,
and
right?
where.
Not bad. Mine's better.
Yeah. Octa was pretty solid.
No, the Watt and Ampere.
Oh, I didn't even hear that one.
Well, Dewa United right now, the Anak Dewas, they are very ready in this game.
Dude,
super loud.
I just want to say, ladies and gentlemen, the crowd has just been phenomenal, and I think Rez is gonna love this. Reception of his debut from the Anak Dewas in the building.
Definitely a lot of support, man. The team has high hopes for him. He'll be presenting the BTR member Bang Otot Sorizo. Let's see if his style can vibe well with the rest of the teams, because we saw that previously synergy seems to be the problem that was holding Rez back. Now with a whole new roster to work with, maybe this is the moment that's really gonna work well for him.
And you can see the stat earlier, the one that stands out is #1 in damage taken per minute out of all the XP laners in MPL. What does that tell you, Rashi?
Tells you that this guy can handle pain.
He likes getting hit.
And he likes to be put in the front. So that can mean two things. Either he's gonna be engaging or he's gonna be scouting, but either way, look to him to just take the brunt of the punishment.
Let's see here, first pick selection for the away team is Dewa United. So they're gonna be in the blue side. Evos is looking to just respond with the second pick home selection. Look at that, 75% first pick. So I don't really know how they will, they wanna go second here.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to, are they home team?
Yeah, Evos is home team and they second picking.
So, I don't know, depends on the tournaments that you have watched. Mobile Masters has had a pretty high win rate for Red. I think the Red side actually had a higher win rate as we got into the playoffs. So maybe Evos have learned a thing or two in scrims, have learned a thing or two from the previous Mobile Masters tournament that we've seen to go on Red side to again punish the drafts here. Because I think they should be copying a few of the strats that we've seen in Mobile Masters, like, banning out Suyo, forcing blue side to pick up a jungler that is not as oppressive as that Suyo.
And then maybe countering it with a Lucas. A lot of options are available draft-wise. Again, we saw it in Mobile Masters. A lot of the coaches there were absolutely being crafty with the potential draft picks. And sometimes there's just so many things to kind of keep your eye on that you would miss some things. But the fans, I don't think are going to be missing anything, dude. They are full attention. The game hasn't even begun yet, and they are on their feet.
Hey, by the way, this is an actual question for the chat. Can you actually hear the people here? Because they are super loud through our mic.
I think so.
Whoa. Anak Dewa. It seems like in the last 3 weeks, they've just been building this community, because I remember them being loud, but not this loud.
It's the new revamped Anak Dewa.
Just like the revamped coaching staff.
Oh, we are literally hearing them through our own mics. That is how loud they are being right now. And this is before the hype moments begin.
One could say, when you change your head, your shoulders follow.
Interesting.
I do not get the reference or the
Head and
pun.
shoulders! To reference the Head and Shoulders.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a reason I dropped out of uni.
All right. Hey.
Did you?
Yeah. No, before this, I'm still in uni right now.
Gotcha, okay.
Okay, boys, we gotta talk about Evos though right now. We've stayed on the Dewa topic for quite a bit now. What about the White Tigers? Do you think the 3-week break has hurt them? Because they were on a pretty good run. Momentum-wise, they had it.
I feel like it won't harm them too much, because the way they are right now, I do feel like with free time, they're not the kind of team that would take it easy and kind of slack off, for lack of a better term. I believe they've been trying things out, they've been experimenting. They have 2 great veterans with an abundance of experience in their team. The least they can do what I would have them do if I was managing the team is to let Albert and Key, let their experience trickle down to the rest of the team in those 3 weeks through observation, through scrims, through gameplay. And if they were able to do so, if you thought that Evos was scary, if the rest of the team can kind of match up experience-wise to Albert and Key, this is looking like an absolutely solid team.
Absolutely, man. Speaking about EXP or experience, Regi has been absolutely dominating the XP lane. Look at this. The heroes that he picked, man, a lot of it. CC, Phobius, Edith, Hyla, Silda, Glukat, Kacha, Belleric. So the flexibility is there for the XP laner of Evos. He's looking to flex it more here against Dewa.
See how that works out, man. Again, so much flex potential available for both these teams, but they didn't want to get too creative. As we saw earlier, there's strats and drafts we saw in Mobile Masters, but a lot of those are very team specific. Not every team can pull up all of that, all of the variety, right? Not all teams can be as flexible. So the drafting phase, especially for game number 1, is going to be very, very telling.
All right.
Let's take a look at the drafts. Yeah. Luo Yi already banned for Coach Bombi. Coach Avil actually banned the Kalia, and Granger follows through. So there's going to be a lot of long-range heroes that's going to be banned for Dewa United. They see the threat from both Suelo and also Erlan. But this is interesting. Chip ban early in this game, so maybe they know something that we don't.
Yeah, I mean, has it been left open? Because again, last time we casted for week 3, I remember the chip being globally banned because of a bug. So I guess the bug has already been dealt with. But you can see again, the Lucas banned out here. Albert has been on a roll with the Lucas jungle. 100% win rate, I believe. And again, if you guys want to take a look at the statistics for Mobile Masters, Lucas has a 94% win rate against the Suyo. That's why it was banned completely by Onyx Philippines 2 in the Grand Finals up against RRQ Hoshi. Jusin being the last ban. Now, free Suyo pick for Dewa.
All right, Suyo will come through, and Evos banning with the Tsushin. Knowing the idea there, they could have traded the Tsushin for the Suyo, but they want something else. They probably want something a bit more decisive, probably looking for more of a jungle pick.
Yeah.
Dewa though, is the Suyo really what they want?
Mathilda or Suyo, I think, are the 2 options. Oh, the Harith is left open too.
Joy Harith.
You know what? Knowing maybe, I don't think the Harith is that prio.
I guess. Now let's see. It's taking a lot of time here to consider their pick. Oh my goodness gracious, Miracle, you were dead wrong.
Hey, last time we saw the Harith on maybe, it wasn't really too good. He played, I think, 2 out of 3 games on the Harith, and the 2 games that he lost was on the Harith.
Oh boy. Looking at the data like that, certainly seems kind of scary, but for Evos...
Oh! We forgot about it!
Wait, I don't think we forgot. I just feel like it's not going to be first pick by Dewa. Because again, usually when we see the Fanny on the other side, we see a Badang instantly picked up on the right. So Evos, this is the reason they went red. They knew that for Dewa, they're not going to be the ones banning Fanny, and it's going to be too risky for them to pick up Fanny first pick when a Badang is up for grabs. So they baited Dewa into a tough spot. Now Badang Fanny take it for Evos, and you pick Harith, that means no Moskov.
Boy, so the global play right here, it's going to be really one-sided for Evos, and without any easy counters for the side of Dewa United, this Fanny, in the hands of Albert no less, is going to be an absolute menace. The Suyo and the Vexana is what they go for, but now Evos can kind of strangle down on those crowd control tools. The Kalia is no longer available. Not a lot of other roamers can kind of shut down, can suppress the Fanny in the same way that the Kalia could.
This Vex pick seems very early in the draft compared to what we usually see, but I see the vision here with the Fanny on Badang, and you have already a 2 damage dealer that already covers both magic and physical. You need more utility and somehow a way to control the enemies when they're trying to go for your damage dealers.
At this point, I mean, I'm kind of concerned about what mid laner is going to show up. Cecilian, actually, against the Vexana. So, looking at it from the first 3 picks, the early game at least is going to really favor Evos, man. We saw how impactful like the mid lane clearing is going to be. So, if Evos get their way here, if Dewa can't find a roamer that can assist Octa in controlling that mid lane, Evos is gonna go to town, man. The trio mid has been deadly. In theory, it's gonna be even deadlier with this combination.
Thoughts on Evos now. Again, flex on the Badang. They will ban out the Jawhead. That has been one of the ways that Dewa have been able to control the early game with the Suyo and the Jawhead. So that's why for me, it's surprising to see the Vexana pick up so early for Dewa. I'm guessing they think Evos know that Octa's hero pool is kind of sus currently, right? I mean, he's only done well on the playmakers, like Vexana again, and usually when he's on the carry picks, he doesn't really do too well. And then obviously we've seen the Hilda mid that I don't think we need to talk about now.
Yikes.
Dewa. This time, I think they should get rid of a few of the goal laners here. Moscow being one of them. That'll be a really good choice to shut down Erlan. And then maybe, okay, so Bruno Moscow, I believe, now with the Bruno already being banned first.
They seem to be aiming more to the lane domination here. They want to try and get the golden going here, especially with the Harith. It's all about joining the team fights early on and trying to snowball. But again, if they want to try and do that, the same problem persists. Now the Jawhead has been banned as well, and that was one of the other things that can stop the Fanny. The Cho too. Usually, I think with a certain different team, the Franco comes to mind, but we haven't seen a lot of Franco gameplay for any team at all. So what can be used to stop the Fanny? Occasionally we see the Kufra come through, but even then, it's not a surefire way to stop the Fanny either.
Looking at the heroes that Moisa has picked this season, the only one that can kind of stop the Fanny is the Ruby. But do you really want to play Ruby against this kind of composition?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. Sicilian will love going up against Ruby. Badang as well is constantly punching her in the face. I think the simple answer for Dewa right now is just to ban out the Moskov, right? That has been a pick that we have seen Erlan do well on in the past. It is a good pick here as well up against the Harris, so it gets taken out. Now we're thinking of what? Claude? Perhaps maybe a carry as well for Erlan. Those are the two picks that I'm thinking about. But yeah, it really depends on whether they want to utilize the flex all the way to the end or if they want to deny even more picks from Mr. Mueza by picking up a roamer here.
Yeah, I know this is like very reaching, but can we just dig deep into a Lunox? Never mind.
Nope. Carry it is. Even though we haven't seen a lot of big frontliners coming through from Dewa, this essentially means that whoever gets caught initially, again, with the combo, with the catch of the Sanguine Claws and the Badang Fist Crack, there's so many ways that can kind of lock someone down, and if the Fanny can't get the job done, the carry will. So the abundance of burst damage is going to allow Evos to kind of play like what Onyx was doing and have full control, purely with the simple fact that whoever gets caught will be shredded down too fast to respawn.
So some heroes has been left open for Moisa. So far, Chip's gone, Kalia is gone, Jawhead and Cho. So you can see 4 bans for Moisa. A lot of respect towards this guy. And Gatot Kaja seems to be the usual pick, standard pick for this guy, but against a Fanny, do they actually want to cover that one? It's going to be Mathilda actually.
Yeah.
So some dive, some disengage potential, and also some peel with the shields and the healing.
The problem is for Dewa now is the way that they have to shut down the Fanny is through snowballing, right? Like Suyo needs to be taking a purple buff through the mobility of the Mathilda and the Phobias. They don't really have a lot of tanky members, and I understand that, especially after seeing the carry and now the CC. It's a gamble for Dewa. They gotta play with that early game. They gotta try to get that snowballing, because if they don't, Evos have really, really good mid to late. Honestly, they might have really good early game too, because the Fanny, Badang, CC might just take over the game.
It's a blessing to see Albert's Fanny once again.
We haven't seen it in quite a bit, I believe, for Evos, man. They themselves have very minimal frontliners, I would say, with the CC, with the Badang. These are generally playmaking heroes, so they're going all in. They know that they have some damage in the early game, a great early game damage source with that Fanny. So they're gonna try and double down on that with even more ways to kind of put Dewa behind and deny that snowball.
Oh, interesting. The stat actually shows that Evos actually has a better late game potential than Dewa United. Let's see though if that's gonna pan out in this game. Evos is up against Dewa United. Game number 1.
All right. Let's see how the early game starts, because Moisa on the Mathilda. We've seen Mathilda before very important, very flexible. But then again, you can't really be as annoying. You can kind of get out of danger, but you're not nearly as durable as you were back then when Matilda was super meta.
Oh my goodness, Octa is already taking a lot of heat.
Yeah, forced to flicker out. Sanguine Claw's not landing. Octa stays alive but has to burn Flicker. But yeah, I think I agree, you know? Evos definitely do have the better late game.
Yeah, with carry Sicilian? I mean, once the items start rolling in, it's going to be very difficult. Looking at the emblems by Indihome, look at the emblems, their firmness for Erlan. Trying to get some more survivability while still trying to get some of that value from the solo laning benefit of that emblem. Whereas for the rest of them, especially for Sway Low, the fact that he went with the Wilderness Blessing, he's not really concerned about the damage traded back. He believes his team is going to have the control. He just wants to be there for the party.
Oh man, it's the same thing once again. Alberto goes in.
Okay, it's going to be Ray who wins out the XP. Albert gets away, but it's going to be significantly lower now as Ray continues to put pressure on the map.
You can see, you can hear the oohs and ahs of the crowd as Reggie taking some damage, but he's all right. Every time Albert is going to style on the battlefield, Evos fans, they are here to cheer.
They're turning almost immediately at every sign of success. And looking at it now, you can see the Badang pressure. The fact that Dewa can get their members cut off from the rest of the team is already deterring them from moving too aggressively. Even Rez on this Phobius, kind of taking a chill. Want to make sure that he has level 4 for the next neutral objective, but Evos already having a bit of a head start.
Yep. Rotating faster, Key with a pin down, now Ray cancels the Blade Surge. Rez in the back jumping in, has the Inferno Pursuit, will be able to jump onto Reggie, pops into Vengeance as well, but will not be able to land another Demonic Force proc. Just a turtle taken. Albert had to go over the purple buff.
Pretty much what you expected in early game for Afani, prioritizing buff over turtle. Let's see if that's gonna be the case in objective number 2 or 3 when Albert gets more items and the blue buff is there, or purple.
Hey, remember this matchup, Rez and Albert, or the ex-teammates. I remember Yeb saying the reason Rez was getting played over Lutpi was because he looks like Albert.
I mean, not sure if I believe him completely on that one. But look at this, man. Evos already having all of the pressure. And again, the superior rotation speed. The fact that Suelo is clearing so much faster. The fact that Albert can already be at so many places at the same time. Dewa can't really make a move unless they know exactly where Albert is. The Fanny threat is just way too relevant right there. But Dewa are able to get the cheesy steal on that Litho.
Audience prediction by Gope, 82% for Evos. Maybe some effect on Albert picking Fanny, but so far, out of these 3 minutes, Albert has been quite silent. 0 kills on the board, even for both team right now. They're playing it safe.
By the way, that's a focusing mark Mathilda that Mueza is running there. Once they're trying to enable Dewa to have a pick-off chance of their own, especially with the Suyo and the Harith. But again, the lockdown from Dewa is so minimal. The longest CC combo they have is Octa on the Vexana, so in theory, that's the tool they would use to try and catch Evos mid-rotation or something. But if they already expended most of it, that means that Albert, that means that Reggie on the CC are free to just dive in the backline uncontested, uncontrolled.
Interesting itemization coming in from Suelo, not using Elegant Gem. Early item that a lot of mid laners usually opted for if you want to play Sicilian and kind of sustain a bit.
Albert's looking for a play, but don't think he'll be able to find a lot of success when he tries to dive onto Rez. Plus Mueza on a Mathilda. Turtle spawning at the bottom side of the map. Evos first onto it.
Ray's gonna be a level ahead potentially though, but he gets immobilized.
Ooh, holding the angle, Key. Now Suelo popping back freeze bottom lane airline. Oh, solo killed by Maybe on the Harith. He walks up, retrieve from Retribution. Albert jumping back and forth with the cables, now gets stunned up and will be forced to back away. Rez getting for a pursuit and jumping in one more time. Key, fist crack, but now gets bursted down. Rez is angry. Pops into Vengeance. Reggie trying to go for that damage to shred him down, but won't be able to find it.
Oh, that was a clencher from Key. Interesting decision. They're actually going for more fights instead of just backing away. And now it is 1.4k for Dewa United. Early game is theirs.
It seemed like that solo kill initially just spooked Evo so much. They got completely scared, surprised there with that outcome. Now Mueza is overextending here, trying to get some shit from Maybe. He's gonna be able to take down this turret.
Whoa. Did he deny it off of Erland?
don't think so. I think Ireland still got it, but in the end, still a huge W. Getting a turret in this early of a game. Now they can work towards the other one.
Whoa, chain CC! Great Eternal Guard, lock him down, and a pin down comes in for Octa. Albert gets a kill, but look at the rest of the team!
Oof.
Dismantled, purple buff in Ray's sights.
And this is the minus or the negative when you're playing a Fanny. Once you lose a team fight, you gotta watch out for that purple, and it's gone for Ray.
And they're just dangerous, man. Albert went in and he was able to get Octa, but initially, Octa's job was already done. He locked down 2 members and got the combos off. That's the benefit of going with the Vexana. Sometimes all you have to do is get in there aggressively and get your spells off in the right order, on the right members, and if you get taken out afterwards, it's fine. Even your Eternal Guard sticks around for the fight.
Look at this. Rez pinned down, but the Fist Crack has the Vengeance, soaks it in, and then takes the guiding win as maybe deals with the turret.
I just forgot that the fact that this is a Phoveus Mathilda combo that's been feared in Season 14's playoffs. No one give it away now. Albert, 1v1 against Ray.
Oh, cut down. Not enough to take him out, but Dewa United. Ray is holding Albert down.
For sure, and he's gonna be continuing to holding him down in this objective fight. Moisa though, still scouting the situation, maybe jumps in. No damage or like no 15 fight just yet. Ray is gonna take this one with ease.
Might be too difficult for Evos to contest right now with the flash of the Oasis already completed for Moeza right before that initial engagement. Before that initial objective actually spawns. Now for Evos, again, it's the waiting game. In theory, they outscale by a lot. But even Sway Low is forced to go with a glowing one initially, trying to curb the healing. But we'll see, man. They still need quite a while to be able to threaten Dewa.
Yeah, Albert tries his best to deal damage to maybe, but with the help of the Mathilda. Oh! Wait! Riz?
Wait a second.
No, okay, no, he didn't get it. Albert was able to get it. I was like, whoa, he retreated early.
Super early.
And then he got like there was a little bit of a effect there. I thought he still got it, but no. Albert secures his purple buff.
I thought that was you retreating, Mirko.
Oh, my retreat is on point.
On point. All right, now Evos, surprisingly, despite being on the back foot for quite a bit, they actually were able to give Erlan a decent amount of farm right there, while also pushing up the topside turret, almost taking it down. It's looking kind of dangerous, but, you know, it's only like 1,000, it's 1,500 gold lead for maybe in that gold lane. It's significant, but it's still within comebackable territory for Evos.
So again, back to what we said in the draft, right? For Dewa, this is the gamble that they are playing. They want to just win out early game so hard, they snowball out of control. But at this time, 8 minutes, is 2,400 gold enough? Because I don't think so. I don't think it's enough of a snowball to stop Evos completely.
I think the lack of engagements from Dewa is one of the main reasons for that. Because you can see them posturing aggressively, trying to find a fight. But in the end, unless Evos kind of give them the right fight, the right kind of grouping position for Octa to try and get something, they won't really engage that well or that decisively with the Phoveus or with Mathilda. There's just so much mobility available to Evos, and they aren't really super burst heavy, not just yet at least.
And there's another question of like, how can they prepare a good objective battle in the Lord? Because based on the composition, they have Evos has a CC, has a Badang, so a lot of frontliners. Meanwhile, Dewa, they don't have one, or at least it's Rez only in this case.
Super tanky though, Rez. Disrupting the back now. Reggie gonna be taking a half HP, jumps again in front of pursuit from Rez. Has to pop into Vengeance, the guiding wind comes in, but Rez is super low.
The trades is there. Look at the HP bars. Rez is already super low and he's gonna go back. This might be a chance for Evos Albert or Evos as a whole to find something here, but maybe not objective because they're on a Fanny.
Well, 1v1 on the bottom lane, just a Queller from Ray.
All right, man. For both teams, it's just about trading damage. Oaken, so Dewa has sustained from the Mathilda, but Evos has so much more consistent damage coming out of the bad impacts. Octa, with the Curse Blast, can't really match that kind of damage output and range. Look at Kido.
Trying to go in, looking for the Fist Crack now. Zamanfor's gonna be popped in as Maybe jumps back and forth. Rez still in the midst of it all, is pushed it down by Erlan, who's gonna be taken out by Maybe, who has that double. Albert waiting in the bush. Ray again secures the neutral objective as Maybe continues to deal this obnoxious amount of damage to Evos.
Change your name to Shirley because he was surely dominating the fight earlier. My goodness, you've questioned the Harith earlier, but it's popping off right now, Mirko.
Whoa, almost a steal. What is that? popped in the circle. That's a weird interaction. If you're circling Eagle, a blinking Fanny, or sorry, a dashing Fanny? That's what happens.
A flying Fanny.
Hold up, another fight here. Albert! Explosive Fanny, Swaylo running away. Maybe gonna be caught by the fist trap. Pops into the Bond Force. Will try his best to maneuver out of this. Purple buff in contention. Albert gets it, baby! Oh! Almost got the shot to take the Fanny down.
What about Albert though? As cool as it gets, he's not really intimidating by the presence of Maybe in the front line.
Well, Maybe right now is sitting on 9,000 gold. He has so much damage. So Evos have to kind of use their damage to kind of threaten him because they can't really just straight up tank the damage that he's outputting right now. This is the power spike that Dewa wanted, that they require, and they're able to get a lot of value right here, even taking out the passive on the top side. But you're seeing that Evos is starting to recover. Sway Low and Erlan certainly are doing damage right now, and Albert himself has been able to actually maintain a healthy amount of gold. He's actually only 200 gold below Ray at this point in time. So Dewa's hopes and dreams all hinges on Maybe being able to carry. So in turn, if Evos is able to locate and find the pickup onto Maybe, this might just be a done deal and an immediate comeback for Evos. It's only 3.5k gold.
And I say, Maybe, if he decided to build something like an anti-Karas, I'm not complaining at all. It's Fanny, it's key as Airline, and you need all the HP bars that you can get against this kind of composition because you are so important to your team.
I think that's why you go for something like an Oracle next. You want to just get as much healing as possible. That's why he went for the concentrated energy. Usually that's the angle we see, but I think he needs a Divine Glaive to deal with the front line too of Evos, Key and Reggie. So far doing good though.
Look at the itemization for Rez though. Instead of going for tankiness, he knows he's up against a carry that has the Marksman Trinity. He has the Winter Crown for the next fight.
It all lies on Maybe to make a crazy play. Albert walks up, steals it away, even though he got caught by the fear. The Terrify wasn't enough to lock him down.
I wonder if he feels any kind of like nervousness or any kind of like heart rate change when he did that, because like for me that was a bit of a sticky situation or like risky situation for Albert.
Yep. Definitely on a hero aside from the Fanny, he would have been taken out. The fact that you can still fly on the cables mid crowd control is something that a lot of Fanny players definitely abuse. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen. Now with Evos trying to find control, they have Albert with the mobility, but can Dewa punish?
Circling Eagle on Key. Rez gonna be poked down. Sway Low got one bad impact with a Sanguine Claw, and that's still that much damage. Albert looking for the play, trying to bait out the Terrify from Octa. In the mid lane he goes. Wave shoved in. Lord Dance.
Feels like a fake 3.k goal lead, man. This should not have been an equal game for Evos, but they're right now handling this objective fight really, really well. And they're gonna drag this out longer than a JRPG boss fight.
Ray walks up, gonna be pinned down with the wrist crack to Ray. It's in the crowd. Keep force to play around as the Zaman Force gets used up by Maybe. Albert with a cutthroat, taking one down. Maybe knows Zaman Force a window of opportunity for Evos. Keep, conceal. Mueza trying to look for an angle. Again, a pin down comes in, but maybe he's still able to free hit as Key walks around. Airline buys RGM. Sanguine Claw circling Eagle. Aquila lands. Oh my god! Putting him down. Airline unable to get the shot, but Reggie is still there. Trying to dish out enough damage to take them down, but they won't be able to contest. Reggie walks up again. Retribution takes the Lord. Reggie taken out by Maybe.
Game of inches. And Dewa comes out on top.
That was a great move by Evos. They were using the mobility so well, cutting in and out of danger, minimizing how much damage Maybe can do with the Zaman Force, trying to escape from the danger zone. But because of that, they were able to leverage that and get the neutral objective. Now, contending with the Lord, Evos have to try and pull some tricks out of the bag here, try and distract them, try and go for some kind of split push play. They need to abuse the Fanny strong suit, this mobility. And look at this, Ray already waiting for an opportunity.
Queller. That's it.
That's one wave erased from the board. That was huge value for Evos.
Right now, Octa already has a Winter Crown as well. Maybe it's already at full items, including the boots. So this is the moment, the decisive play that they will want to have. They want to try and end it right here, right now, if possible.
They gotta. Clock's ticking. Time's running out. Rez! You can see that damage from Sway Low! And the shred from Reggie. Blade Surge from Ray. Airline pops his ult, wanting to go for Ray. He had blood in it. Oh, hold up. Albert jumps in again, dishes out a lot of damage, but not enough to take him down. Mueza keeping Octa alive.
They gotta thank the gods for the fact that Albert did not have a purple buff at the time. If he were, whoa, could have been scary.
This is the problem for Dewa though. Without rest, there's no front line. Look at how passively they have to play because one bad impact is going to chunk down Ray, Mueza, and maybe down to almost half HP.
Fist crack, a punch to the face. Mueza still able to run away. Albert jumps in the midst of it. Oh, there gets covered the circling eagle, but maybe did catch him. Ray unable to get him. Albert's too quick with it.
Albert just sucked out the gravity out of the MPL arena. What an escape!
Look at the play, look at the moves, the cables. Albert, the electrician, they're setting up all the wires there. Dewa, there was a great attempt by Mueza catching Albert mid-flight, but it just wasn't enough.
Give him that nickname, Arashi. Is he elusive? What? Is he elusive? Is he the elusive?
The elusive? Well, I'm not catching it, I'm sorry. I'm overwhelmed.
Man, oh man. Be ninja, be legend. Very topical. That was a ninja-like move by Albert. There you go.
Unfortunately, Fanny won't be getting a Naruto skin, but you already have enough, Fanny. It's okay.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right. Now for Dewa, they're waiting for the 20-second mark. They're trying to control the waves, but Rez has to be extra careful. He needs to understand that Evos is targeting him whenever he's walking up forward and there's a chance to chunk him down. Not even to pick him off, to chunk him down to half HP. Evos will take that.
Whoa, an attempt, but you're not catching Baby. That's a tanky cat boy.
And the scary part is there's no Oracle, there's no defensive item whatsoever, not even a Winter Crown. And he is as tanky as before. The health bar is not moving at all.
Ooh, Malefic Gun completed for Erlan. The extra range is gonna make Dewa have to recalculate their positioning. We're already at half HP though. Ooh, man.
How about the long lane game though here? Albert's gonna be there, but who's gonna be the one to respond? Or do Dewa wants to force this one and try to take the Lord with a bit of risk from Albert? Do they gamble on that?
And we'll got the hand cam of Albert, I believe, here on the Fanny. We'd love to see how fast he truly is. Circling Eagle from Mueza, locking two members. He's guard coming down. Mueza gonna be bursted down as Albert walks in one more time. Jumps in back and forth. It's still gonna be maybe jumping over some on-force, but Key is still able to survive. Not for long, so look at Maybe! Erlan not getting enough damage to deal with Maybe. He gets away, knows him on-force for a few seconds.
And there's an Oracle. He wants to heal up with Mueza on the floor. Albert is looking for an angle to steal this one, or maybe gets a kill. A few of them. Albert goes in.
Uh-oh, maybe wants to follow. Circling Eagle onto the back again. My Lord, Albert gonna be caught by Maybe, who gets the fadeaway shot. Two members left alive for Evos as Dewa get the Lord.
That was a hit tracking hit towards the Fanny. Maybe. Stop, man. Chill out.
May be enough to win the game for sure, man. 6K gold advantage. Evos with 25 seconds down before Reggie and Albert are even in the picture. This is a win for Dewa to force a play when the backline is safe from any kind of threat, and they will do so. The Lord is going to push them, is going to assist them in trying to end the game. Can Suelo output enough damage to clear?
Mueza zoning them in the back. Erlan trying to deal what he can. Rez bursts it down. Immortality gonna be popped as well as Maybe walks in back and forth. Key obliterated. Erlan doing the best he can, but Dewa United strikes first in this match. Evos taken down.
If you're looking for a reason why Harith is always banned in ID, look at this. Look at these Harith players. Chidera now Maybe carrying Dewa on his back.
Brother had 0% win rate on the Harith before this game. After 3 weeks, he comes back with a 8-9-0 performance.
Hey man, the statistics are just a number. That's what he's telling you. Maybe you shouldn't be too quick to judge.
That gamble paid off. That early game gamble to control. Man, not even the carry was able to shred fast enough.
And also the swag, the confidence of just letting go of the Fanny in the hands of Albert. And he took care of business in the cleanest way. Well, not cleanest way, but in a clean way, especially for Maybe. He was untouchable in this game. Despite him always being in the front line, here's mid DPS, mid tank.
Even went
Full
for the
control
from neutral objectives too.
He even went for the Oracle there in the final stage of the fights. He knows that the extra shielding is going to be invaluable in the decisive moment. You saw Key try to find him so badly, but maybe it was just too clean with it. With the Purify to Brood, he was just too slippery to catch.
You don't let go of the Harith in ID. That's my conclusion, man.
Even Onyx Philippines banned out Lucas and Harith in the grand finals against RRQ.
They're racist against Beastman.
They're racist against cat boys. They don't like no cat boys. Harith.
Lucas is not a cat?
Harith. Talking about Harith.
Talking about Harith.
Well, Lucas can be a cat.
Technically, he turns into
it's a tiger, right? It's a big cat.
It's not a tiger, it's not a cat. What are you talking about?
Bro, it's up for interpretation. It's a sacred beast.
It's a sacred beast.
They're never specified.
Is the sacred beast a tiger? Is he a big cat, or do you think it's something different?
It's a nine-tail.
Huh?
It's a nine-tail.
That's the skin.
Not yet.
Not yet.
As we're gonna see here the crucial moment of this game. Look at that. Maybe just dancing around the map, man. And he uses his demand force in a very practical or like also calculated way. Look at this. Reggie could have gotten away if it weren't for like 1 pixel that hits him. Kind of sad there. And who's gonna be the MVP, I wonder?
I wonder. It's a good
Just
question.
maybe. It's surely, not maybe.
8-0-0. Bargain Hunter and the Inspire. Again, he went for the Oracle. That's all you need. You don't need defenses. What you need is more HP. How did this even happen? That solo kill on Erlan down below.
I think Erlan for sure underestimated maybe his prowess. And again, that whole sequence kind of shook up the positioning and the planning of Evos. And it's small moments like that that Dewa can actually take advantage of. Look at how clean, how quick the movements are, man. The new habit with the faster animations. I mean, Albert tried his best to try and find moments like this, but whenever Maybe is in the picture, it's just never that simple. That's exactly why Albert was looking for moments where Maybe is too preoccupied doing something else. And let's give a shout out to Mueza, dude, because on the Mathilda, he was an absolute problem for Evos, finding ways to save his teammates, finding ways to stop Albert on a hero that technically isn't really meant to stop mobile assassins, but he found a way to be so troublesome, so confusing on who he's targeting that he was able to just mess up the positioning of Evos.
Fight mobile with mobile. You have like mobile heroes. Look at that, Moisa, and Maybe just wreaking havoc against the Tigers.
And you know what? Another factor of how they were able to deal with the damage of Erlan is the fact that the Eternal Guard a lot of times becomes the target of Erlan's basic attack. So that takes a whole lot away from the rest of the team having enough sustain to survive the carry.
I'm very curious about the damage statistics for Erlan because he was not present at all in the team fights. And again, mainly on what you said, Mirko, Vixana is just too much to deal with. Even in the laning phase, it's a bad matchup. Harith against carry.
Yeah. What? Harith wins out against carry?
Yeah.
It really depends, because...
Is it though?
Yeah. The man, the myth, the legend, Kelra says carry is a counter.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay, I changed my mind then.
Yeah.
Wow. See,
but I feel like that's just you, Kelra. So
Kelra thinks.
Yeah, that's just no. To be fair, carry should actually have an okay time against Harith. You have a quick dash that can get out synchro vision. That's why I was surprised. Like, what happened in the bottom lane? Did Erlan make that many mistakes to be solo killed?
My assumption is that
maybe I'll play him.
I feel like Erlan was kind of focused also on the team effort, right? And because of that slight hesitation, he was looking maybe at what the team is doing. That's the moment where maybe it's like, you know what, I got a window right here, and he went for it. That's my assumption. But again, man, it's a great plan here from Dewa United, because even again, they went with the focusing mark. They knew that they can't really go for a full-on drawn-out battle. They know it's going to come down to so small select moments, and 10% extra damage is quite significant, you know, all from the early game to the late game. And even the itemization, they know that Evos need to get some kind of burst damage, some kind of pick-off going to really get full benefit. So it's Winter Crown, right? Res went for the Anticuras, Anticuras, and then Winter Crown soon afterwards, and then Immortal. So they understand how they want to play the fights out, and that's very impressive, because win conditions is one thing you can kind of visualize, but how the fight wants to go, you gotta predict how things are gonna go, who's gonna be in the front, the tempo, the pacing, are they moving forwards or backwards? And I feel like Dewa got a really good read on how Evos was trying to play. Because at every moment when there's some kind of flank play from Evos, from Key, from Reggie as well, Dewa just seemed ready for it. And you would not expect this from Dewa.
So you're saying it's a newfound Dewa with Bombi and Kurt on
They
the helm.
certainly look different.
It's like an Ube version, right? They have the Ube version. They were from Blacklist, so.
Interesting.
So I got my answer there. 31k damage pumped out by Erlan, but damage taken also 31k. Not a good look.
Definitely not. And that's the issue when you're trying to go with a short-range marksman, right? I mean, if you want to try and shred someone down, you best make sure that you can get your target in the right position, which is why usually we bring the Kaleas, we bring the Francos. Right here, with the Badang, you can't bring anyone closer to you, right? So you're forced to move into the kill zone of the Zaman Force, of the Eternal Guards. There's just so much risk flying around all over the place. Even Albert himself, with all the cables, fell victim to 1 or 2 knockups, 1 or 2 terrifies himself.
I thought of a good nickname for maybe after this performance.
What?
The Force. May the Force be with you.
That's quite a reach, I must say.
May the Force be?
May the Force be. Where did you get the with you?
Well, it's the same.
It's just the same.
Yeah.
We'll see about that. I don't think it's gonna stick, if I'm being honest with you.
Well,
Champion.
yeah, I guess.
But who knows? Maybe the people back at home will take a liking to it.
Well, yeah. Hey, Eterna has something for us to show.
What?
So,
You have to show.
what's going on here?
Eterna?
Eterna. What's going on?
Halo semuanya, bersama kenapa jadi aku yang gugup sih? Tadi
Harusnya
perasaan
aku.
harusnya kamu ya?
Harusnya aku.
Bersama Eternal lagi, nah aku jadi sampai lupa nama aku sendiri siapa. Aku adalah side reporter dan di sini aku bareng sama Mikasa.
Halo.
Jadi gimana nih Mikasa? Katanya Mikasa mau cerita-cerita nih tentang Evos TV?
Iya. Jadi di Evos TV itu ada program baru, program berlangganan namanya Evos Membership. Jadi kalian kalau misalnya berlangganan, kalian bisa dapat banyak-banyak banget konten menarik yang kalian nggak bisa nikmatin kalau kalian nggak join.
Oh, jadi konten-konten gitu ya?
Iya.
Nah, katanya ada banyak
Banyak.
jenisnya ya, jenis membership
Ada
di Evos
dua.
TV.
Ada dua. Satu
Apa
ada
aja?
Baby Roar, 2 ada Mighty Roar. Kalau Baby Roar ini jadi kalian cukup dengan 10.000 kalian tuh bisa dapetin kayak loyal badge, terus emoji eksklusif juga. Sama kalian bisa nikmatin konten-konten seru sama menarik di Evos TV.
Ah, kalau satu lagi?
Kalau yang satu lagi Mighty Roar itu kalian dengan 39.000 kalian bisa dapat kayak tiket nonton MPL kayak gini, terus kalian bisa dapat merchandise, sama bisa dapat kayak raffle, jadi kalian bisa mabar sama profil-profil Evos.
Oh, seru banget ya dapat merchandise juga ya berarti ya. Merchandise-nya apa aja sih?
Banyak.
Banyak.
Kalau kepo langganan dulu.
Ah, itu dia, aku suka tuh. Kira-kira kalau aku mau berlangganan nih, aku mau dong membership Evos TV, aku harus kemana?
Bisa langsung ke YouTube-nya Evos.
Oh, di YouTube Evos.
YouTube Evos.
Oke. Terus kira-kira kalau misalkan aku mau yang Mighty Roar sama Evos, satu lagi
Baby
apa?
Roar.
Baby Roar sama Mighty Roar ya, sama-sama ngeliatnya di Evos.
TV. Ya,
TV,
di YouTube-nya
oke.
Evos. Kalau kalian mau informasi lebih lanjut, langsung aja ke Instagram-nya Evos Esports.
Ah,
Sana
oke.
lengkap.
Oke. Terus katanya ada sesuatu yang ada di Lembang, Bandung?
Bandung.
Bandung.
Oh iya, buat kalian yang lagi di Bandung, kalian bisa datang ke acaranya Exis Esports Lab di BEC mulai besok tanggal 19 sampai 20.
Ah, oke. Di sana berarti ada ngapain aja?
Banyak kegiatannya, banyak banget. Datang aja dulu.
Oke, datang aja dulu. Tuh guys, jadi buat kalian yang penasaran, kalian bisa langsung aja berangkat ke Bandung ya.
Tuh.
Sekarang juga?
BEC.
BC.
Sekarang. Biar gak ketinggalan.
Nah, sekarang kan Dewa lagi 1-0 nih sama
Iya.
Evos. Gimana nih perasaannya?
Deg-degan. Ya, tapi semoga game 2 bisa balikin.
Bisa
Semoga.
ya? Bisa
Ya.
ya. Soalnya aku ngeliat dari kayak prediksi para caster, mereka prediksinya 2-0 semua nih.
Enggak lah, aku 2-1 lah.
2-1. Berarti nanti
2-1
ini
juga dong.
full 3 games.
Iya,
Full
3
3 games. Oke, kamu ada ini nggak mau semangatin Evos gitu?
Semangat Mas Kaleb, semangat semuanya.
Mas Kaleb bestie aku juga tahu.
Oh iya, Mas
Kaleb,
Kaleb.
bestie Acu. Padahal dia nggak balas DM aku lagi nanyain kenapa Brody nggak pernah dipakai.
Request?
Iya, aku penasaran. Ya dan ntar kita suruh Mas Kaleb kita ke belakang. Iya, iya. Kita sekarang aja ke Kaleb. Boleh. Ya udah. Kita langsung aja lempar ke para casters. Jadi untuk casters, silakan masuk kita ke game yang kedua. Ayo kita ke Kaleb.
Man, what a surprise. Dewa United. Our predictions are in shambles in every first game.
Welcome to season 15,
fair.
bro. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. So far,
if we're going by the script, Evos gonna win?
The script?
If we're going from what script?
Match 1 script.
I thought you didn't believe in pattern.
Yeah. What happened? Shevin, this is.
Hey, I'm just saying.
This is. You went from there's no pattern. There's no such thing as patterns.
No
to,
takebacks, bro.
To, hey, what? Are you a conspiracy
Duality of
theorist?
man.
Duality of man. I don't think so. I think the CC pick was kind of sus.
Yeah, we were just talking about it just a little bit.
Hey, I've said it in Miracap, right? CC is always overrated.
CC is so far today. It's been super overrated.
So, what's not overrated though?
It's this right here. You guys can check it out, man. Vote for your champion and win prizes. You guys can get tokens, 3 diamonds, and if you use the tokens, you get spin for prizes in the gift arena. You can win GoPay coins, MLBB skins, smartphones, to 15 electric motorbikes.
Up to 15 electric motorbikes?
Sheffin, I think I heard early in the morning that you are in need of a new motorbike, friend.
Right.
Only the tires.
Well, if you get a full new electric motorbike, wouldn't that be cool?
I don't know about that,
If you didn't know, Shevin,
Take this phone and vote for your champ. Who do you think is going to be champion of
Right.
season 15? Vote. Go to gopay.co.id/games. You there?
Yeah.
Click the trophy icon in the top right corner.
Top right.
Okay, top right.
Vote
Yeah,
now
up
to
there.
get a token.
Okay.
Vote for your champion and enter the winning team and final match score.
Winning team.
Yeah.
Where's GeekFam? What? Where's GeekFam not here?
Well, they are 8th place right now, so I don't. But you can vote for them still. I don't think you want
you should
to,
still be
but
able to.
you still want to go geek?
Do it for
Yeah,
the culture.
for sure. Geek.
I thought you wanted the electric. I thought you wanted to win your electric.
Yeah,
motorcycle.
Shevin, if you didn't know, right? When you win these bikes,
Yeah.
you get the tires as well.
Yeah.
Oh my God, tires! That's more important than the bike.
Because you were saying it's just the tires.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Maybe you
get
could
those
swap out the tires and then use it on your bike. If you have a
Man.
personal connection to the bikes that to the bike that you own.
You guys are a bunch of geniuses.
Yeah, you're welcome. Now
sure.
you know. The more you know with Sheffin.
What I know though
Always happen.
is Telkomsel is the best internet provider in Indonesia.
That's facts.
That's true. That's true.
And it was actually proven though. There's like a survey.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah, a survey that kind of ranks the providers of Indonesia, like how stable it is, how good it is. Telkomsel comes out on top.
Numero uno.
Yeah, don't let lag, that's hard to say, cause you to lose ranks. Enjoy a seamless gaming experience with IndiHome Packet G2 #1. That's super cheap. Only 375k for a 100 megabyte per second speed. Subscribe now via my Telkomsel or tcell.id/national. Wow, 375 for 100 megabytes is super cheap.
It is pretty cheap. Very cheap.
I mean, that's where the infrastructure comes in, man. Like they're just everywhere. Again, I've been in the middle of the sea on a ferry, and everyone's like, I have no signal. They're going on, they're almost falling off the boat trying to find signal.
Wow.
I'm indoors, like Telkomsel, bro. Y'all should have known.
Are you flexing that you're on a boat, like hanging out with your friends?
He's on
No, it's a ferry. I'm crossing an island.
I've never done that before, so you're flexing.
Do you have relatives on a different island of
But
Indonesia?
I can flex with RSV helmet though.
Oh.
When strategy and speed are the key, focus and protection are everything. Protection, always use protection. And RSV helmet is #1 on the road.
Always use it, brothers.
Get the exclusive collab design of RSV helmet and MPL team for any riding style. So, which one of riding style do you prefer, Mirko?
Honestly, I'm more of a tuck.
Ah,
Yeah, you go and tuck in, then you go vroom super fast.
I like it. When I'm in the back.
Ah,
I see.
Interesting.
I mean, I
so
like-
you ride from the back and
No, I'm just,
Oh, you're a
Someone's
passenger.
Yeah.
Oh, you like to be the passenger.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Chef is a passenger princess. That's cool.
Why?
All
Why
right.
throw out the princess?
I mean, I like when I have more
That's the
control.
saying,
when I have more control, you know,
Yeah.
with like,
Ah.
you know,
He
you
likes
know,
to be in control.
Yeah, I want to be in the center,
Yeah.
so I'm
Hey.
balanced and have like the center of gravity where I can move my hips properly, right?
Here,
Sometimes you like to be in control, you know.
You need control on in
No, no,
Jakarta,
no.
bro. The traffic is crazy. You know,
Yeah,
you gotta
that's
weave.
true.
You gotta
What if
weave.
you like to be controlled though?
Well, I mean, if you like, just you can. You can just be like in the passenger on your phone, you know.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, sure.
I like a more passive experience.
Interesting.
You can. You on any. As long as you wear your helmet, use your protection.
RSV allows you to do all that
Absolutely.
with absolute safety, chef.
For sure. Yeah.
I actually
yours.
met Kurt earlier when I went to the toilet.
Kirk?
Kurt.
Oh,
Kurt, the coach.
Kurt, okay.
And Mueza and maybe.
Dang.
Was he
whole squad?
they wearing a RSV helmet?
No, why
In
would
the
he?
bathroom?
Why would he be wearing an RSV helmet in the bathroom?
Chef.
Wait, I said you need protection anywhere.
Well, I guess if you're expecting someone to like punch you,
Yeah, I don't think
what
they
if
were
it's a safe
expecting.
space?
I don't
What
think
if
they were
the ops
expecting
pulled up on the
combat.
bathroom though?
The
The
ops?
who? The ops?
Right now, the only ops they have are Evos. And for Evos, those three guys I met in the bathroom are their ops, right? They're one game away from being given their second ever MPL ID Season 15 loss. This is odd numbered Evos. We were talking about this already. Momentum, they had it in their bag in the first 3 weeks. The 3-week break hurt them because it definitely didn't hurt Dewa.
Yeah, they're looking completely different, man. There's more coordination. And again, I like the creativity in the drafts here. We've been talking about the Mathilda so much, and now we're seeing the potential of it. And we're seeing Mueza. Again, we talked about how smart this guy is, but you see how he was playing that Mathilda? He was protecting, he was aggressing. And the thing with Mathilda that I've kind of realized is that what the Mathilda is doing is never super apparent. Because you never know when the circling eagle is popped. Is it going to be defensive? Is it going to be aggressive? And I think that's just a great factor to have for a player like Mueza. It's no wonder this hero was just a great fit for him.
Oh, it's, you know, if you are lazy, if you want to play Roam, and you want to farm wins with KDAs, Mathilda is the perfect hero. Mathilda never dies.
Just like Technoblade.
Shout out Technoblade. RIP. We're gonna see here the drafting phase for Dewa United versus Evos. Still with the same bands currently, and Evos is still on the second pick. This is interesting. Well, Dewa United has a say on what's going on in the second game, so makes sense.
Alright, so doubling down on this, let's see. Loyi, Lucas. So Granger, if things repeat itself, will be the third ban for Dewa. For Evos though, I wonder if they're a bit more concerned about that Mathilda this time.
That the concern is never going away with Albert on the Lucas. So far this season, as you said, Miracle, 3 games, 100% win rate.
So Evos have stuck to Red side now, right? I mean, for Dewa, they could just go for the same draft. It really comes down to Evos having to ban the Harith now.
Right.
So do they still ban the Chip and the Juicin, or do they let one of those go?
You never know what happens in MPL Indonesia. We've seen some crazy stuff here, especially with coaches not banning
There you go.
the same heroes, but never mind. Avil is not the other coaches in Indonesia.
I don't have no idea who you're talking about, Sheffin.
Same.
but-
I'm just throwing out.
This is an example.
Yeah.
The other coaches in Indo, we've seen that happen before, for sure. But the Harith banned away now. And if the patterns, you know, if we believe in patterns, unlike Sheffin, I think like letting go of the Sushin is something that a lot of teams are willing to do because you can kind of get around it. And if you get going, you get snowballing. The Lantern is just a decoration, man.
Yeah, and for Dewa, I think now they haven't banned the Granger, so they were expecting the Harith ban. I think they're planning to leave the Granger open. Now this is a maybe pick. Granger, I think he's still sitting at 100% win rate.
No, actually.
He's lost again on the Granger?
No, he's lost a lot, Miracle. It's not even 50%.
What happened to his Granger?
7 games, 43% is the
my-
data that I have here.
That's crazy,
But
maybe.
with eye tests, he looks a lot better, right?
He looks way better on the Granger. And there you go. It
And they
should
banned the
be-
Moskov.
Should be the Granger first pick then for Dewa United.
All right. If it is indeed the Granger, then most likely the Irithel is gonna pop up soon as well. Evos though, they have a chance to go for the Jawhead Suyo combo that's been notorious, right? The Jawhead was respected in by Evos themselves in the second phase, but Suyo Jawhead is a combination that allowed them to get so much momentum in the early weeks of MPL ID Season 15.
And it's amazing against a Granger as well. I wonder if that's going to be the case. And you round up the draft in the first phase with an Earthel, and I hope they're not using the Ducati skin because the Tiger is going to be there. Not going to be there.
Okay. I think right now they have to pick up Suyo though. That's like... Don't take the Suyo. Wow. They are going to give Retribution another Suyo game. They go for Joy and Chip.
So you go Suyo and Tigreal maybe?
Joy and Chip. So we haven't seen the chip. It was completely ignored in the first match. So it is available now.
Right. Okay, now with the prospect of the chip, now I feel like whatever Dewa has planned, they gotta kind of adjust right now. Because again, the Granger excels in the front to back, not really doing well in those weird, clumped up, crazy fights. So they might want some AoE. The Badang is the option 4 now with that Suyo. All right.
Okay, Avil. We said about the Earthel, yeah, that's the standard pick here.
Should be.
But maybe they have something else in mind though. If you don't want to, if they want to secure something of a EXP laner or mid laner first.
I think they have to go Earthel, right? Because if they don't go Earthel, it'll be a tough second phase for Erlan. So there you go. They go for the Earthel. Fanny already banned out earlier. Now we get into the second phase of bans, and I think Dewa, with the flex potential on the Badang, actually have a bit of an edge.
But they're also going to be forced to respect a lot of engage, a lot of heroes. I mean, both teams can really benefit from having a big AoE. So I feel like for Dewa, they're going to be a bit more concerned about EXP laners. They can kind of serve as a bit of an engager, right? Because the chip himself, remember, his ulti does not stun any longer. So it's going to be harder to keep people in place after surprising them with the shortcut play.
But they have two very independent damage dealers here in Joy and also Earthel though.
Yeah.
So it kind of runs it up for Evos.
Does Dewa want to go Mathilda again? That's my question now, right? Because usually the normal answer to going up against a chip would be more lockdown. People teleport, you try to chain CC them. Or maybe here, they want to try to cut away with the Granger.
Both options are valid.
We've seen that before. I believe RQ did that. Just get a Mathilda, get your marksman away from the chip as possible. And ladies and gentlemen, the fans are back at it again. As we just was talking about it, Sicilian banned away by Dewa. So already more attention to the mid lane. Makes you wonder what's up here.
Sorry, a bit sidetracked here. I just saw a Dewa fan with a LeBron James jersey.
LeBron James!
You're in MPL Arena, bro. I mean, LeBron James transcends culture, so maybe it's the right time indeed to pull this off. Shout out to my sunshine, LeBron James.
Your what? Your sunshine?
Yeah.
Big words, Shepin.
Now, Avil, they want to double down on a CC banning hero. Maybe Tigreal would be a choice here, yep. And something that kind of imitates a Tigreal, maybe a Balric, but that's not really a super good pick against an Earthel that's very mobile.
Yeah, against an Earthel, I don't know. Especially because Dewa United themselves, they're not trying to stay in the back, right? They're trying to move forward as well when they have an opportunity. Something with a bit more back and forth would be great. I feel like something like the Hylas comes to mind a little bit, but that depends as well, right? I think the matchup as well will show a lot. They might wait for Evos to expose their cards first.
Super late Juicin ban. It'll be last ban Juicin. We don't see that a lot, but there you go. Mathilda technically still up for grabs, but for Evos, there's no way for them to pick it up. They already have a chip. Not only the mid laner and an XP for Reggie, Evos. I think they don't want to go... Like, if I'm thinking Reggie, I usually think like Edith, but I don't think you want to go Edith here, knowing that Mr. Octa can still pick up Valentina.
Alright. Again, more crowd control, I think. Something they can catch. Since the Badang is no longer in place, I wonder if the Gatot can be an option, but no, Yves comes out first. That's another option to kind of lock people down, you know, keep them in place with a real-world manipulation chessboard. Now for Dewa, they have no idea what's going to be in the EXP lane, so Evos can wait and choose and make sure that Reggie gets something important, gets something he's comfortable with, because Reggie and matchup and lane matchup is something that Evos can use to their advantage.
All right.
I mean, the last time they used it to their advantage, they picked a CC and it was a non-factor.
Yeah, so maybe not that.
Let's see what they will go for now. They're going to reveal all their picks. Where's the Badang going? Roam or XP? And who's going to be the mid laner to go up against the Eve of Sway Low? Do they want to go back to like... You know, in the past they have gotten Lunox for Octa. Oh! Yo! Hey, if they went Ube game 1, this is the opposite of Ube. They do not want to stick. They want to pick.
Oh, man. Gotta say, not the biggest Selena fan out there against this composition. I don't know why.
It's kind of crazy. I mean, again, in theory, the Abyssal traps can expose Evos when they're rotating, when they're trying to catch Dewa by surprise. But, bro, if they don't really spot the engage, once Evos is on top of them, they have no way of getting out. The only thing they can use here is the fist crack, and they are going to be forced to double down and partake in that fight.
Oh,
I like that better.
They go for the Hilda. There you go. Just to, I think, take a lot of the shots from the Selena, take the shots on the Cho as well. Something we saw in game number 1, match number 1 of Na'Vi vs Onyx. The Hilda also up against the Selena, up against the Cho.
And I believe so far Hilda, in this day, still boasts a 100% win rate after it got used in the first game earlier.
Yeah, I do want to say this, you know, we have been sending a lot of criticism to Octa's way, but back when he was playing for Aura MDL, this was his signature pick, Selena.
I see. Well, he's gonna have to play his mind off right now if he wants to really shut down the whole chip pressure, shut down the early joy. Again, these are very mobile targets he's gonna try and hit with the Abyssal Arrow. Only time will tell. Let's wait and see.
The Tata really loves Evos' composition over Dewa United, but that was the case in the first game, and look what happened. Can they actually replicate it again? Dewa United is 1 game away of winning this match. It's the Apostles of Gods versus the White Tigers.
All right, let's wait and see what we can expect here. Early on though, Mueza taking a lot of punishment. That's the early game Yve. Dewa might want to be a bit more careful about that. Eyes all on the gold lane though. Erlan in a winning matchup, quote unquote. We've seen this go kind of both ways. It's a bit of a skill matchup too. Definitely favors the Irithel though. And Erlan is a great laner in his own right.
Yeah, you can see Octa already struggling in the mid lane here, getting zoned by Sway Low. Another shot at him. It is still the Season Hunter. All the Selenas have gone for Season Hunter. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Super Prince, Moreno, and Mobile Masters. Octa here. It's a bait. Pareto walk up. Can he get the Queller? No, he cannot.
That was a close one right there. But again, the HP bars at least favors Evos. The poke potential there is definitely quite terrifying. And on the top side, Reggie with the superior clear, superior sustain, is able to kind of get some safety for Albert to try and go for a little something extra in the jungles of Dewa.
So far, still a quiet game after what happened earlier when he got arrowed. Might be stopping now. Red's gotta be jumped on.
Yeah, should be able to get away, and he does. Reggie trying to zone him away from the minions, and whoa, this is a good job from Evos actually. Zoning Rez. Oh, flickering out into the base. Now it's gonna be a dive. No flicker, compromise. Oh, wait a minute. First blood, Albert. Octa with the flicker, gets the trap down very low. One more scratch, Mueza with the Nikundo. Reggie gonna be taken down as well as Mueza claims the double.
Hey, this is a Cho, 2 kills in early game? What just happened? This shouldn't happen in the early.
And Ray will take the purple buff away. Has the red tree key, goes in with the crash course, but he does not have that shortcut. Ray though, gets it to Erlan, roars and takes the kill.
Oh, Mueza?
They're not stopping!
Key takes the Abyssal Arrow, Rez walking up now, gets punched in the face. Key looking to escape, pinned down. Octa looking for the play now, jumps on him. Octa gets the kill, Turtle. Evos on it already.
Hey, this is MPL Indonesia we're talking about. We love to brawl.
Evos though are able to get the turtle in the midst of that chaos, but Rez, that was a great wall there. Building a great wall, making Evos pay for it. Look at Key though, immediately getting jumped on, shortcut.
Mueza, was able to bait them all the way. Shortcut was taken, Mueza forced to flicker out.
Hey, shout out to Mueza, that was a pixel perfect flicker, man. Not even late 0.1 second.
Like, again, knows his mechanics on this Cho. He's been able to do great things. And early on, despite all the pressure coming through from multiple sources, his Cho has been able to actually function well. Still find info, find safe zones, but he's playing a dangerous game, dude. He's getting low every single time he kind of extends, but it's fine. He knows the risk, and he knows that it's going to be beneficial for his team.
No Sky Piercer as the first item for maybe, so he's gonna prioritize a bit more actual damage and a bit of a sustainability with the movement speed boost from the Hunter Strike. More respect towards Erlan's potential to 1v1 here, maybe in a team fight. Moeza though, still just babysitting maybe at the bottom lane.
Okay. Nice secure from Erlan. Gets the gold crab. So we're literally even in the game. 3-2, one turtle, fist crack. So that comes in, and that's the combo with the Abyssal Arrow. But Regi's on the Hilda. He's meant to take that damage. Shortcut coming down. Now the entire team to walk in. But I don't think they'll be able to dive this. A wasted shortcut, it seems, up top.
And I believe Ki flickered to the wall, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he flickered over the wall to try and get there faster. Not sure how far he got across that wall. But I was just about to say, it's already level 6 in general for all the players, and there hasn't been a big shortcut play. On top of that, we talked about Dewa not having crowd control. Evos, not so much either. The fact that it was a Hilda, but look at this, whoa.
Regi, look at that, how tanky he is. Abyssal Arrow lands, but he's just eating it like a boss.
And they just want to fight all the way, man. They don't want to stop.
But again, how do they get the fights without catch? They can only chase down with the Hilda, they can only use Sway Low and his ultimate. Taking on the ultimate.
Zone in the back now, fist crack coming down as well. Regi bypassing all that CC to get that bonk down. Abyssal Arrow not landing. It will land onto the Lord Regi. I'm becoming Jiku no now. Shortcut coming down. Say goodnight to Ray. And Erlan gets a kill too.
That door brings Erlan everywhere. Ki with a beautiful crash course. Timed perfectly as well. He's not really too always getting it in the first place or like pumping it up when the fight begins. He waited for the perfect time just like this.
Flicker from Sway Low. Great position from Ki and ambush as Octa gets taken out.
Flicker over the wall just to secure that kill. And on the bottom side, Erlan doing just fine here. Following up a storm as well. Maybe on the Granger. Hasn't really been able to find big moments of his own either. But a 2k gold lead, look at Evos immediately cutting off maybe from the lane. Trying to extend the lead, try and get Erlan in a good position to carry the mid to late game.
2.2k gold lead with also a turret taken down at the bottom lane. Evos is having their way right now against Dewa United. This might be one of the reasons Regi is just pummeling down the Tung 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 Sahur towards Moeza.
I mean, this is way too much sustainability. And look at the rotational speed coming in from Evos now. They're trying to abuse the shortcut for sure. But even without the shortcut, they're making sure that they rotate efficiently. Oh, look at that. Octa though lands, but it's only on Regi. That's the benefit of having that Hilda. And Ki gets spotted, man. Dewa, again, this is impressive. They're keeping the chip in check, relatively speaking.
Now Regi, yeah, maybe finally bought the Sky Piercer. Maybe a little too late at this time when Ki and Regi is so healthy, can tank up all the damage away. This might be a bad window for them to get kills. As Ki already camping in the bottom lane here. Let's see if they spot him out.
Yeah, it'll be definitely a lot tougher now to go up against this kind of dive comp with the Hilda too. Hilda has so much value, by the way, in this game. Not only is she great at dealing with, you know, this pick-off potential, but mainly against the Granger too. You just walk so fast for the Granger to land those shots on you.
Be a literal front line. Regi down, taking some damage. Backing down. That's the tankiness, man.
Yep.
He's only sitting on a Dreadnought armor and a mantle. Probably Giants above as well, but look at this. Ki
teleporting up top. Now Retry! Whoa! It was so late, but maybe snatches it away. Flicker out from Rez, but look at the damage. Erlan with the heavy crossbow. RWM to lock Octa down. He's burning down with the glowing wand, but he'll be able to survive. In the mid lane they go. Erlan still on and sieging the turret. Tier 1 taken down. Down below, Albert looking for an angle to dive on Ray, I believe. Oh, he already used a dash. That might have been a mistake as Albert gets full stacks. Electrifying beats. Retry, orange buff taken.
Wow, they got the turtle, but at what cost? That was a total loss for Dewa United. Aside from the turtle getting killed, getting the mid lane turret taken down as well. That is a huge value for the Tigers.
Evos will take that fight any day. They want to try and get some more value, some more control, and they need to be as active as possible whilst Reggie is just that tanky and he can just take all this punishment. As Dewa gets more items, it's going to be a lot harder for Evos to kind of bully them away like this. But look at who is joining us right now.
Wait, is that a heartbeat?
Yeah! I'm excited to see if the heartbeat rate is going to go up when he's on the screen.
That's actually true. I want to see if this is accurate, right? Because he should be surprised. He should be shocked. I mean, is he still, has he noticed?
We're waiting. We're waiting.
I want to see that heartbeat go up, man.
Yeah, it's gonna.
Let's see. Is it accurate? Oh, 88. 88. Oh, yeah. Wait, I don't think it's
going down.
He's
a cold man.
Or it's not accurate.
He's unbothered. What the hell?
Well, now it's okay. No,
okay. He's just a chill guy.
He's just a chill dude. All right.
You know, showing up on the stream, no problem at all. Now Evos, 2K gold lead. It's great. They're doing fine, but I feel like they should be aiming to get a bit more than that, right? With the shortcut, such a valuable tool right now, and not really able to get that. And now the next one is a Lord. So if they trade the Lord, you know, that might not be the best of ideas.
Albus is just gonna clear out the long lane. Even though you don't have a Moskov, they don't have a Fanny or a Ling that can pretty much go around the map. They have a chip, so that's just pretty much go anywhere card for the whole team. So whoever is gonna clear the long lane, that's all right. Even Erlan can do that as long as he's safe.
Yeah. Erlan, if he's left alone, can clear just fine. Has good mobility to escape as well. Oh, Kido gets spotted, but he's zoning everyone away.
Oh, that's a forced out shortcut. Now the Weighted Dragon on Sway low, still able to flicker out to safety now. The shortcut still plays out Key, goes with the crash course. Now it's gonna be Ray with the Queller now. Oh, the fighting into it. But look at Erlan who's jumping to the back now. Looking for the damage. Mueza taken down by Albert as he dashes. Now another falling. As Erlan is the one who gets that kill all the way for Evos.
It looked decent for Dewa United until Erlan said "Rawr."
I mean, you saw that Ray went in to try and shut him down, try and stop him from doing damage. But Ray himself, 0-2, does not have enough damage. Erlan just stood there, took it, and sustained it back up with the Haas Claws. Now with the Lord at their beck and call, Evos, if you thought they were tanky without the Lord, now with the Lord, they can brute force this fight, dude. They have way more DPS and HP than they will have at their disposal, completely.
3-9 in scoreboard or kill board. Naki already jumping in. Go for this one.
Pops in the shortcut, but it's not going to be used here. The Lord has actually been dealt with quite a bit. Maybe he should be able to clear this all alone and Dewa stay afloat.
All right, the turret on the turret passive on the top side isn't going to pop. Wait.
It is.
Wow, okay. That's unfortunate. I feel like they could have avoided that. 100 seconds to go before the next Lord. And Evos are the ones who have all the cards with that chip play, so Dewa, are they gonna just wait, play defensive, bank on maybe once again to scale and do damage? Or do they want to do something a bit more risky? They have Octa and Mueza, multiple ways to get the fight started. Do they have the ways to get the fight ended though? Can they burst Reggie down enough? Because looking at his items, he even has the leeway to go for a Fury Hammer, so he does damage as well.
I think there's a way for the...
Wait. Shortcut for Mueza. These have been quite interesting, but I guess it's just chaotic enough to force Dewa to corral together again.
I mean, it's a good side that Key is not gun-shy at all.
Yep.
Whether it's a roamer or XP learner, they're gonna take
brave. No, he's gone
bold.
Bold? I guess. But yeah, there's a way to end the fight before it begins, Arashi, and that is getting Octa to arrow on towards the perfect target. That is Erlan that does not have a Purify, and that could spell trouble. It is good when you're trying to be offensive, but when the opportunity presented for Dewa United, there's no way to go back for Evos.
Here the crowd earlier. Dewa, they popped it. Oh, he's here. No shortcut yet. He got bashed in the head by Rez, so he'll respect it.
All right. The way with the bottom side though is pushing towards Evos. I think Key intentionally left it unpushed earlier to try and bait someone, but with the conceal already used up, Dewa, even if they are able to find and take out Erlan with massive sacrifice, now Sway Low is scaling up as well. He has the Glowing Wand, the Wishing Lantern, and the Divine Glaive. So tanky and squishy members alike are gonna start dropping like flies in front of him. And maybe the one hope for Dewa right now, one item away from full build, but no stacks on the Sky Piercer.
What? Okay. The first 2 times, like...
Wait.
Rez. This crack over the key. RWM coming out as well. Mueza not able to get the kick. Rez is dead.
Man, that was... If you see Aether in the first game, I'm just as confused right now on what happened earlier.
Oh, I'm on the same boat here, Chef. And Rez clearly was on his own boat that sank.
He needs more res.
Definitely does. He's lacking that charisma.
Oh boy, with that, Evos has increased the lead up to a 10k gold lead at 14 minutes. And technically their late game isn't looking too shabby at all. Once again, Dewa are gonna have to try and find... It's almost a lucky play here where they can get an engage onto the value members and Key won't be around with the shortcut because, you know, even if they do find the pickoff, if Key is there to flank with a shortcut, that could end the game outright.
Looking at the player's gold, Arashi, Erlan is comfortably sitting on top. 4k difference or 3.3k difference against maybe on a Granger, something that you don't really see every day unless the Earthel is absolutely dominating the matchup.
Yeah, and now even with them having the Suyo, they're not having the same kind of threat. You would think that the Abyssal Arrow, the Queller, and the Death Sonata are going to be able to be enough of a problem for Evos, but look at Erlan, concealed.
Yeah. Look at Key. He's already walking up, maybe. Gets zoned away by the shortcut. Albert takes it. But now it's going to be Mueza who jumps over to Jiku Dope. Unable to get anyone. That's going to be Rez with a 2-map fist crack. Maybe gets one on the board. RWM to zone him away. Key very low. Maybe needs to get a shot down. And he does, but it only lands on Sway low. Meanwhile, Ray, what is that HP bar, my friend? 1 HP gets away. They lose a base turret, and they live to see another day.
He hung on for dear life, and now it's another opportunity for Dewa United, despite them being down. Yes, that is right, 10k gold lead against the White Tigers. This is not an easy comeback if you want to build it right now.
Man, I really felt like that was a chance for Dewa because they were able to catch Evos off guard. Now that they've already shown that hand once, Evos are going to be a lot more careful moving in next. But oh, look at this. There's a chance for Key to find something.
There's a flicker.
Look at the escort though. The escort of the whole team. Just in case. You never know.
He's going to check the bush. Oh, he's visible. They won't go for it. They're like, okay, let's not go on that guy.
Yeah, gotta learn from the mistakes. Now Key, and I think Swalo will be the main, I guess the main key for Evos Glory to be able to win this game, man. As long as Swalo is safe and also bring that kind of utility towards Airline, it's just, this is Evos' game to lose.
At this point, it's all on maybe again, right? Just like the previous game. Oh, man.
Can he do it again, though? That's the question. Especially with Key in the picture, on that ship, and the turret that's taken out from Dewa's base is the one on the far side of the board. Again, all the factors are really just swaying towards Evos. Dewa, it didn't go for a risky move. I feel like with the next Lord, Evos can brute force an end, but who knows? Maybe Dewa have something planned out on how they want to play the next fight out.
That's a plan, Key. In the far lane, maybe try to just split and try to bring Erlan to bring the base down. That is a strategy, but I don't know if they want to pull it. When they're up about this much, I think a straight-on collision would be better.
Alright, that's the Abyssal Arrow. Reggie way too tanky to fall to those. Already with the Immortal as well.
Key's still there.
Yep. And Key has a 12 armor, by the way, so even if he gets found, it's going to be very difficult to burst him down completely. Ooh, look at Erlan though, that was scary. We've seen what a quote-unquote assassin Irithel can do. 3 or 4 shots, you're gone.
Okay. See it. So far, that slow push is building quite massive in the bottom lane now. That's a big threat to Dewa United now because I think Key is planning to just go in with the wave and for all of them to hit the base.
Moiso is coming back though. There's still one wave there, so they're doing their housekeeping.
Oh, okay. Wait, he gets caught by the trap, puts down the shortcut. Albert takes it. Rez gonna be caught in the bad spot. Pops it in the crack and will be taken down. Oh no, he actually survives, but Ray opens away. Albert gets the wishing lantern, and Erlan dives him deep. Oh my God! From Octa to shut Erlan down.
The base!
Look Look at the minions, almost taking it down. Lord, how low is the Lord? They have a few seconds to open this up to look for a comeback angle. Evos on it already. Albert has been whacking away at that Lord. A quarter of HP. He does have the retribution. Muez is looking for the play as well. A missile arrow and the trap coming down. Albert needs to retry, almost a shot down. Albert electrified beats. Now jumping in, buys the immortality and escapes.
Oh my goodness, there was a really perfectly placed arrow towards Erland, but thankfully Evos got the Lord via Albert.
Man, that was way too close. That was an immediate 2k gold swing. And maybe got the kill there as well, I believe.
Oh no.
Getting more stacks on the Skypiercer, getting some gold. Evos definitely have a chance to end it here still. With 5 members still alive, Octa won't be on the field for a bit while longer. Dewa, it might require something close to a miracle to really come out and survive this Lord push. Reggie, looking for some pressure here. Watch Swalo though, he has a lightning truncheon, man. He's a burst mage at this point.
Only one wave.
Key with a shortcut coming down again. Muez is going to be caught, and wow! Immortality popped instantly. The base wide open with the RWM zoning them away. Erland will have free space to target that down. Back to another 3-game match.
They made it equal. Match number 1, it was like this. The script is the same. But is it gonna be the same in the 3rd game though? Evos and Dewa. 10k gold lead for the White Tigers at the end there. A whole different scenario compared to what happened in game number 1.
At this point, who knows, man? 2 games with quite the drastic results. We thought that Evos were gonna have a bit of an edge, but Dewa actually made it kind of close for a little while. But in the end, the experience shows, man. They did not lose their cool, even when things didn't really go as ideally as they could have. Evos maintained what they required to win there and got that decisive end.
Well played. The composure, even though a couple of times we did see that, you know, gun bold, the opposite of gun shy from Key. Not patient at all in the usage of the shortcut, but in the end, it worked out. He figured out the mistakes and he adapted. He learned through those mistakes. He learned. He took an L, but it's a learn. It's okay.
What a game. And Erland was pretty much untouchable until the arrow hit him just one time. So it is right, Varashi, that they need a miracle to be able to win that late game.
I mean, with the Lord, especially with a man down, I think so, dude. Even in a 5v5, it was going to be looking quite difficult. Again, the Granger isn't really a shred type of marksman either, right? And that was part of the issue. Even when Key was overzealous, basically punished by Dewa United, he just survives for so long because the Granger cannot nuke him down fast enough.
You see here the crucial moment there. It was a good fist crack by Res, but unfortunately, Erland is there free hitting, man. How do you stop this Aerithel? And by the way, he's rocking the sprint though. It's not like, you know, he's out of danger from Mueza's kick.
Yeah. I think also, with the chip being up for grabs, I think it's too expensive to go for a Granger first pick. Again, I don't think we were aware of the chip being finally playable, so seeing it banned in game 1, we were like, all right. But then game 2, yeah, they went for the Granger pick. We completely forgot that, again, the chip is playable, and it gets picked up together with the Joy. So you see that crazy combo plus the Aerithel and then the Hilda later on. Just so much value from Evos in the drafts here.
Initially, there were some doubts as well on how well they can use that shortcut. And again, in the early game, that early game damage really came in handy for Dewa. But at some point, they just lost the plot completely, man. Giving up kills like this in the early game when you're supposed to have a Selena, when you're supposed to have a Badang, right? All this fighting power is just not ideal. You want to start to build your lead and try and pressure the members of Evos instead of trading even. Because I feel like trading evenly is just too big of a risk, especially against the chip, right? You want to be so ahead that the chip can't really threaten you with a shortcut play.
They have no way to respond. Like, the Triculus ban, the heavy CCs are gone. So like, what do you do to respond when the shortcut is being put down? Rested something, but it's not even close to what effect Tigreal could have made if it were picked.
I feel like the Selena pick was just not ideal, especially they weren't really using it for scouting the way I was expecting. It really was used as a crowd control damage tool, and it really wasn't enough, man. From the early game, from the laning phase, even in the late game there, the fact that you can't even stop the Yi from getting the ultimate down. This was the critical moment there where there was a big shutdown. Octa took it actually. In the end, that was
so close.
An almost steal moment, but it just wasn't enough, man. Maybe he did try his best.
He did. He tried to cut away as well, but in the end, take a look at the shots. It's just so hard for maybe to land these shots on these super high mobility targets. They were all so quick. They were coming from different angles. Every single team fight, and the front to back for Dewa never really looked like a proper front to back. Again, because they went for Selena and Cho. It's like early on they went down Suyo Granger. They had a plan in mind, which was play front to back for the Granger. And then after they were like, never mind, I want to try something different. But still having the Granger in the lineup means that you kind of need to play front to back, right? The Selena Cho looked out of place.
For sure. You can see here in the gold also as well. Like Selena always loses on gold, but not to this extent. 4K gold lead for Sway Low. Where have you seen this kind of lead in the mid lane?
Very rarely, man. We haven't really seen too many of those kinds of games. I do agree, man. They doubled down on the pick-off potential when their composition doesn't really require all that much pick-off anyhow. I feel like the main issues there was either the lack of crowd control, so Evos were able to do whatever they wanted, right? The Hilda could never be punished, the Joy could never be punished, Key as well survived multiple times. Irithel, right? Erlan went with the sprint, like you mentioned, Shevin, and there was nothing to punish him with, you know? And even if they don't get the crowd control, at least they could get some damage to actually, to actually seal the deal on the pickoff, but they even lack any of that damage too. So it's definitely not ideal, definitely not the result they were looking for. Now there's one more game to be had, and it's kind of hard to expect what's going to come.
Especially with the momentum swinging towards Evos. And Evos' fans here in the building, they are very happy in what they see in game number 2, but don't you think they could have ended that a bit earlier if it was more of a cleaner game for Evos?
It looked like the lead that they got was already, too big for a comeback to happen. But yeah, a couple of times I would say it was a proper read. It was a proper plays as well. The Abyssal Arrow, they didn't count for that. That was kind of like an X-Factor play that we were talking about the entire game. Once you do land that on a prio target, it can make the game a bit more even, and it did. So props to Octa for landing the arrow, and props for him for putting the traps at these at the teleport places there for the chip. So it kind of read out some of the movements and therefore forced Evos to a later game.
Yeah, but I feel like it's not even that bad of an idea. It sure didn't seem as clean, but the fact that you can just keep spamming out the shortcuts, even if you fail, you don't get punished, right? Because they need a front to back and you just don't give it to them. And then, worst comes to shove, you play the long game, you go for the Lord, and it's only a matter of time. That's the problem there. That's why it's so frustrating to imagine yourself in Dewa's shoes. It really felt like a matter of time. There's nothing you could do except pray for a miracle arrow. Somehow it did land, but only once? No way, bro. That's not enough.
And overall, it was a pretty class play, like performance for Evos. You don't have that. So you're saying no, it's not a class?
I'm saying no, because like no on the chip. They gotta ban it out, man, or pick it up for themselves. The chip is such a big factor in this game. It hasn't been because it's been banned, but now that it's open, Chip should be in part of the first phase, more so than the Kalea. More so than the Lucas, Moskov, Lo Yi. I think Chip is like better than all those picks.
I guess it's a pretty straightforward hero with a broken mechanic.
Now it's even more broke. You can teleport anywhere. You usually have to go to those places, those checkpoints, right? Now you can be in the bottom lane, chilling, eating chips, and then you can teleport to a random checkpoint. It's broken. It's busted.
This allows you to just be a lot more elusive there, a lot more difficult to find.
That's what I was talking about, Rashi.
Elusive. You can explain a bit more on that, maybe? I'm still kind of lost on that.
Don't worry, we'll talk about it after this.
Got you, okay.
Oh yeah, there's a lot to come to in game number 3, especially with the chip ban that's maybe coming. But what's gonna be the replacement though? Is it gonna be the Luoyi or the Lucas? I would say maybe the Lucas because a lot of the other teams did not utilize the Lucas.
No,
and there is a reason for that.
To be fair, they're up against Evos. Albert has 100% win rate on the Lucas, so that makes a bit of sense. I think, though, the Loyi can go, because like it's a chip. You have a better Loyi.
It's almost the same thing, isn't it? And
No.
Sway Low is super
you
good
all
on
gotta
the
group up
Loyi.
together for the Loyi to utilize the ult.
Yeah.
For this Mr. Chip guy, he's like, you guys can do whatever you want, and then
instant.
There's no like you can't read it.
And you can cool back.
And you can go
you
back.
can come in, participate, and leave.
Yeah.
No, you can't do that.
No, you can't.
Unless you use a BMI cheese or a Pinnacle Ninja cheese, right?
Exactly.
But in general, you can't.
Go in, savage, refuses to elaborate, leaves.
Exactly.
Yeah. What a chat move.
Oh boy.
It's so frustrating going against Chip overall. Maybe like all the heroes that can teleport. But like again, what's the trade-off there? The Luoyi, I don't think it's gonna be Luoyi, bro. It's Lucas,
Yeah.
come on.
Maybe the Moskov then, right?
Well, maybe the
out of the
Moskov.
3 picks, maybe
You
the
know what?
Moskov.
Yeah, Moskov for
because
sure.
the Moskov, the hero itself, the reason it was banned out is because I think Dewa wanted to play 5-man. They wanted to
Ragers.
stack, they didn't want someone to split. So if you have a chip, that is no longer the biggest threat.
Well, Buddha is here actually.
In the building?
Oh, she? Yeah. She wants to show us something. What's up, Buddha?
What's up, Buddha?
Wow, MPL Arena. Mereka begitu semangat tentunya untuk menyaksikan bagaimana game 3 berlangsung satu sama. Tapi Bude mau lihat semangat dari tim Anak Dewa. Coba kasih yel-yel terkeren kalian, terseru kalian.
Di sini Dewa, di sana Evos, di mana-mana kita saudara. Oh, di sini Dewa, di sana Evos, di mana-mana kita saudara.
Kalau di sana udah rame banget gimana nih? Evos fans, mana semangatnya?
Hari ini yang kutunggu. Musuh-musuh dari depan, ayo segera dilawan. Main jangan berantakan, jangan terlalu sopan. Kalian itu macan. Hari ini harus menang. Kami ingin senang-senang. Pesta bareng teman-teman. Sampai tinggi tak karuan.
Buset, itu bagus banget. Ini kayak satu lirik lagu. Bentar, judulnya apa ini?
Dewi Fortuna.
Dewi Fortuna. Udah dirilis di mungkin beberapa platform gitu?
Udah sering kita nyanyiin sih.
Waduh, bisa kita dengarkan online kah?
Bisa dong.
Wow, seru banget. Siapa ini yang bikin liriknya?
Ini udah biasa sih, yang lain juga sering nge-chance juga.
Oh, jadi emang rame-rame bikin ya? Semangat banget pada nyanyinya hari ini. Kalau kalian ngelihat match hari ini untuk Evos sendiri, seberapa semangat nih kalian untuk kembali ke minggu yang keempat, melihat performa para tim?
Semangat banget sih, apalagi kan Dewa punya coach baru. Dari PH lagi. Nah, itu jadi tantangan mungkin ya buat coach-coach Evos. Nah, cuman tadi di game 1 mungkin kepleset aja draftnya.
Jadi game 1 kepleset ya?
Iya, buktinya kita lihat game 2 tadi. Kayak Dewa nggak ada perlawanan gitu.
Enggak, jadi hanya masalah draft aja game 2 udah bisa kalian atasi dan sekarang game ketiga gimana?
Game 3 harusnya balance lah kalau Dewa improve.
Kalau Dewa improve, gimana nih? Yang lagi di atas top tuh ada Evos, tapi Dewa nih lagi tracking gimana? Kalian kedatangan di week keempat, ada coach baru, player baru. Dari Dewa gimana ngelihatnya? Dari anak Dewa?
Semoga kita berharapnya semua udah baru ya. Tinggal gimana cara Dewa United itu improve buat naik klasmen. Semoga aja dengan kedatangan coach yang baru atau player yang baru, Dewa bisa improve lagi ke klasmen yang teratas.
Teratas, butuh sih ya, karena sekarang posisinya 7. Tapi game 1 kalian ngedapetin kemenangan. Apa nih yang kalian harapin untuk game ketiga? Mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan untuk game ketiga?
Mungkin untuk game ketiga evaluasi aja dari game kedua. Kurang-kuranginya blunder, kurang-kuranginya kesalahan-kesalahan yang membuat tim Dewa United itu fatal.
Itu dia dari Mockers, pesan-pesan sudah disampaikan, semoga bisa diterima dengan baik. Tapi kalau dari tim Evos, kalau misal Evos fans nanti ngelihat Evos menang, kalian kepengen Swelo selebrasi gak sih?
Selebrasinya Ronaldo kali ya.
Request itu ya?
Iya, biar nggak ada yang tersinggung.
Oke. Jadi nanti kita tunggu ya, apakah Swelo akan bisa selebrasi atau tidak.
Ya.
Tantangannya, seberapa yakin kamu nih bisa menang hari ini?
Udah pasti menang lah Bude.
Udah pasti
Season
menang.
ganjil ini.
Sistem ganjil. Kalau kamu gimana dari Dewa? Seberapa yakin kamu akan menang nih di game ketiga?
Kalau yakin banget sih kita menang di game ketiga karena ya kita udah all in banget buat Dewa. Support banget, solid banget, kompak banget. Harusnya Dewa itu improve lah di game ketiga karena adanya semangat dari kita, support dari kita, harusnya lebih improve di game ketiga.
Support terus diberikan minggu keempat ini, apa yang kalian bawa nih dari anak Dewa?
Kita bawa semangat buat Dewa United, segala hal kita persiapkan dari bendera kecil sampai gede. Kita selalu all in, all out buat Dewa United. Menang lah, menang.
Pokoknya sudah diberikan semangat, juga sudah masuk. Gimana halnya dengan Evos? Minggu ini akan bermain juga 2 kali nih. Apa yang kalian siapkan untuk hari ini? Dan khususnya besok ada Derby Klasik.
Yang pastinya kita bakal meriahkan FIFA Roar.
Oke, hari ini udah meriah, besok lebih meriah lagi.
Harusnya dong, udah pasti karena itu match papan atas.
Waduh, FIFA Roar akan dikumandangkan?
Jelas Bude.
Jelas. Dan untuk hari ini kita harus lihat dulu nih siapa yang akan memenangkan sebelum kita melihat bagaimana match kedua dari kedua tim di besok dan di lusa. Hari ini siapa yang bakal menang? Kalian?
Jelas Evos dong.
Kalian?
Jelas Dewa.
Coba Dewa United
Champion!
Evos Evos
Roar!
Caster langsung aja ke line of down.
We're gonna see who's gonna come out on top out of the Apostles of God versus the White Tigers. It's gonna be a class game, or where's the... It's gone!
No.
Where's the Dewa United one?
What is this?
The Sapuhan!
Oh, it's the cry. Who's gonna cry? Who's gonna say no?
Someone stole it.
Who's gonna snooze fest? Exactly.
Who's gonna snooze fast?
Maybe the game's gonna be like super slow.
I don't know. But you guys can't go
man.
and get these battle emotes. Those two in particular. There's the Navi one, Pu Sapu, and also Santai, bro. Santai. So,
hey, if you guys want to be you guys want to be competitive, yeah, you can buy this one. You know, just telling your opponents that this all you got, bro.
Yeah. Or you could get the my favorite one out of all this is
Santai, bro.
Santai, bro.
Yeah, I know that. The best team got the best emote.
Santai,
Do you
bro.
want us? We'll have the updated statistics later, Chefin. Don't worry.
It's not updated because we haven't played.
No, well,
that's not fair.
It is. It will be updated.
Yeah.
It will be updated. Even if you don't play,
It's not
other
updated.
teams played.
Well, you know, gotta wait for Geek Fan matches, bro.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Yeah, wait. They might shift.
No, I don't think they'll shift lower because I think
RBL
Dewa could shift lower.
RBL. Navi. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Navi did win. So.
All right.
But maybe if you buy your team's favorite battle emote, they'll jump up in the standings.
I hope that's how it works because...
Well, RQ's number 1. And I believe RQ...
Ah, but RQ don't have a battle emote.
What he said?
Yeah, so Chefin, your logic is already flawed. It's okay.
Flawed!
Hey, I tried RQ fans. I love you. I really do.
We accept. We humbly accept. All right.
I'm not switching teams though.
Let's see, man. Look at... Whoa, man. Reggie is feeling it. You see this?
Whoa, they're all feeling it.
They thumping.
Okay. So maybe what the fans said was true. They are giving support. They are giving that morale boost to the players.
And hopefully the other side is also feeling the boost here. They're a bit more tense, but nothing wrong with taking it more seriously than your opponent. As you can see here, the win rate for first pick is 56% for Dewa.
3 games in a row now. Dewa will be on blue side and Evos will be on red.
Bold move right here. Again, you gotta really think about that first pick, dude. Now with the chip in the picture, the Mathilda in the picture, it's almost like they have to kind of watch out for what Evos are gonna get, but also want to really think about what they need to get. Do they maybe on the Harriet again? That solo carry potential? Do they require Mueza to be on the Mathilda, right? Have that bit of outpace sustain. Because again, I really do feel like Evo so far, they're really banking on getting some really decisive engages. The moment the engage doesn't really go as planned, their improvisation doesn't really seem all that amazing.
Happy birthday, maybe.
Wait,
I didn't know that.
Maybe. Is it his birthday?
Yeah,
maybe.
the birthday boy.
Maybe birthday?
Maybe. That's why he's performing the way he is right now. He hasn't died, I believe.
That's an assumption. That's an assumption, Shevin. Because it may be true, it may be false.
Yeah, birthday
Who knows
maybe.
if it's maybe's birthday?
Is it maybe's birthday or birthday maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe
is
it's
it his
maybe's birthday.
Maybe, but is it maybe's birthday? Maybe.
When in doubt, maybe your way out.
I just want to thank Maybe because without him, filling the show will be pretty hard.
That may be the case. But yeah, with that being the case, yeah, do they really just have to rely on Maybe? Because again, he was decisive, he was important in game number 1. So far, it seems like they were shifting the carry role, the damage role, a bit more to Octa, a bit more to the EXP lane. But do they want to just go back to the good old gold lane carry? Is that the win condition that they have right now?
Maybe, but there's no other heroes than Harith that does the same thing, man. It's 1 of 1, and that's why Evos is banning it, despite having a skin of him.
All right, let's see. Loyi, Lucas, Kalea, and Harith. They're not gonna. All right, there you go.
All right,
that's the chip ban. Now they're gonna go as they were earlier. I think they're gonna go Granger again. This Evos ban will be probably Fanny, right? They should respect Ray on the Fanny, unless they want to go up against it and then pick it down.
Wait, who knows? Dewa didn't respect Albert's Fanny, and it worked out.
Right, actually, Albert and the Fanny kind of worked out for them when they were actually able to kind of force him into weirder positions. I feel like those kinds of fights, it seems alright, you know? That fight where it seemed chaotic, Evos really did seem uncomfortable, right? They operate the best when they're able to get Key, Albert, and Sway Low on a linear path to victory.
Now Bombi once again is in the same position. The difference, chip is banned. Do they still want to go to the Granger route? That should be the case here unless they want to go a bit more, maybe standard in Suyo, or just bring it back again to Mathilda. It's going to be Granger. There's no question about it for Bombi.
Okay, now they go for the Suyo. Last game, they had a chip, so the Joy made more sense, right? You can combo with the Joy a little bit better because you can stack up the electrifying beats, chip comes in, and then by the time you walk in, you're singing a song.
Jawhead might be first pick here, I think.
Suyo Jawhead? There you go. So we got that Suyo Jawhead combo going.
And Key Jawhead though, this is a signature pick for a long time.
Sir. That was back in Season 7.
And the synergy,
by the way,
of Key and Albert.
What? Of Key and Albert?
Yeah, the synergy.
Alright, synergy-wise. Okay. Again, this was the combo I thought was going to show up earlier in game number 2. But there, the chip showed up out of nowhere. This was what I thought they were going to go for. Again, we have to remind you, it's what allowed them to have so much success in the first 1 to 3 weeks in the MPL. The Suyo Jawhead. So for Dewa, do they want to get some tankiness? Get someone that can survive from this combo?
Do they go Mathilda Alpha? I think it's a bit too aggressive, or maybe like, it's a bit risky. So they go for the Joy and the Juice in. There you go.
Oh man. All of these are not good matchups against Jawhead, I think.
Yeah, not the best of matchups, but they're gonna have to make it up for that weakness in the second phase, I'm guessing. So what would you go for up against the Jawhead here, right?
I think in SPS, I've seen... who was it that counters the Jawhead with a Kufra? In the early game, they were losing in the map control.
It's Falcon's PH.
Yeah, Falcon's PH. Okwon played that beautifully. As long as you know how to kind of like just concede the map a little bit towards the Jawhead and actually strike back when it matters, it would be a pretty good counter.
Yeah, team fight for control is the duel there, or the give and take. So Evos, do they go for the natural Suyo Jawhead Sicilian? Oh no, they go Suyo Jawhead and Moskov. So no Irithel. Despite the Irithel being pretty good, they are expecting Dewa United to stick together. So they want to split them up with the Moskov.
And they might be thinking that they'll be able to deal with the Granger by using Key and his pick-off threat on the Jawhead as well, which is a valid option, shows their confidence. That's all great and dandy. But now what's the focus here? Oh, for Evos, it's Guinevere. Are they just concerned about counter engage? Are they concerned about the extra body, right? The clone that can take the fall of the ejector, right?
We have seen Mueza play Guinevere, but it was only once, and it was a pretty bad. It's 0% win rate. So, is it? Because Guinevere is a way to deal with the Jawhead. You have built-in anti-CC with the Valor Requiem, and you can technically engage before the Jawhead goes for any... Yeah, okay, sure.
And when you go and leave a clone behind, that clone will take some damage from the smart missiles as well. So,
yeah,
a lot of small effects there that kind of gives the pick more value against the Jawhead. But for Dewa themselves, Sicilian. So they want to try and mitigate that, you know, Sanguine Claw setup basically for Evos.
I don't think you could go wrong here with any mages for Evos Glory because they have already a pretty good DPS in Moskov, and also this combo in early game of Jawhead and Suyo is just gonna carry you to the mid game if they used it properly. So maybe just a bit more control, not much of damage here. Should be the case for Avil as they ban the Cho for Mueza.
Ban that Cho for Dewa. I mean, logically speaking, it should be the Yves. They want to make sure that, you know, Sway Low can do his thing, can be immune. They also want to make sure that the Tsushin can actually lane properly and have some presence. Against the Yves and the Sicilian, it's always been a problem. It was a problem in all 2 games, I believe. Technically, right? The mid lane control there for Octa. So I do feel it should be something like the Yves. If it's not, I'll be quite surprised, actually.
Okay.
There's still some options though. Aurora might be an option too for Avil.
Among the plains
It's gonna be the Eve banned out.
Which I
Okay. So no Sicilian, no Eve. This Juicin will be running free. What else do you want to go for? Usually, I think in the past we have seen Aurora from RRQ as a way to deal with the Juicin. A Vexana will be a safe choice, but also kind of tough to pull off here up against the Joy.
Valentina?
Yeah, we have been seeing that, but it has not worked out. We saw it from Navi just earlier when they saw the Juicin, they went Valentina, stole away the Crimson Beacon. We've also seen it in Mobile Masters. Valentina against the Juicin did not work out that well. Aurora, yeah, becomes the choice. There you go.
Solid wave clear.
Good combo too. They have a Jawhead already.
Exactly, man. Throwing someone into the chilly breeze. Immediately just stop moving. And you can follow up with the Frigid Glacier just to ensure that the rest of Dewa can't really help out their team anyways. So Dewa being faced with a lot of crowd control here. Do they fight fire with fire? Do they go for the Tigreal pick that was banned out by Evos in game number 2? Could be an option.
But then you need an opener in the side lane. Because if you go for the Tigreal here, you're going to be eaten up by the Jawhead. Every single time you open up the bush, you're going to be caught, you're going to be ejected. Bursted by Aurora and Suyo.
Badang should be an option here.
What?
Badang.
Huh. Okay, they go Phoveus. The Badang, I agree. You have a Fist Crack, you can deal with the ejector, but the Phoveus, timing's gonna be... Remember, you're jumping into a Frigid Glacier. You're jumping into an ejector. There are a lot of things that you shouldn't be jumping on, but he is. It's like jumping on Lego.
Jumping on Lego.
Barefoot.
And also jumping to conclusions.
What? Jumping to the what?
Conclusions.
What? I'm not sure if I'm hearing it correctly, man. The fans are crazy.
Hey, maybe now we just need to jump into a conclusion.
Conclusion.
What Chef had said.
Got you.
Did you not hear them earlier, or?
I couldn't hear the cons. I'm like, illusions. I'm like, illusions.
Oh, okay.
That's a good pick.
Again, glue.
So now you're going to be jumping on glue too. Slam, slam, pass, pass, split, split.
Yeah, it's gonna suck. Jumping into a sticky goo from the glue.
It's all about, for Dewa, it's all about illuminating the jungle and then playing the Badang and the Phobias, you know, as threats to each other. You go on the Phobias, the Badang goes on you. You go on the Badang, the Phobias goes on you. But again, with all this crowd control, is it too much? Can Dewa find a way to position to have a formation that cannot be comboed to oblivion by Evos?
Bars. But what I don't like though, the fact that right now, Evos has the say on when the team fight begins, and pretty much Dewa United is more of a responsive kind of draft with the Badang here against the Jawhead. But let's see though, maybe they can prove me wrong with maybe. Dewa United versus Evos Glory game number 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, who's gonna get the dub? Evos, will they solidify that second place position in Season 15 before that Classic Derby, or will Dewa drag them down to mid-table?
Let's see how this goes, man, especially in the side lanes. The mid trio are gonna be aggressive, we know that for sure. I think Evos definitely have a bit of an edge, but in the side lanes, right? The Glue in theory should be winning against the Phobias. Moskov Granger, maybe the Granger is the only lane that Dewa can kind of rely on consistently. That's the word we're looking for.
It looks consistent already. Airline already taking a lot of beating.
Whoa!
Getting knocked back to his position.
Bullets to the face. That's a Festival of Blood for maybe. He's going to be able to sustain on top of all of that. With the tenacity for both the Chushin and the Badang. So again, this is a team that understands that they are going to be brawling. Whereas for Evos, they want to be places faster and immediately the gank.
Yeah, forcing the flicker out already. This is classic. Whenever you're up against a Phobias, he's really quite free of a target to gank.
For sure, especially on a flicker, he has to burn it away. I would argue even if he uses a Vengeance, he will still go down. Yeah.
Gonna be a bit more difficult there, especially on level 2, right? Rez couldn't really do much right there. We're still waiting for the ultimate, but now that there's a bit of pressure onto Rez already, it means that Evos will also get a bit more prio when it comes to getting that level 4, right? To try and get the initial advantage in the turtle take. And actually Sway Low is zoning Octa quite well, and it's turning into a bit more of a team match there in the mid lane. Everyone just throwing attacks at each other together.
Okay. Wes is constantly just pushing. Oh, he dashes away, forces him to eject the golem.
Now the objective fight begins. Look at where Ray is. He does not care about the objectives, but so far Dewa United, they still want to kind of delay it just a bit to be able to buy more time for Ray to take this one.
Classic Joy move. It's a trade. Turtle for orange buff on the other side of the map. Ray trying to keep up in level and ultimately win out that XP farming duel.
Oh, maybe it's on a flicker against a Jawhead. This is interesting. You can't really... I think you can go both ways. Oh, never mind. Watch out.
Yeah, he's angry. Definitely angry about the first golem bait. So, flicker, ejector, unstoppable force into the stun of Sway Low. First blood for Evos.
Talk about gun boulder, Rashi.
I mean, where did he go? Deleted immediately, and you don't get to respawn, right? You're just done. The moment he gets his hands on you, you're just done. Yep. Just waiting for that black and white screen. So, now for Dewa, right? Knowing that that's the case, they can't really check so much. They're trying to do a bit more of a trade here, which is wise. They don't want to risk it going up against Evos, but maybe.
Maybe. Could be a kill. He's one last shot, but he doesn't have the ammo for the last detonata. Mueza. You can see vengeance in his eyes, but he won't be able to find that kill. Key walks all the way back, close to the tier 2.
And again, with that power, with that laning prowess of maybe on a Granger, they could really be starting to move and trying to equalize the pressure on the EXP lane in the gold lane instead. That way they can get a good snowballing mid-game for maybe to try and carry. And in a sense, it also alleviates some of the pressure from Rez if they can force Evos to kind of respond.
Hey,
they're waiting for the dash.
Erlan doesn't have Purify, but wow, good move from Evos, man. Just Key walking up, showing himself, stop that dive from happening.
And he didn't even go near Dewa's vicinity, so he knows that he is in threat of getting ganked at a time.
Look at the awareness from Mueza there. He suspects that Key is in there, dude. And he was right. Just like that, we're back to the waiting game. Back to the back and forth, a bit of a dance here. Man, it's always so scary when Evos have picks like this.
Oh man, Octa and Swaylo going at it. Has the region though. Swaylo gonna win out that battle. Key gonna be pinned down with a fist crack, but Not long enough for them to combo together. Frigid Glacier. Oh, Rez gets knocked out of it. The Spear of Misery helped him. Now Reggie pinned down. He jumps on and mounts Rez, but the turtle will fall into the hands of Albert. Now Lantern Flare, bring Reggie back one more time. And now Unstoppable Force. Mueza pinning him down. A long fight ejector. And Octa goes night-night. Erla with the SOD and the flicker forward up against Mady, who's able to flicker around to safety. Mueza pins him down. Rez gets the kill with the in full pursuit. Blade Surge over. Two-man from Rez. Albert pin and Rez gets a double.
My goodness, they're not stopping. Rez still goes in the passive Brooks.
Pride of Ice. Mueza with a punch to the face of the Ice Queen.
My goodness, Evos should have backed down when they know they have the advantage. But no, they still want more. The greed of the Tigers killed them.
They were unwilling to let one of them get taken out right there for the greater good. And Dewa made him pay for it immediately. That long drawn-out fight that just allowed Rez so much more impact. Immediately, just like that, Evos, it was looking so good. Now it's back to equal. And in fact, this might be looking a bit worse because maybe he got a kill right there. And Rez got two. And we all know how Phobius looks when he gets ahead in the laning phase.
Look at Key. This could be really good or really bad.
Only Swalo.
Okay. Oh, he chooses neither. That's a good stun over to Octa. Maybe trying to poke him down. Swalo dodges from the second Death Sonata.
I think he wants to pull the trigger when his buddy Albert is on the vicinity, but he's not there with the burst early damage. So, not much of an option for Key right now. He's gonna play a bit more defensively or gonna be a bit more gun shy, not gun bold.
Right, for Dewa though, now that with a Thunderbolt in the hands of Mueza, he's gonna have a bit more utility. So in the long chase like earlier, Evos has to be a bit more careful. They can win the short engages with the big combos. After those skills are down, they have to respect Dewa's chase potential and the way that they can continue the fight again and again with the Chushin, with the Phobius, and the Ranger. These are all heroes with quote-unquote spammable spells. They can spell doom for them. Rez, going on Reggie.
Double jump from Rez, Frigid Glacier. Locking Mueza down. Lantern Flare come down as well. Look at Rez, who's on to Albert now with another fist. It's Ray who wins out the Retribution. Great displacement from Rez. He gets ejected, but he wants to go even further. Now another sack down in front of Pursuit Ready, but he will not jump under that turret.
Goodness, Retribution is here again, and now Erlan still has the Spear of Misery.
Spear of Misery?
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 Oh, right.
The Misery.
That was some fancy movement from Rez though. He was jumping to a target and then immediately flickered as well, making it look like one fluid jump all the way towards Albert, I believe. That was a great setup. Again, Phobius, when you're ahead, you can do a lot of great things. And I think Dewa needs to use Rez and do great things right here. Because again, they're limited on the tools that they have. And Rez might be too tanky for Evos to burst down completely right now. So that could be their angle here, right? Use Rez as an unstoppable wall. And with that, they can kind of bully Key away from the vicinity until much, much later.
Is that a power spike, Erlan? Has he hit the... No, he's on his second item. All right, so still going to be quite a bit for him to land the item power spike.
Now it's a battle of Mueza and Key in the roaming area in the bushes. Look at Key though, he wants to go for this one. Does Ray spot it? Looks like you want to play it safe. Key.
Ejector, oh, still wants to force it. Key, I'm not too sure about that. Albert is though. They go for it, Ray with the regen. What a pick! The commitment from Key and Albert.
Hey, never mind about me saying gun shy. You can be gun bold whatever you want, Key. As long as Albert is there, he is ready to pop.
I mean, that gang did not work out. It got spotted. We saw Ray move away, and already it was such a weird angle, such a long distance covered by the Unstoppable Force. But that's the combo, man. Jawhead Suyo. You just don't move. You just get picked off. 1 second to the Lord is up, and still the control is for Evos in the jungle.
He's not gonna recall.
Of Dewa.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna recall. Ray, 2 for 2.
Hey, I said this before. This could be really good or really bad. It looks like it's gonna be pretty good right now. Sway low, very low in the mid lane. Forced to recall, I believe. Meanwhile, Moscow at the bottom lane, clearing out that turret. Tier 1 should be falling, but the Lord is very low. SOD lands. Reggie with a split. There you go. Maybe it'll be caught. Still able to dash away though. Key unable to get the ejector in time. Albert with a retribution. Bridging Glacier to save him. Albert, can he get away? No, he gets pinned down. Lueza gets the shot, but Moscow Airlines stays busy down below. It's a win for Evos.
They get what they want. And a half. In the bottom lane, it's completely empty. It's only inhibitor for the Evos, for the White Tigers to use. Even though they lose out on the purple buff, it's still overall a big W for Evos.
That was a multi-layered play from Evos, I feel. Because again, the fact that behind them was Key, the fact that Key was flanking, right? It made Evos, it made Dewa extra cautious about a flank, about an engage. Or instead, the Evo says, we don't want to engage. We want to buy time for the Moscow to push. We get the objective, we stop your rush using the Frigid Glacier, and you can do nothing as we win all across the board.
One thing about Kido, he has to take a page out of Weedy's book. You gotta read the flicker, you gotta read the dashes, because right now, maybe it's on a tough boot, so he can get away once the initial contact from the Unstoppable Force was made. You can flicker at that time and catch them off guard. That should have guaranteed a kill.
Certainly something that has to be paid attention to. Not for Evos though. They're gonna be just playing with the Lord, man. They want to play this macro style and avoid the staying in the lane, staying in the bushes to just take the poke coming in from Dewa United. So Dewa might have some urgency right here to try and make something happen. But that's just the problem. If they don't really make it work, then the Lord can become super valuable for Evos.
1.3k gold lead, so full gold lead has been turned around.
Despite Erlan not having a kill, despite Evos down 3 kills against 6 of Dewa United, somehow they win out on the macro battle courtesy of Albert with the retro. Never doubt this man. Doesn't matter which team he plays for.
There's really good red trees all across the board. Now Dewa, they're trying to solve the mind game as well. You know, when are they trying to actually fight? When are they actually trying to go for the split? I think for the most part, if they still have any snowballing potential, they have to try and really use it and fight fire with fire. Again, because Evos, when they are the ones pressured, when they're the ones on the back foot, they don't really play as cleanly, right? They need time like this to kind of plan up and set up for the next engagement. That's how they're able to get some really clean pickoffs here.
And now Moisa, I don't think he's gonna fall for the same trick twice. He will check every bushes available, even maybe with the Death Sonata as well. Moisa can check with a Thunderbelt stack for the first kill. And that should be key, being limited to half of his potential from before, because right now Dewa is always locked in despite Key, or like with the, you know, Key not being spotted out on the map.
Yeah. So usually on the Moscow, you would go for the Malefic Gun after the Wind of Nature. Erlan has completed the Wind of Nature. My question is, does he want to go Rose Gold, or again, go for the offensive route with the Malefic Gun?
I want to go with the Malefic Gun, considering all the ways that Dewa can kind of catch him and just trying to get too close to try and do damage. On the side of Dewa though, gotta be concerned for Rez. Oh, but look at this. Whoa!
Wait, Sway Low gets caught in the bush. Oh! Flickers are into the Lord. SOD lands. Erlan in the back now, maybe. Looking for the play. That's going to be with the Nature. Flicker out on the pin down. Erlan! Big mistake, maybe. Gets a killing spree. Another stack on that Sky Piercer.
They took their eye off the map, and Suelo pays Erlan as well. This is the prime position for Dewa United. They can take this whenever they want. Just gotta zone out Albert. Just gotta watch out for this man, and that should be the Lord. Dewa United, right now they're turning the table.
That's a terrible turn of events for Evos, man. What happened there? Sway low, or I guess the whole team mispredicted the positioning, the movement of Dewa, and they just met in the middle of the river. Suelo could not escape, no mobility tools. That's the exact scenario, the ideal miracle that Dewa required to get a decisive moment. Now with the Lord, they can get so many structures. They have good siege potential with the Granger.
Man, Erlan, I understand the Wind of Nature was picked up, but
two times
now. Both his deaths has kind of been on his terms.
Absolutely, for sure. The flicker plays, man. You gotta channel out the Rin's mentality there. Erlan gotta play his game.
Ray with the Divine Glaive. They're looking to go for the end with this play here. There's also a wave in the mid lane. That's gonna be the ejector. ready for keep. He already popped in to conceal, but he's going way off now. Rez zoning them in the back now. Says now Solid Force will be used up. Ray jumps in for the pursuit, but the Frigid Glacier will be able to stop just a little bit there. Octa taken down. Rez, does he go for it? The team gets quelled, and they have to back away down below, dealt with just by the turret. And somehow Evos keep all their turrets alive.
By a hair breadth, a single wave could change the turret status right now for Dewa United. They want to force it, because right now Evos only has 3 guys defending and not much wave high ground potential.
One more time, Erlan piercing through, still turret taken by Maybe. Mid lane, wave cleared, Evos. 1 base turret down, and that's the far lane. Amazing for Dewa.
That's the value, man. Just like that, now Dewa have a solution for Erlan. Evos can no longer claim dominance over the lane management game. With 60 seconds to go, Dewa with a gold advantage, with kills in the hands of Maybe, with stacks on his Sky Piercer. Now Evos gotta be a lot more careful. Earlier, as long as they don't get caught off guard, it's fine. But now, even when they are ready, they might lose out.
Maybe already built the War Axe, so a lot more sustainability, especially when he gets chased down or gap close with Erlan flickering forward again.
Movement speed as well.
Watch out.
I think it's a great option right there. Because how the fights have been going, maybe he isn't just staying in the back untouched. He's been actively brawling, trying to deal with the potential outplay attempts of Key and Erlan. But look at Key, shoes on the other foot!
Fist crack, don't know if they want to fight here, sway low! Flickers forward, finds Ray, Frigid Glacier, Key! Gets the ejector! Stops time pass from Ray, but one of the H's right there, now Ray! Is able to find the back with the electrifying beats! Albert can only go for the orange buff. Mueza with the conceal. This might be it for Evos.
2v4 wave is coming up top. Can they end it? Maybe he's healthy. And now mid lane's gonna be crashed down by Dewa.
3 members down. No res. Ray walking up. Electrifying beats. Immortality from Reggie. Buys it in time, but he gets caught by Maybe's bullets. Now it's Albert against the wall. He deals with the minion waves, but it's not enough. Dewa United with an upset victory as they take the Tigers down.
Just when you thought the momentum is on the Tiger side, the apostles of God's praise to the heaven, and the prayer is answered. What a game, what a turnaround. After they lose out in the first few minutes, they took it back from their hands.
They faced adversity, they were 100 down. And look, they were on the brink of defeat, but the chosen ones have beaten the odds.
Oh boy, so well played. The addition of Bombi and Kurt, the drafts, the play style, the discipline. The impact definitely visible here as they take down number 2 on the leaderboards, on the standings. Rez, the man who was taken out of an all-star lineup, is now doing well in Dewa.
You can imagine how much mental boost this gives them, man. The amount of confidence that they gain after this match. They took down the second placer, and now they are convinced that they belong with one of the best of Indo.
We were asking if the 3 weeks are beneficial or detrimental for Evos. We were asking the wrong questions. What were Dewa doing the past 3 weeks?
So well played in the end. You can see again just how calculated they were. No rush, full composure.
We miss you on the stage. Dewa United, this is your time. Say all the things that's in your heart.
Anak Dewa berpesta dengan kemenangan Dewa 2-1. Harapan telah dijawab dan kalian membuka minggu keempat dengan kemenangan. Congratulations tim Dewa United.
Makasih Bude.
3 minggu break, ngapain aja sih Dewa United?
Liburan, bonding, sama scrim kayak biasa.
Liburan? Ada liburnya?
Ada, libur tipis.
Ada liburnya tipis. Dan yes, ini juga mungkin jadi kado ulang tahun ya untuk Maybe semuanya juga juga sudah merayakan happy birthday Maybe. Selamat ulang tahun Maybe. Maybe hari ini banget ulang tahunnya. Hari ini. Coba Maybe boleh ngobrol dulu nggak? Merayakan ulang tahun di MPL, bagaimana kamu rasanya?
Gak kedengaran.
Merayakan ulang tahun di MPL, ini kali pertama nggak sih? Gimana rasanya?
Apa?
Seru kah?
Ya senang aja. Pas banget sama hari ulang tahun soalnya.
Pas banget. Ada motivasi khusus nggak untuk hari ini Maybe? Ada motivasi khusus kah hari ini?
Ya lebih semangat aja sih. Soalnya hari ini hari ulang tahun soalnya.
Menjadi kado untuk dirimu sendiri ya, dari Maybe untuk Maybe. Tapi kalau Maybe boleh kita bahas, ini kan sempat berada di posisi yang kurang nyaman, kalah-kalah dan sekarang ada di posisi 7, mungkin akan bergerak naik. Tapi gimana sih Maybe menghadapi minggu keempat ini setelah break 3 minggu?
Ya reset aja sih, soalnya kami habis kalah 3 kali kan. Ya jadi reset aja.
Reset aja, dan apalagi hari ini hari yang bahagia. Maybe pengen kado sesuatu nggak dari temen-temen nih? Mumpung ulang tahun loh. Pengen kado ada lagi kah, pengen menang lagi atau pengen dibikinin kue atau apa? Di hari ulang tahun dihabiskan sama Dewa gimana sih?
Kadonya paling ya kemenangan hari ini lah.
Asik. Kado spesial hari ini dan melihat bahwa hari ini juga Bude penasaran apakah dari penampilan Dewa ini berdampak dari hadirnya Res. Cie, Res, welcome to Dewa United.
Ya.
Tapi Res, gimana sih prosesnya tiba-tiba kok ada Res di Dewa?
Ya ada tawaran aja sih. Ada tawaran ya udah.
Salah satu dari mereka kah ada yang ngajak? Diajak siapa?
Ya.
Dari player?
Enggak, dari Dewanya.
Oh dari Dewanya langsung kepada Res.
Ya.
Dan Res langsung gas.
Apa?
Langsung gas, langsung oke.
Ya oke, langsung oke.
Langsung kenapa tuh bisa langsung oke?
Ya biar ada main aja season ini.
Ingin main di MPL dan ingin menunjukkan sekali ini debut bersama dengan Dewa. Bagaimana dari Res?
Kenapa?
Debut bersama Dewa, hasilnya gimana Res?
Ya alhamdulillah aja langsung bisa dapat menang.
Langsung bisa dapat menang. Tapi menurut Res sendiri, dari Dewa, apa nih kekuatan Dewa saat melawan Evos?
Ya sama aja sih. Latihan-latihan aja kita.
Latihan-latihan aja. Mungkin kita bakal tanya langsung kepada Mueza. Dimana Mueza, kamu kan yang udah berseason-season juga ada di Dewa dan kedatangan Res tambah mungkin 2 coach terbaru teranyar. Apakah itu membawakan dampak atau efek seperti ini? Kemenangan?
Ya sebenarnya sama aja sih, cuman ya adanya Res bisa ada angin segar juga lah. Dia juga baru masuk kan. Ya kita juga welcome lah sama Resnya.
Dan kalau boleh dikasih tahu, kan baru ngedapetin coach Filipin. Apa sih bedanya coach Filipin atau mungkin apa yang dibawa oleh coach Filipin kepada tim Dewa dan khususnya mungkin Mueza?
Disiplin sih pasti Bude. Itu benar-benar kayak diajarin banget gimana caranya disiplin. Mau in game atau out game.
In game dan out game. Apa nih yang paling bikin kalian kaget mungkin?
Apa ya? Ya kayak di in game-nya berasa lah. Jadi kayak mau ngapainnya gitu. Disuruh terus kayak ya sabar.
Lebih tertata di dalam in game. Kalau out game-nya mungkin Okta bisa kasih tahu ya. Di out game ada nggak mungkin sesuatu yang kalian lakukan, ritual baru di minggu keempat ini untuk menyambut game-game atau match-match persiapan kalian? Ada yang berbeda nggak dengan line up coaching staff yang baru?
Nggak ada sih Bude, sama aja. Kalau dari itu sama aja Bude, nggak ada perbedaan.
Nggak ada ya? Apa ini rahasia ya? Rahasia dapur ya?
Enggak, beneran nggak ada kok Bude.
Gak ada. Berarti memang kita melihat bahwa kedisiplinan sedang benar-benar lagi diasah banget. Dan dari Okta sendiri penampilan Dewa kali ini, apakah ini akan menjawab tantangan melawan tim-tim lain di minggu 4 sampai seterusnya? Sudah cukupkah penampilan kalian untuk melawan tim-tim lain?
Sudah Bude.
Sudah mulai berkembang berarti ya?
Ya Bude.
Sudah mulai berkembang, tapi mungkin Ray bisa kasih tahu ke Bude nih. Ray, kan kita tahu Evos ada di posisi kedua.
Ya.
Ada di top klasemen, sedangkan kalian berada di posisi yang nggak baik. Lalu gimana sih? Emang klasemen nggak berpengaruh sama kalian?
Sebenarnya kita lihat semua tim sama kuatnya lah. Jadi paling kita respect gitu mainnya. Jadi ya gak lihat klasemen lah, kita lihat semua tim sama rata.
Melihat sama rata, tapi melihat Evos hari ini, gimana kalian mungkin ada yang benar-benar kalian perhatikan, kalian kunciin, ada player yang paling kalian mention kah?
Lima-limanya sih Bude jago banget semua, makanya mereka top klasemen kan. Jadi kita ya prepare-nya harus lebih banyak lah, soalnya respect sama mereka juga.
Lebih banyak, tapi kalian akan bermain lagi hari Minggu. Siap untuk menghasilkan hasil baik lagi?
Semoga Bude, amin.
Semoga. Dan mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan untuk penutupan kemenangan hari ini. Melawan Evos, kata-kata kemenangan dong.
Hoki Bude.
Hoki Bude, dan inilah dia kemenangan dari tim Dewa United.
What a start after this 3 weeks break. After the 3-match lose streak, they came back again and win it all against Evos Glory. Wow.
To do it against Evos is crazy. Dewa United, at the start of the season, they look really good, but they always start really good. And then they went on a crazy dip. So this was, again, the normal Dewa pattern. They would start really good and then they would dip. But now there's another crazy spike in performance. I really hope they can stay consistent now. That's all I hope for.
Maybe this is time to buy for all those fans out there. You can be an anak Dewa right now.
Can.
And this is a crucial moment right there earlier.
Okay, Erlan, we gotta talk
Erlan.
about this.
Oh man. Again, by all means, there was a chance that could have worked out somehow. I think we have to give credit to Dewa as well for reacting the way they did, right? Everyone went on immediately to go on bodyguard duty and save maybe. Mueza and Rez immediately were on the case. It's almost like they were expecting it. After game number 2, after Erlan was playing aggressively like that, look, every single time maybe gets chased by Erlan, the backup is never too far behind.
Let's be honest here, Rashi. Like, if there was no backup in that instance, do you think Erlan would have done more?
I think it would have been better of a chance.
I don't think so, man. I don't think so, bro. He has a bit of nature.
In the first one, he would have got the kill.
Okay.
In the first one. The second one, I'm not so sure. But that's your boy. Maybe. Zero deaths, baby.
Who is the untouchable now?
Throughout the series, right?
Yeah.
But really? He didn't die in game 2 either, I feel like. Game 1 was 8-0. This game he didn't die. Game 2,
it's like 2-0-2 or something.
That's ridiculous, man. And again, it wasn't an easy game by all means, dude. There was plenty of moments being made by Evos. Right here, I feel like there was a chance that maybe he would able to get the kill, but then he would be traded anyways. By all means, it kind of forced the whole team to kind of commit. And committing against a team like this, the Badang, the Phobias, you don't really want to do that. And this was that long distance play, showing again the power of that combination, dude. So much damage.
And shout out to the fact that Dewa United has been adapting to Key's jawhead throughout the game. The first few minutes, they got knocked up in the air a couple of times. Then Key has to get creative with the flanking, the way he's flanking. Then they locked in. Moisa checked all the buses, maybe just shooting the buses with the Death Sonata. It's always so clean with the way they disable Key's potential in this game. Look at this. He didn't even touch maybe at all.
And to see a rookie perform like this, we already spoke about this performance, his performance in week number 1, week number 2 as well. He was phenomenal already, and it was always on the Granger. But today, he proved that even on the Harathia does well. Look at that positioning. Notice the sway low with the flicker. Oh, reads it out. Yes, gets caught by a key, but by that time, the team has already done what they needed to. Dealt with Airline Ray with crazy damage.
I said it to you, Miracle. I don't know if that was a bold take at the time. I said that maybe it was a top 3 gold laner in MPL ID.
Oh yeah, I remember you saying that, but I still top 3. Because all right, let's think about it.
Eman. Is Toy there?
It's a good question now. Wait.
Ooh.
Eman, Toy, Savero.
Nah.
He's at least close. He's at least close.
Savero, Erlan. Clearly after this, Erlan. I mean, I think he would have been up there, but Erlan's got... Those 3 weeks haven't been good to him, man.
Oh boy. Certainly, man. And again, Evos, they were able to almost get maybe right there. Again, Mueza on the Badang is so aware. This guy just observes, dude. He knows what's going on. And unfortunately, we couldn't really see what exactly happened to Sway Low there. That was for sure one of the bigger turning points of the game, dude. The moment they were able to get Sway Low, they were able to collect some more kills, and they were able to get a Lord. That is a huge turn of events. For a team that requires vision to surprise your opponents, that's trying to just flank around and be unpredictable, having the Lord push your lanes, forcing you to expose yourself to the vision of your opponents, that was definitely almost a death sentence for Evos at that point.
It's a big yikes. That's what it is.
The yikes big.
Yikes big.
Oh boy.
Man, yeah, I mean, like, look at the emblems too. Erlan. Yeah, now I mean...
The Master Assassin is not Master Assassinating.
Exactly. Oh, man, I read a comment earlier. I can't
can
not say it here.
Yeah,
Ladies and gentlemen, I read it. Someone said in the comment section, Erlan embodies the Spear of Destruction perfectly because he just destroyed that game with the spear. Oh, man.
Yikes.
I don't know. I think, unfortunately, in this game, that was true, man. 0 and 3, right? Did he go 0 and 3?
Hey, the thing
1
is,
and 4.
look at the
Wait,
damage dealt
0-3.
compared to damage taken. He is minus on that.
Oh, you're right. Oh, that's not a stat you want to see on a Moscow.
Even Swalo too. So it's like
double
my
trouble.
goodness. Well, to be fair, Octai is also the same, but he's more of a like utility mage rather than a damage dealer.
That's true. But let's
We're
see
gonna
what
see
they
her.
sound like.
The mic check and what happened. What did they talk about in game for Dewa United?
No, wait. We will ban Moscow, so maybe they will think they will ban Pani. Because we will first pick Pani.
Yeah.
Then, we take Granger.
What?
Oh, suggest
What if
16 seconds.
What if we ban Zuxin? And then if they ban Fanny, we got Granger.
Huh?
Good or no?
No,
Request.
no, it's okay. Ban Moscow.
Sama percaya dia, kata percaya dia.
If they take Sushin, still we have Bib.
Aduh. Oke, coach, let's go.
Let's go.
So possible they will think here, they will ban Granger.
Granger or Fanny?
Granger or Pani. If they ban Granger, we take Pani. Oh,
Nice.
okay.
Okay,
So,
Granger.
Stay calm,
only
stay calm.
available Granger, Joy,
Zuxin, Suyo.
Suyu, and Sushin. Doesn't matter. We still have Bib.
Let's go.
Okay, Granger.
Let's go.
Yalla.
Kok dinaikin sih? Gak apa-apa. Dia.
Hey, I love it. It's not always the coach of PH, the players of PH that has to adapt to Indonesian. We gotta speak English too, come on!
Yeah, Mueza.
I don't care how broken is the English, as long as you understand each other, you can see, right? If they ban Fanny, we get Granger. It's easy!
Yeah. If Fanny, no. Granger, yes. I mean, you could go even crazier, right? But
Communication.
The message is sent as long as you go slow and sure. And you know what? This is quite relatable as well to a friend of mine who was a shadow analyst for a team because he spent like a few months with that team and then by the time he met me, he started speaking caveman English and I'm like, what the hell are you saying? And he's like, oh man, I've just been speaking like this for the longest time.
We're gonna see though, the losers interview of this game with, I believe, Bude? Was it Bude or Eterna?
Eterna.
Let's see though.
Thank you so much para casters. Jadi sekarang kita ada di back rooms bersama Coach Caleb ya.
Halo ya.
Sedih ya?
Lumayan.
Lemes banget nih kayaknya.
Ya betul.
Gimana? What happened?
Ya kita nggak sesuai ekspektasi kita, jadi pasti sedih lah, kalah kan.
Ekspektasi dari performa Evos atau ekspektasi dari musuhnya nih?
Ekspektasi dari kita lah, kita kan udah banyak latihan, jadi harus bisa menang.
Tapi menurut Coach Caleb sendiri ada perubahan nggak sih dari gameplay atau mungkin dari hero pool atau strategi yang dimainkan setelah mendatangnya 2 coach baru gitu yang memperkuat Dewa?
Untuk gameplay kayaknya masih nggak jauh beda sih, sama aja. Cuma mungkin lebih rapi aja.
Oke, berarti masih tetap karena Evos-nya ya,
Ya
performance
kita mainnya
Evos.
kurang rapi aja.
Kurang rapi. Kurang rapinya kenapa sih? Mungkin shot call kah yang menjadi masalah atau eksekusi yang menjadi masalah?
Ya eksekusi sama disiplinnya aja sih.
Oke, itu aja yang dilihat.
Ya.
Ada lagi yang mau di-share mungkin?
Nggak ada.
Nggak ada, oke. Nah ini pasti udah banyak banget yang mengharapkan dan mengantisipasi performance-nya Evos menjelang adanya Classical Derby besok. Dimana kalian akan melawan RRQ. Nah Dewa kan, ya kita lihat udah ya mereka sekarang peringkat 7 ya. Dan RRQ lagi peringkat 1. Ada pressure nggak sih hari ini kalah sama yang peringkat 7 besok akan melawan peringkat 1?
Harusnya kita udah profesional sih, jadi pressure ya ada mungkin tapi bisa kita lawan lah. Jadi untuk besok no pressure, cuman kita evaluasi yang hari ini kita kalah, jadi besok pasti bisa lebih baik, jauh lebih baik dari ini.
Oke, hopefully ya. Bismillah, semoga bisa lebih baik lagi. Nah waktu itu kita pernah dengar Mas Dean on stage, dia pernah bersama Pak Ape bilang, pokoknya Evos kalau lawan RRQ kita nggak boleh kalah. Nah sampai sekarang Evos merasakan tetap nggak sih kayak ada, apa ya bisa dibilang, mungkin ada ego masing-masing yang harus memenangkan satu sama lain?
Kalau untuk sekarang sih buat semuanya sih kita nggak boleh kalah. Jadi lebih ke arah sama aja, kita lawan siapa aja sama aja, kita fokus ke tim kita aja.
Oke, jadi pukul rata. Ini nggak spesial nih berarti buat Evos sekarang?
Ya semua lawan sama.
Oke. Mungkin ada message yang mau disampaikan terhadap Evos fans yang di luar sana yang melihat performa kalian hari ini?
Oke, sorry untuk Evos fans untuk performa kita yang kurang hari ini. Tapi kita akan pasti akan bounce back dan bakal lebih baik buat besok dan seterusnya.
Oke, tetap semangat ya.
Yuk.
Aman ya. Aman.
Terus.
Kata Albert, kamu mau emot-emot dulu?
Nggak
Nggak ada emot. Oke, ya udah. Thank you so much Coach Caleb. I don't wanna bother you too much. Jadi kita akan melempar balik kepada para casters. Silahkan.
That was a class gameplay. Unfortunately, it's not from Evos, it's from Dewa United.
This is Evos right now. They're pretty sad.
Oh man. Fans, even Caleb, Eternal said like, you're kind of feeling down right now. Well, duh. We just lost the game.
I wonder why, Eternal. Wonder why they're down.
And looking at the context, right, with them being on a streak, you know, against Dewa, I think a lot of people
expected them to
oh
win.
Man, dude, Pak Pulung.
Again? Oh no, he didn't get
Wait.
the first match. But he did get over this match. But he did say 2-0 Dewa, right? So, it's a prediction win. Prediction win.
Well, there's something big coming in the next one.
Yeah, so...
Man, oh man.
They're gonna
Let's
have
go.
to... They only have a day to prepare for RRQ, and I'll be honest with you, yes, Dewa are good, but I think RRQ are a level ahead of most of the competition here in MPL ID.
Birth of baby era.
That is the baby era right there. That was still
Baby
baby
era.
Skylar, it was baby Alien, it was also baby Tiger. Very sick.
The up and down era though. The seesaw era.
Yeah, that was the...
Dark times
Dude,
of Arc.
just look at this, right?
Dark times.
Yo, Albert and Sutsujin, having them in like in RQ and Evos, and then now being in Evos RQ, it's so crazy. It's so trippy that they're both against each other on their rival teams now.
And there is also a world champion in the RQ roster.
Oh? Yeah. Coach Ren and
Oh.
Brusco.
Wow, I wonder.
And Naomi. Oh wait, no.
A bit overzealous there. But this is the new era, boys. Well, Evos were doing great. RRQ also doing great. This was gonna be the massive resurgence of the Classic Derby. The long-awaited, heated rivalry. But now, after that result, for Evos though, you can't help but be a bit concerned, dude. They're gonna be going into tomorrow after this loss. You know, there's not a lot of time to reset at all. I believe they can do it, but man, we hope for the best, man. It's gonna be a big match tomorrow. Big one.
So predictions, Kevin.
I'm gonna go with RRQ.
All right.
Come on now.
I'm also going to Arashi predictions.
There's no prediction needed. You already know.
Okay. So
You already know who it is.
that's cute. Yeah.
Not the team, just the coach.
And NMM.
Bangkep.
That's cute. NMM.
Bangkep.
And Skylar.
Skylar.
Yeah. And Edok and Dyron. And
Okay.
Tsujin and Rins.
Sounds like a familiar
How
team.
about Hazel?
And Toy and Hazel. and Naomi.
We got an audience topic voting though right now on who will win MPL MY
Whoa.
Season 15.
Hey, there's
You know
only
what?
one answer. There's only one answer.
Ocean Black!
Let's go, DJY! DJY, beat him up, DJY!
The killable Demon King!
Hey, SRG.
What?
Hey, SRG, you pretty cool, but do you have DJY
Wait a
on your
minute.
team?
Wait a minute. Why is there like the question is who will win MPL MY Season 15? Why is there an option of ID players lacking impact? What's that got to do with this?
Why are you catching strays? What is that?
What? Did the person who made the answers read the question? Hello?
Team with shining ID players or ID players lacking.
That is not
the last one. Isn't a team.
All right, I'm gonna say the ID players lacking impact will win MPL MY Season 15.
What does that even mean?
The ID players who are sitting on the bench will win.
Oh,
yes.
Is that what it means?
Oh.
So that I don't know. I'm just assuming right now.
If that's what it means, I'm in. Sounds crazy. I'm in.
Because no, DJY is gonna win, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
He's going to. Oh my!
The killable Demon King.
Have you seen him play jungle?
No, he's not gonna play jungle.
He's the best.
Yeah, but have you seen him play jungle?
I have.
Exactly. So,
it's special.
You know what role he got in MPL now?
Mid laner.
Okay, you know why?
Because he's mid.
Because he's a mid player.
Hey, if he's mid, what am I? What are you?
We're better than him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like the confidence.
I beat him. 2-0.
In what? In what?
5v5.
Well, it's a 5v5.
He's got the better team. He had Shen tonight. And I smacked him.
Okay.
Backwards, forwards, up, down, left, right. DJY, but you're going to win MPLMY.
Man, you know what? I genuinely cannot wait, actually. Like, legit.
It's going to be fun.
It's going to be on Netflix. It's going to be on whatever streaming services out there. When DJY plays, it's going to be documented in history.
Oh, absolutely. I really
It's a big moment in esports and humanity.
I really hope he doesn't go 0-11 like he did on Lunox. But yeah.
Well, before we go more on the topic, standings for the regular season.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
Hey, like,
dang.
The fact that Team Liquid is there is also concerning. What happened?
That's a big question, right? That's the standings presented to you by your official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. Yeah, a lot of concern for sure, but tomorrow...
Oh, man.
Oh, Mirko, are you ready? I mean, Shevin, are you ready?
Shevin,
you know the answer. You know
we are
the
all
answer.
going to be happy tomorrow.
I'm
Hey, that's
manifesting
confident.
it. Hopefully.
You can't go hopefully, Shevin. You gotta be confident, or you're gonna reserve judgment.
No.
You can't go maybe.
Why not? Maybe just one.
That's true. Maybe is the answer sometimes. But Arashi, RQ or Evos?
What do you mean?
What is this question?
You gotta answer.
RQ.
Okay, there
Always
you go.
have, always been.
Score. 2-0. 2-0. Wow. There you go. BTR, best team in the world.
Do you have that meme of, you know Shannon Sharp?
Yeah?
Yeah. Evos, blah, 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 blah. RQ in 3.
RQ in 3.
Try to do that.
I'm not quite sure about the context, to be honest, but I am familiar with that meme. It's kind of funny.
Hey, there's also something that's interesting here. Liga Mahasiswa. If, fun fact, I've participated in this with my uni back then.
Did you win?
I did not. I
Which
played
uni?
XP.
Which uni?
It was Institut Teknologi Bandung.
Whoa!
ITB. If you guys didn't know, that's a pretty prestigious school, man.
Yeah,
this man has education.
He is.
I dropped out because I'm stupid.
He's a proper scholar, you can say, ladies and gentlemen. We didn't
cut
ask
that part. We didn't ask, Chevy. We didn't ask, okay?
Yeah, we're just there now
Stop
and get
oversharing,
diamonds.
bro. Stop oversharing,
Yeah.
okay?
Fight for glory in the biggest MLBB campus tournament in Southeast Asia.
Let's
the
go.
top 2 teams from Indonesia will represent the country in Jakarta and compete against the best teams from neighboring countries. And by the way, travel and accommodation costs are covered. So you're actually a pro player in this tournament.
Yeah. Make your school proud. If you have bad teammates, ask your good teammates to enroll, and then you will have good teammates.
Total prize pool is 40,000 USD, so it's a little bit of something.
That's a lot, brother. That's 75 million. What would you do with 75 million IDR?
A bunch of Mobile Legends skins.
Oh wow, you're gonna use all of it for Mobile Legends skins?
I guess.
That's pretty. Hey, I
might get everything.
but maybe not. You need to be a bit more responsible with your finances, sir.
Well, I don't have to be because there's another
you just keep
tournament
winning.
here. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, last call for all Indonesian university students who want to experience international competition against students from universities outside of Indonesia. MLBB Campus is your chance. Organized directly by Galaxy Gaming Academy, the MGS. Is it MCS?
MCS.
I need my glasses. The MCS will feature teams from 4 countries: Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and the Philippines. Do not miss out. Register now through the pinned link in the comments or check out the full post on MPL Indonesia's social media. You know what? There's a lot of good players in uni.
Oh, there are. There are. For sure.
Yeah.
Oh, the young bloods.
Yeah. Back then, when I was playing, I got smacked by a team full of rank boosters.
Rank boost. Oh, wow.
Yikes.
That's rough. Hey, Sheffin, if you do lose, it's okay. You can just watch.
Well, I'm
And
watching right
MPL
now.
ID S15. No, you're casting. You're not watching. Yes. You're working.
2 birds with 1 stone.
No, but if they want to watch.
Am I watching right now?
Technically, no. You're talking to me.
This is the screen that they were watching in the stream.
No, but
I'm
if you
watching.
want to watch here on stage, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and buy your tickets here because obviously tickets are open. A lot of the tickets are sold out, but there are a few matches that are still not sold out, and you guys can go and get your tickets right now with GoPay or ID-MPL.com.
Man, it's gonna be really exciting. Especially, again, if
It's
you're
a fun season.
And what you see earlier, there was some loud fans out there, even from Navi, from Anak Dewa.
A little bit too
They
loud.
were, yeah, super loud.
Energized.
We barely can hear each other.
They got a good day,
If
that's
you
why.
wanna disturb us more to be able to the point where you can cast, go for it.
Try it. Try to be as loud as you can and then see if that actually impacts the game.
Or see if you get kicked out for being too loud.
I don't think that's possible.
You know, you'll be a first if you can pull it off.
Yeah, it's
I
an
mean,
achievement.
if you were like, if you have a superpower, you know, a lot of heroes have like that, you know, sound superpower, like super loud superpower. Maybe.
Like that old lady from Kung Fu Hustle.
Yes.
Just go lion's roar, bro. Let's go. Okay, relax. What was that?
That was not
that
loud.
That was a snarl. That was not a roar, buddy. What was that?
Well,
I feel threatened right now. What was that?
I can replicate the legend, bro.
The legend? Of what?
Yeah,
the
lady.
You call it a legend?
Yeah.
Why?
It's an important figure in movie history.
I see. That's
Kung Fu
fair. That's
Hustle is a classic.
Yeah,
and if you
agreed.
haven't watched it, you're my op.
Well,
not
you're my
not to that
op.
point, but like,
Straight up.
you gotta watch it, bro.
He's gonna snarl at you, bro.
I'm gonna snarl.
Whoa! What the heck was that?
That is not okay. Stop that.
Wow. Hey, that was pretty. I'm impressed.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be impressed with the result in next day. We're gonna take it out or transition to Bude here in on stage because we're done here. Sheffin, Mirko, and Rashi signing out for today's MPL.
Hari ini 2 match telah berakhir dengan hasil yang begitu ketat. Mereka berusaha demi poin yang lebih banyak dan juga posisi yang lebih baik. Dan banyak sekali hal-hal yang mengejutkan terjadi hari ini. Hari pertama telah usai, namun hari kedua akan semakin menantang bagi tim-tim yang akan berjuang. Ditambah lagi, esok adalah hari yang spesial di mana Derby Classic leg yang pertama akan berlangsung. Ini adalah rivalitas tertua yang kita miliki di MPL Indonesia. Sejarah kedua tim ini memang patut diukir terus-menerus karena terlihat dari perjuangan mereka hingga hari ini dan bahkan posisi klasemen pun memperlihatkan bagaimana mereka berjuang dan sama-sama saling melawan. Semuanya, Bude mengajak kalian untuk turut serta ke MPL Arena untuk nobar-nobar yang ada di rumah dan dimanapun kalian berada. Bersiaplah untuk hari kedua di MPL Indonesia Season 15. Dan sebelum kita berpisah, izinkan Bude mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semangat dan support dari semua super fans dan juga kepada sponsor dan partner ke MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Munton, supported by PBSI, presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet, GoPay, Official Sponsor Head and Shoulder, dan kita juga punya Official Coffee Partner Good Day. Tak lupa juga kita punya partner in esports, ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome, beserta dengan advertiser Kacang Sukro dan Hawkband. Tak lupa pula ada supplier RSV Helmet. semua yang telah mendukung acara hari ini tentu turut berbahagia melihat perkembangan tim-tim yang semakin tak terbendung. Hari ini 2-1 telah berlangsung di kedua match. Esok hari akan ada 3 match di mana malam minggu, malam yang kita tunggu. Apalagi ada derby klasik. Jadi di sini Bude mengucapkan selamat malam, selamat beristirahat, dan sampai jumpa di hari Sabtu, hari yang kedua MPL Indonesia Season 15. We own this.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini.